Just let me know when the webinar is running.
Webinar is running.
Thank you, Chloe. Good morning to everyone and welcome to today's hybrid New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Higher Education. To minimize disruptions on Zoom and in person, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Dinowitz, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's hearing on examining anti-Semitism on college campuses. I'm Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, Chair of the Committee on Higher Education, a proud CUNY alum and the son of a proud CUNY alum. I also chair the Council's Jewish Caucus, a position which I'm grateful to serve. I want to know before we begin, this hearing was originally scheduled for June 8th. We had prepared for a June 8th hearing, and the Chancellor's Office had reached out about changing the date of the hearing because he wanted to attend. And we were thrilled because this issue is so pervasive across our campuses that we welcomed the attendance of the Chancellor. I am deeply disappointed to announce today that the Chancellor will not be coming. And we found out last night, that the Chancellor will not be personally attending. Instead, he's sending representatives who I hope can help us answer questions and look for a path forward. Though they are also not physically present, they are on Zoom. And we just found out this morning one of them has to leave by 11 o'clock. The problem of anti-Semitism is so bad at CUNY, they're being sued and being investigated at multiple campuses. This is a pervasive issue. This is not isolated. Like, our educational institutions are essential to bringing people from different backgrounds together to build community, to build trust, and a safer, more prosperous future for everyone. And at a time when anti-Semitic hate crimes are on the rise and anti-Jewish sentiment is becoming more and more prevalent across all facets of society, we need the leadership of cities' public colleges to visibly be front and center. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that work is being done to address this in some areas. But the fact is, so many of our CUNY students are scared. Many of them feel isolated. And the simple attendance of the Chancellor would have sent a strong message to those students and the faculty to let them know that they are not alone. But the lack of personal participation sends the absolute wrong message to our students and faculty, and we must do better. Anti-Semitism itself is not new. Hate is not new. Anti-Semitism is considered the oldest form of hate. Discrimination has been supported by our institutions. One example is our higher education institutions here in New York. Many colleges in New York provide legacy preference, which gives a substantial leg up to applicants with relationships to alumni. So in 2022, and this year, this has the effect of excluding many qualified low-income students and particularly students of color from institutions of higher learning. And so that's why, in addition to addressing, in addition to the oversight we're doing today, I'm introducing a resolution which calls on the state legislature to pass and the governor to sign the Fair College Admissions Act, which addresses the practice of legacy preference in college admissions. And while we all have a 2022 lens, and it has an outsized impact on students of color now, in a surprise to no one, legacy preferences has its roots in anti-Semitism. 100 years ago, elite universities found ways to exclude the influx of Jewish immigrants, and the legacy preference was one tool that was used. So it goes without saying that hate is bad. And it's weird that you have to say it out loud. And there are many components to where we find commonalities, like the aforementioned legacy preference. And anti-Semitism, like other forms of hate, has its own unique characteristics and has to be examined for its own qualities. Jews don't fit neatly into any religious, racial, political, or ethnic category. And to quote a comedian, Alex Edelman, He says it best. He says, if you're someone who thinks whiteness is good, Jews are not white. If you're someone who thinks whiteness is the root of all evil, Jews are white. So the purpose of today's committee hearing is to examine the rapidly escalating issue of anti-Semitism at our city's institutions of higher learning and to work towards solutions to address this most prevalent form of hate. Now, to be clear, this is not a hearing on foreign policy. While discussions of topics related to foreign policy will necessarily arise, the issue before the committee is not what one country or territory is doing. The issue here is what we are doing in New York City, an ocean away, what we're doing to confront those realities and to ensure that our Jewish students and their ideas are welcomed on our campuses, and that we get to the root of the sentiment and biases that are so pervasive in our universities. We're not here to talk about the Israeli government's democratic decisions, but we're here to talk about how Jews are harassed and attacked here in New York City on our campuses. And we see when there is increased turmoil in the region, we see more attacks towards Jews. We saw it last year when there was turmoil in Gaza. So they're related. And when I say that anti-Jewish acts are pervasive, it's not hyperbole. When I say that it is the most prevalent form of hate that we can see, it's not an exaggeration. And when I say it's embedded in our society, that's uncomfortable for some. I don't really care. But you have to look at the statistics. The statistics tell you everything. 45% of the bias-motivated crimes in 2020 in New York City, according to the NYPD Hate Crimes Dashboard, 45% were anti-Jewish. Almost half were anti-Jewish. And in 2021, it increased by 71%. Anti-Semitic hate crimes are not unique to New York City. They occur across our entire state. ADL reports that from 2020 to 2021, New York State saw an increase of 24%. And in the United States, they calculate there are an average of 7 reported incidents per day. Now, one of the other problems we face is that there is not a sound method of tracking hate incidents on our college campuses. So in that absence, Hillel International began accounting for incidents reported. In 2021, they had seen an increase of 35% of incidents from the previous year. And again, I keep saying this word, reported incidents. Survey research finds disturbing trends of growing hostility towards Jews. 32% of respondents to the survey said that they personally experienced anti-Semitism directed at them on campus. And 31% witnessed anti-Semitic activity on campus. In total, 43% of respondents, almost half of people who were surveyed, said they experienced and or witnessed anti-Semitic activity in the last year. And I think what's deeply troubling, and one of the things that we need to discuss today, and I know some of the witnesses will speak about, is that the data reveal a lack of sound reporting. That 75% of respondents who personally experienced anti-Semitism didn't, and 41% did not know how to do it. That's why I've introduced Resolution 238. It calls upon CUNY to compile data on bias incidents and hate crimes into a single report, include greater specificity in the bias classification, but importantly, engage in an education campaign or initiative to ensure that our faculty and our staff and our students know how to report this and know that they can and should report it and know that it can and should be addressed and not ignored for a year, as you'll hear about later. I'll tell you, personally, to me, I think what's hardest as an American Jew is that in this same report, 39% of American Jews said they changed their behavior to avoid revealing that they were Jewish, to feel shame or fear for who they are. But if statistics aren't enough, all you have to do is open a newspaper. As I mentioned before, anti-Semitism goes across the entire political spectrum. In a time of hyperpolarization, both the far right and the far left have found their commonalities in their version of anti-Semitism. So in the far left spaces, under the guise of social justice, we see a prevalent climate activist group refusing to march in a voting rights march with Jewish groups because they're Jewish organizations. LGBTQ rights activists wearing a Star of David on a pride flag. Star of David is a Jewish symbol. Were ejected from a Chicago LGBTQ pride march for having that Star of David on their pride flag. There are a lot of disturbing incidents that exclude Jewish people, but I think the most recent one that troubles me is the creation and promotion by the Boston chapter of the BDS movement, Boston BDS, of a map of Jewish organizations, including a high school, a center for people with disabilities, Jewish charities, synagogues, student groups, and newspapers, and a handful of non-Jewish organizations associated with Jewish organizations, blaming these groups for problems throughout the world, perpetuating anti-Semitic tropes of wealth and power with a call to dismantle and disrupt these institutions, putting a literal target on these organizations' backs. But as I said, it's the tropes of wealth and power, the scapegoating of Jews. The effort to remove Jews from certain spaces is not limited to the far left. I think quite recently, many Americans learned of the Great Replacement theory on the far right. It's this false and dangerous conspiracy theory rooted in white supremacy, which states that non-white people are being brought to the United States to replace white voters, and that the Jews are the elites, the ones with all that power, responsible for this replacement scheme. We see this parroted in far-right media, and it's even creeping from the fringes into mainstream media. We remember chants of "Jews will not replace us," and the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, and the massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue, where the murderer blamed Jews for bringing non-white immigrants and refugees to the U.S. You know, I know some people watching may feel as though I'm sensationalizing this, I'm bringing up the most overt acts, but that's typically all we see. We only see the endpoints of hate. We only see anti-Semitism once it makes a headline or once there's bodily harm. No one is born with hate in their heart. It is learned, it grows, and is given a safe space. And too often these safe spaces are our college campuses. In testimony you're going to hear today, the reality of exclusion based on tropes deeply embedded in our society exists on our college campuses, where young minds are being molded and prepared to be sent out into the world. Students are afraid to speak out. Some had to share their stories with me anonymously. Others, as mentioned earlier, just don't report things or rely on their friends to do it for them and are still met with silence. In many instances, Jewish student organizations are explicitly excluded from working with other campus organizations, or movements are made in order for that exclusion to exist. And throughout CUNY administration silence is damning. By the time a hate crime has occurred, it's too late. The seeds of hate were planted years before, and the anti-Jewish sentiment was given space to grow. I'll note that while Columbia and NYU have submitted written testimony only, although anyone who follows the news knows that there are issues prevalent there as well, I look forward to hearing how CUNY is addressing this obvious growth in anti-Semitism and how they are systemically working toward a better, more inclusive future for all of our students. Again, I am disappointed that the chancellor is not here to listen to this testimony firsthand and to offer what I think could be valuable solutions, given that his past actions have seemingly indicated that he's supportive of this cause. And I know we'll hear more about that from some of our other witnesses later. And before I turn it over, I want to just read a few lines from some of the anonymous testimony. And it's varied, where a student on campus said, "We need Hitler again," to the silence of professors not addressing it. This student unfortunately left our CUNY system. Students on another campus called for the murder of Jews, and they are afraid for their physical safety. The student government at CUNY was comfortable posting one-sided hateful messages against Israel and not engaging in an actual dialogue. And the student feels isolated by the student leaders, her peers, and faculty. 15 students were praying during mincha, during morning prayers. A student walked by and said, "Dirty Jews," not addressed. A swastika was found in the bathroom by a student their freshman year. Swastika. One of our universities, human feces was used to draw the Star of David on a building wall. And this student was scared to show that they were Jewish for weeks. There's a lot more. I won't read all of them. In one class, students asking, why are we even still talking about the Holocaust? Jews are all so rich, they have so much power. Met with silence from the professors, while the students snicker about their Jewish professors. On Zoom, they hear jokes about Jews in ovens, and what the student says, there is no one there to protect me. I'm going to leave it there and turn it back to committee council. But I do look forward to hearing how we're recognizing this problem and how it's being addressed.
Good morning. I will be administering the oath to the members of CUNY who are on the Zoom. I will read the oath and then you will be unmuted one at a time by a member of our staff to confirm. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. I do.
Can you please confirm?
I do.
Thank you. Just one moment. The council members in attendance are also going to give opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ina Vernikov. I'm the council member for the 48th Council District in Brooklyn. I want to thank, first of all, the Chair Eric Dinowitz, for holding this hearing. It is an incredibly important hearing, an incredibly important subject, anti-Semitism at CUNY. The anti-Semitism at CUNY has been pervasive. It's infested many of the colleges. There are 26 CUNY campuses in New York City. The Jewish students and the professors all feel harassed, intimidated, afraid to express their viewpoints, afraid to be pro-Israel, afraid to just attend school. And we're here to listen to their painful testimonies and their trauma. And this hearing was supposed to take place on June 8th. And the chancellor of CUNY, the top guy, the guy in charge, the man under whose watch the anti-Semitism is taking place, said that it's important for him to be here today. So we rescheduled that hearing to today. And yesterday, in a very cowardly move, he decided not to appear. He canceled. Instead, he sent 3 witnesses who are here on Zoom. They're not here, they're not even here in this room to listen to the painful testimony of the professors and the students who have experienced pervasive, ongoing discrimination and anti-Semitism at school. And it is extremely disappointing that not a single member of the CUNY administration showed up here today. And I said this earlier at the press conference, I'm happy to pay for your Uber or give you a MetroCard to come here to hear the testimony of the people who some of them came from a different state. the chancellor not showing up today is perpetuating the anti-Semitism that we're here to explore. Because there has been no accountability at CUNY. No one has been held responsible for what's been going on all over our city and our state. And we were looking forward to having the chancellor here to hear all of the testimony. And so him not showing up is showing us all that he doesn't care. He doesn't care to hear about your painful testimony and trauma you have experienced. It's not important. And my question is, would the same thing happen if this was a discussion about any other ethnic minority? Would the chancellor dare not show up if we were talking about any other group that's been discriminated against? Would he sit there in his cozy chair in Midtown Manhattan and dare not show up here? I submit to you that he would not. I submit to you that he would be here. He would never get away with not showing up. But when it comes to Jews, do Jewish lives matter? I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony of the professors and the students who are here today. I'm looking forward to questioning the witnesses who are on Zoom. I still hope that you will come. I'm assuming that all of you have set out today to testify. And I'm assuming that you're somewhere a couple of blocks away here in Manhattan. And I'm asking you to show up here in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for convening this important hearing today. And to my colleague next door here in this room and also next door in our neighborhoods back in Brooklyn, Councilwoman Vernikoff, who has been a passionate advocate on this topic since she joined this body. And this body desperately needs passionate advocates. You can look at this table to see it. There are 4 members of a 51-member body who are here, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. It should be 51 members listening to this, because this didn't start yesterday. This has been going on at CUNY for long enough ago that when I was going to college, the child of 2 CUNY graduates, both from Brooklyn College, my parents made a decision that I would not go to CUNY because a CUNY college was not safe for an identifiably Orthodox Jew. And they made the same decision for my 3 siblings. It shouldn't be that way in New York City. CUNY was once the preeminent educational institute. It's the place where people dreamed that they would go to college. It's the place where immigrants, so many Jews, were able to go and get an education. And today it's a bastion of anti-Semitism. It's a place where not just students being made to feel uncomfortable, but students' lives feeling, being felt to be in jeopardy because of who they are, because of what they believe. And it's not just from fellow students, it's from their professors. When the Professional Service Congress, the union representing the professors, the educators, passed resolutions saying how much they hate Israel. But it's okay, we don't hate Jews, just Israel, just Israel. You declare, my friend, that you do not hate the Jews, you are merely anti-Zionist. Anti-Semitism, the hatred of the Jewish people, has been and remains a blot on the soul of mankind. So also know this, anti-Zionist is inherently anti-Semitic and ever will be so. I wish those were my words. Those were the words of Dr. Martin Luther King in 1967. He understood that, and that's what he preached. To be anti-Zionist is a cover for what you really are. You're an anti-Semite. And it's not something we're just seeing at CUNY campuses. It's something we're seeing in the United States Congress. It's something we saw here in the City Council 3 years ago. It's something we saw here in the City Council 5 or 6 years ago when a BDS resolution was passed by my predecessor, Councilman David Greenfield. And the vehement vehement anti-Semitism that was heard then. I know there are people in this room, some of my friends who provide security for this council, the sergeants at arms, who are people I know since I was a teenager and worked at this body, who remember those hearings very well, and feeling that council members' lives were in jeopardy by the vehement anti-Semitism that was showing up. This is New York City. This is the place where Jews came to live a life like so many other immigrants. Very few people in this city are descendants of the people who came here on the Mayflower. Everybody here is an immigrant. Everybody here is from somewhere else. And like Councilwoman Vernikov, we are also immigrants ourselves, or the children of immigrants. My father came here on a boat with his brother and his parents, and he and my mother were the first of their generation to go to college, a CUNY college. That's New York City. And to be made to feel unwelcome in our own city, to be made to feel like Jews don't belong here, like Chairman alluded to, is the most heinous anti-Semitism. And they hide it. They hide it. They say they're not anti-Semites, they just don't like Israel. Today we're going to hear more about that in real life stories. And we'll hear from CUNY representatives, not the chancellor, telling us what it is that they've done. And I suspect it's not a lot of anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager. We now turn it over to CUNY for their opening remarks.
Good morning, Chair Denowitz and members of the New York City Council on Higher Education, staff, and guests. I'm Glenda Grace, Senior Vice Chancellor of Institutional Affairs, Strategic Advancement, and Special Counsel at the City University of New York. I'm joined this morning by President Robin Gorel of the CUNY Graduate Center and the CUNY Chancellor for Student Affairs, Denise Maybank. As you know, CUNY serves approximately 260,000 degree-seeking students, 185 adult and continuing ed students. There's about 40,000 faculty and staff at our 11 four-year colleges, our 7 community colleges, and 7 graduate and professional schools. I've had the privilege of working at CUNY for 13 years at Ostos Community College, at Queens College, and since 2019 at the central office. The council has been steadfast in your support of CUNY, and we thank you for that support. As an institution of higher learning, the City University of New York takes pride in our unwavering support of free speech, academic freedom, and freedoms protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. We are legally required to allow the expression of multiple viewpoints on campus. We understand that opinions of a political nature can create tensions when members of our community stand on conflicting sides of polarizing issues and causes that are undergirded by deeply held convictions. We believe the best way to counter the resulting discord is to expand upon the work we do across our campuses to encourage scholarship, dialogue, tolerance, and civil engagement that fosters understanding and a way forward. This is the hard and ongoing work that we need to embrace to counter violence, hate, anti-Semitism, and racism that can creep into our campuses, our country, and the world. Diversity, inclusion, and an environment free from discrimination are central to the mission of the university. CUNY unequivocally denounces anti-Semitism in every form. Arguably the country's most diverse urban university, CUNY is not immune from tensions between different groups. It's not immune from the problems that you've described. Chancellor Felix Matos Rodriguez has focused on elevating dialogue and building bridges between people and groups of different backgrounds whose belief and divergent experience and histories sometimes place them at odds. This focus is evidenced by one of the chancellor's early asks of former City Council Speaker Corey Johnson, funding for a newly created CUNY Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Incubator, a multi-year initiative to support campuses in creating vital cultural and systematic shifts across CUNY, centering values of anti-racism, justice, and equity. Thank you for the council's continued support of this important initiative. Now, this is not the only concrete action CUNY has taken to deal with anti-Semitism. CUNY has been outspoken and unequivocal about decrying the increase in anti-Semitic violence and bigotry in New York and the nation. Over the past year, the university has issued 4 statements that emphasize the role that higher education can and must play in dismantling the many manifestations of bigotry and hate that have emerged and continue to spread. Let me summarize those messages. First, the university made it abundantly clear that CUNY student and faculty senates, its faculty union, and various membership groups are free to voice opinions on a wide range of issues, but speak for themselves when they do so. The positions they express are entirely theirs and do not represent the views of the City University of New York. Further, the university has asserted and consistently reiterate that we do not support boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel, and pursuant to New York State Executive Order 157, we're prohibited from participating in or supporting such actions, and we're actually required to divest public funds from any companies that do. Also, the university clarified the process by which a student speaker was selected to deliver remarks at the 2022 law school commencement. Student commencement speakers are chosen by their fellow graduates to deliver remarks. They speak for themselves, not on behalf of their school or the university, and the opinions they express are their own. Statements are important, but we understand that more has to be done. We have been working on that. Also, students, staff, and faculty who feel they've been discriminated against or harassed are able to bring a complaint under our equal opportunity and non-discrimination policy. The policy protects against discrimination based upon different characteristics, including being Jewish and harassment from all protected characteristics. Student members can go through student affairs, campus diversity officers, or the public safety officers to make such a report, and faculty and staff can go to human resource departments, the chief diversity officers, and public safety officers. As I stated, CUNY is engaged every day in the hard, ongoing, and imperative work that we need to embrace to counter violence, hate, anti-Semitism, and racism that exists in the world. Let me just give you a sample of some of this work. In April 2022, Chancellor Matos Rodriguez, several CUNY presidents, student administrators, and I attended the 2-day summit on campus anti-Semitism sponsored by the American Jewish Council in partnership with Hillel International and the American Council on Education. In late April 2022, Chancellor Matos Rodriguez led a delegation of 12 CUNY college presidents and deans to Israel to participate in a week-long tour of the country's cities, higher education institutions, and historic sites. The Scholars as Bridge program was organized by the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York, and you will hear more about this from President Garel from the Graduate Center. There are other central and campus initiatives and activities combating hate in general and anti-Semitism specifically. CUNY recently hired a university dean of student intercultural engagement and dialogue. This newly established position, which you'll hear more about from Vice Chancellor Maybank, is to help student communities that have historically experienced conflicts and tensions associated with faith perspectives, race and ethnicity, and intercultural communication. The person who is heading it up is no stranger to CUNY. She helped found the City Council funded Diversity Incubator, and she worked at the Center for Ethnic and Racial and Religious Understanding at Queens College. You will hear more again about this from Vice Chancellor Maybank. I want to give you a sampling of campus efforts that foster an inclusive environment, allowing all CUNY students, faculty, and staff to learn, dialogue, and thrive. We are working with Academic Engagement Network's Anti-Semitism Education Initiative. This has been adopted at Baruch, at the Hillel at Baruch, and they're partnering with City Council and John Jay. We Stand Against Hate, which was a program that was sponsored at Brooklyn College that featured lectures and other events that help celebrate the voices that make up a diverse campus community. Confronting Anti-Semitism, the Center of Jewish Studies at Hunter College, with a donation from Holocaust survivors, started and just launched a semester-long program to educate about the Holocaust and about anti-Semitism and methods to combat it. No Place for Hate was a day in April at the College of Staten Island, where different offices at Staten Island, including the Campus Hillel and the Office of Pluralism and Diversity, made a safe space for students, faculty, and others in the campus community to talk about their experiences and create a safe space to discuss and combat this. Love Not Hate Summit, which was actually May 2022 at Kingsborough Community College, brought together a diverse group of religious leaders and also students from the DOE as well as from Kingsborough Community College. And they developed, young people were able to strategize and develop action plans to mobilize their diverse communities away from hate and toward love that's needed to heal and move communities forward. Americans in the Holocaust at the New York City College of Technology They secured the exhibit about Americans in the Holocaust. They were one of only 50 institutions that partnered with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and the American Library Association. We had individuals from Israeli Hope in academia visit Queens College, where they talked about information and how to explore collaborations. Under Siege, again, Holocaust distortion and the rise of hate crimes against Jews. This program was sponsored at Queensborough Community College's Kufferberg Holocaust Center, and it featured someone from the Hate Crimes Unit at Queens District Attorney Office, as well as someone from the Simon Wiesenthal Center. There's a potential partnership with Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance, that is being explored by KCC's Kufferberg Holocaust Center, which would include a menu of workshops, training, and programs on the Holocaust, Holocaust distortion, and anti-Semitism. A number of schools regularly sponsor programs on International Holocaust Remembrance Day and in commemoration of Kristallnacht. And a number of schools have held listening sessions with Jewish students about their experiences on campus. We're living in very challenging times, and CUNY is not exempt from experiencing those same challenges. However, CUNY is committed to fostering an environment where all faculty, staff, students can work, teach, and learn, thrive, and reach their full potential. Thank you for your attention. And I now ask President Gorel to discuss the trip to Israel, and she will be followed by Vice Chancellor Maybank.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Robin Garrell, the president of the CUNY Graduate Center. It was my privilege to join Chancellor Matos Rodriguez and CUNY presidents and deans on our recent study tour of Israel, Scholars as Bridge Builders, which was hosted by the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York. The study tour afforded opportunities to gain new perspectives on the region, the people, and higher education in Israel and the West Bank. At the Graduate Center, we train doctoral students to conduct research by consulting with primary sources. And on the study tour, we visited historic sites and memorials, including the Old City, Masada, Vad Yashem, and experienced Kabbalat Shabbat at the Western Wall, and learned about Jewish Ethiopian culture at the B'tei Center in Tel Aviv. We met with educational leaders from Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, and Sapir College, with President Isaac Herzog, and with the former Minister of Higher Education for the Palestinian Authority. And we heard directly from diverse students and recent graduates, including an Orthodox Jewish woman, an Arab Israeli living in East Jerusalem, and a Palestinian living in Ramallah. And they related their personal journeys, described the challenges of daily life, and shared their hopes for the future of their communities. And they were very, very generous and candid in responding to our questions. We also met with many experts on the region, journalists, political scientists, former politicians, and community leaders. They engaged with us as colleagues and as teachers, and they described their efforts to work purposefully to foster constructive dialogue across differences and to advance the well-being of all members of society. Common themes emerged from our discussions, and foremost in my mind is the value that people place on higher education and the shared commitment to broadening access for students who are underrepresented in colleges and universities. People there, just like here, recognize the transformative value of education in advancing knowledge and socioeconomic equality, opening career opportunities, and improving the economy of the region. And many of the barriers there have parallels here in New York City. Perhaps most importantly, we learned about efforts and effective ways that campus and local leaders there are developing community and sharing cultural experiences and supporting constructive dialogue. Faculty, staff, and students at the CUNY Graduate Center are committed to fostering an inclusive environment that respects the identities and beliefs of individuals, even as we engage in intellectually challenging conversations. We recognize that anti-Semitism is antithetical to that commitment. And I'll highlight 3 examples of our recent work. Through public events and seminars, the Center for the Study of the Holocaust, Genocide, and Crimes Against Humanity at the Graduate Center has focused attention on the phenomenon of Jews displaced by anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish violence, both historically and in modern times. The 2019 inauguration of the Photonics Initiative at the CUNY Advanced Science Research Center featured a U.S. Middle East conference on photonics, and it highlighted the contributions of scientists from all countries in the Middle East and called for the free exchange of ideas, a principle that we uphold across the Graduate Center. And notably, 7 Graduate Center and CUNY faculty joined more than 200 eminent scholars from around the world as original signers of the 2021 Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism. Administrative and faculty leaders on my campus, as Glenda Grace noted, regularly affirm our commitment to supporting an inclusive climate and to preventing and addressing discrimination and bias. Students, faculty, and staff are provided information on how to report experiences and concerns, and we have established follow-up procedures. And I meet personally regularly with my student affairs staff and the chief diversity officer to learn about all allegations of discrimination and bias and work with them to ensure we are following up our established procedures to address those things appropriately. At the Graduate Center, with our commitment to doctoral and master's education for the public good, we have a vital role in challenging racism, anti-Semitism, and all forms of discrimination, locally and globally, by advancing knowledge, by creating paths for change through teaching, research, and public engagement. And as the president, I am always open to conversations with the campus community, particularly with our many diversity, equity, and inclusion councils that are at the program and unit level at the Graduate Center. And I feel that my experiences engaging with primary sources on the JCRC study tour will help me better navigate campus conversations that could become polarized and cause members of our community to feel marginalized or silenced. Fundamentally, this trip fortified my commitment to fostering academic engagement and discourse that will advance knowledge for the common good. I now turn to Denise Maybanks.
Good morning. Chairperson Dinowitz and members of the Committee on Higher Education, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony as you examine anti-Semitism on college campuses. I'm going to pause to acknowledge the experiences that you shared this morning. Experiences voiced by students from CUNY and other places that tell us of fear, intimidation, and marginalization. And I don't want to just move into the testimony without acknowledging the information that you provided and the specific experiences of individuals you shared. So I wanted you to know I heard you. My name is Denise Maybank, and I am honored to serve as the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs for the City University of New York. I had the privilege of coming before you on prior occasions, and I return to briefly share what we are doing and planning to do as we respond to the broad societal concerns about anti-Semitism and consider the impact on the CUNY campuses and among our students. In the wake of increasing polarization, ignorance, acts of violence, and hate-inspired activity, numerous colleges and universities along with higher education organizations and associations have taken up the concern of how best to use the education platform to address the current state of civil discourse, or not so civil discourse, and to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Colleges and universities are intended to be places for intellectual exchange on controversial topics and matters. It is when the intellectual meets the personal, interpersonal, and emotional aspects of our being that we find more challenging experiences and need to consider how best to engage diverse perspectives and people for a greater good. Commitment to First Amendment rights and free speech is critical for assuring we provide students an engaged learning environment, means for maintaining civility, and ways of managing disagreement. It is our responsibility to help those participating in the experience and purpose of higher education to build global competencies and pass on the skills that support the open exchange of ideas in the interest of advancing knowledge. The Hillel College Guide for 2021 lists 6 of the CUNY campuses among the top 60 public universities by Jewish student population. 2 CUNY campuses are in the top 10. That is Brooklyn College, my alma mater, at number 7, and Queens College at number 8. Regardless the numbers, the targeting and marginalization of any group of students requires our attention and concerted effort to be responsive to the identified needs and concerns. Attention has been given to the concerns of Jewish students through meetings with Hillel students held once in the fall and once in the spring semester. The initial meeting allowed students to share their concerns and to offer solutions for creating what they believe would be a more inclusive environment. The students sought support for people being accepted for their personal views rather than their affiliations. The follow-up meeting generated interest in having regularly scheduled meetings to stay abreast of concerns and actions. And when I reference these meetings, I want you to know that was a meeting held with me and other members of the Student Affairs Central Office team. The Interfaith Council is a group of CUNY-based faith leaders, faculty advisors, and student affairs professionals who meet quarterly in order to share faith-based and intersectional issues associated with the campuses. The council developed the Interfaith Calendar, being used to keep the CUNY community informed of significant holidays that may be observed by students of many different faiths. The council is currently focused on identifying and establishing dedicated prayer, reflection, and meditation spaces across the CUNY campuses. We will also be reconstituting the Community Advisory Board, consisting of interfaith practitioners and faith-based community organization directors from the 5 boroughs. There will be representation from Jewish organizations that can advise on best practices for issues that affect Jewish students. We take seriously the challenge of preparing students and other members of the college community to take on the difficult conversations necessary for global engagement. Recognizing much of the challenge begins much closer to home and in experience. For this reason, we have established the position of University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue. You heard Senior Vice Chancellor Grace make reference to this position, which is to develop and administer programs and resources that facilitate outreach and engagement among student communities that have historically experienced conflict and tensions associated with faith perspectives, race and ethnicity, and intercultural communication. This position will enable dialogues, training, and understanding around critical concepts, including anti-Semitism, racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and will facilitate the unpacking of how associated lived experiences are inextricably bound up with the intersectional elements of identity. The primary initiative under the auspices of this new position will be that of creating a fellowship program designed to bring those of seemingly disparate backgrounds together through shared experience, to learn about and from one another using the cultural benefits of the city of New York. The Interfaith Student Fellowship will help students meet and deepen relationships across differences, learn and understand more about each other's religious identities, and work together to create a better campus climate. Training will include creating brave spaces for conversation, how to have and facilitate difficult conversations across difference, understanding each other's religious and intersectional identities, and how to dispel violence and hatred based on religious and other identities. Experiences will be developed in partnership with the CUNY Cultural Corps, taking advantage of the New York City canvas in order to have experiential understanding of identity. Going to cultural centers, faith-based spaces such as synagogues, mosques, churches, museums, plays, and other art-based experiences. Student affairs leaders are working with faith-based and religious leaders of the Jewish community to assist us in the development of curriculum and training for students in addressing anti-Semitism and other social divisions. The work of the University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement will focus on creating ways to build skills and understanding for intercultural engagement across various points of tension experienced among the student population. Over the summer, we will be working to put together student faith-based affinity groups. The first affinity group meeting with a Jewish student affinity group put together with the help of several CUNY Hillel directors was held Thursday, June 2nd. Students discussed issues of concern and will work towards ways to mitigate those concerns and ensure a good campus climate for all based on religious and intersectional identities. We will also work diligently to ensure that the mechanisms to report instances of anti-Semitic activity are well known and readily available. We must address the ignorance that fuels anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination and groundless hatred. It remains our responsibility to assure all students, faculty, and staff choosing to be a part of CUNY feel safe and welcome on our campuses, regardless of their background, identity, or membership in protected classes or affinity groups. We will not shrink away from our responsibility to advance knowledge, and we will embrace our opportunity to build capacity among and impact the lives and understanding of the approximately 260,000 students choosing to study and be a part, choosing to study at and be a part of CUNY. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. I have a few questions. I'm then going to turn it over to my colleagues, and then we'll do another round of questioning. But first, I want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer and Minority Leader Joe Borelli. So I was taking a lot of notes while you were all testifying, and I know we have our pre-written questions, but I kind of want to talk about, just ask first about free speech. And I am not here to talk about an individual speaker. I know that was brought up in the testimony, but that's not what I'm here to do. It's not about one speaker. It's about the speech that is going on campuses that includes things like swastikas, right? That is a form of speech. At what point does CUNY say CUNY, the entire organization, and their schools, and direct the schools, the individual campuses, to start having a conversation about what speech is dangerous and makes life more dangerous for Jewish students?
Let me start with that. I think the conversation is ongoing. Many of the activities that we discussed involve people getting together and educating themselves about what's going on and what isn't going on, right? What should be going on, what should be said, what shouldn't be said. So those conversations are starting, but that's also one of the reasons why we hired the new University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue. Part of the work that's going to be done is to talk about there used to be work that we did about what's hurtful and what's hateful, what's harmful, what's illegal. Those are part of the conversation that we are having now. In terms of swastikas, just to kind of explain, I had mentioned that I was on a campus for 9 years. And realistically, when someone, it's pretty straightforward when there's it's hurtful and it's harmful. Let's just start with that. When there's a swastika or any other anti-Jewish or anti-hate symbol put on a building or on a wall or on a bulletin board. And immediately what happens, what I've directed people to do when I've been on campus is immediately contact the police department, right? Because in order for there to be a crime that's prosecuted, they have to have evidence. So we immediately reach out to the local public police department. So a photo is taken. We also make sure that people are not continually confronted with this hateful image. So we might cover it up. We might make sure people don't go near there until the police get there, take a picture of it. And then we look at cameras to see if there is, if you can find out who the perpetrator is, right? Even if the police department decided not to move forward with the prosecution, there's still things that we can do if that is a member of our community. Even if there is no prosecution, we can still do things. We can bring disciplinary charges. There's a number of things that we can do for faculty, staff, and students.
So, again, it is not just, as I mentioned in my opening statement, it is not just the existence of the swastika in this example, but the environment that allowed that student to feel comfortable in the first place to draw the swastika. And have you ever engaged in disciplinary measures against students for things like swastika and hate speech? And is that information that you can share with us? Not the names of the students, obviously, but data as it relates to that.
Look, if I can give you, it's not a, if there was a video of a student who was putting any hate speech, like a swastika or anti-KKK, there's certainly charges and disciplinary charges that could be brought against them.
I appreciate that.
Right now, I'm sorry, I can collect that data for you, but I don't have it immediately.
Yeah, because my question wasn't what can you do, because you said previously in your answer, even if the police don't do something, we can bring disciplinary charges. I'm asking if that's something that's actually done.
I will give you an answer to that, and I'll get back to you with that information.
And that's something that comes through student affairs. So we will certainly look at the historical record and see if there is anything specific in response to what you've asked, Chairperson.
And when someone comes to student affairs with a complaint, let's say they've faced what they perceive as anti-Semitism, discrimination, how long does it typically take for them to get a response?
The policy, it depends. The policy actually says that it's supposed to be done within 60 days if they're able to do it. I will say the policy is clear that if sometimes people decide that they want to try to mediate as opposed to moving forward with the complaint, when that happens, that might take longer. I know there's some examples that have gone much longer than 60 days, but the policy does say it should be within 60 days if possible. Depending on the incident, there could just be lots of people you need to talk to, but the policy says 60 days.
And how often do you meet that 60-day deadline?
I do not have that information. I don't have that information.
Okay, so just from the last two answers, understand that this is all born out of frustration and fear of, things I'm hearing from professors and students, right? And again, the increase in violence we're seeing. So in the last two answers, I'm hearing we could bring disciplinary charges, but I'm not sure we do, right? You'll get me the data, I know, and I appreciate that, but that is the answer I heard. And if someone has a complaint about, maybe it's not a swastika, maybe it's about other harassment, it should be 60 days, but maybe it's longer, it could be longer, but you don't do keep track of how long it takes to respond.
What I could, as I think Vice Chancellor Maybank said, we have a record of how long it takes in every single case. Can I give you what happens in every single case off the top of my head? I can't.
But can you then get us the data at some point?
Yeah, I can.
Or
give
how
you the,
long?
I can get you the data. I can get you what we have. Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to go back to the free speech for a thing, but just focusing on this reporting. What proactive measures do you take at the beginning and throughout the school year to ensure that students know where to report things?
As President Gorel said in her testimony, and it's in our equal opportunity and non-discrimination policy, at the beginning of every semester, there's a letter that goes out to each campus gets a letter where the president explains and gives a copy of a link to the policy, and also explains who you can talk to and what some of the procedures are to file a complaint.
If I could amend that as well, that information is posted on our website, and this information is available at the department level. It's provided to inbound students at orientation. And whenever questions arise, students are directed to that information and guided to the one of several offices they may approach. I do want to actually amend the prior answer. When issues are brought to the attention to our student affairs unit, in my experience at the graduate centers, within a week, sometimes within a day, there's a conversation with our chief diversity officer about the next steps. So it does proceed with alacrity and concern.
Thank you. I would love to get the information about the differences throughout all the different campuses in the system. Again, your campus might be different than, let's say, I don't know, one of the many colleges facing a federal investigation or a lawsuit, right? So you understand that the different campuses have perhaps different policies, which is why it's so important to have a cohesive and unified policy and directive. And just as far as the office itself, the physical location of the office, how separate is it from their professors, and how separate is it from other student groups? And the reason I'm asking is because, as I mentioned in my opening statement, there are 75% of students in the survey don't even know where to report, and I think it was 41% are even just too scared to do it in the first place. And part of that, I imagine, maybe the physical location of the office. Walking into the office and a professor next door knowing you're making a complaint against them is intimidating, to say the least. So how do you separate physically these offices from other student groups and your professors' offices?
So what I can say is that our chief diversity officer, her office is on a different floor in a different suite with a different entrance, and it's well separated from a student coming into that space would not be seen by peers or colleagues on my campus. So I'm just speaking to my campus.
Thank you. 1 down, 24 to go. Can anyone else speak to the other 24 campuses?
I can at least speak to, actually, Denise.
No, I was going to say I don't have the ability to say where they are positioned, but what I will say is that letting students know there are multiple ways to report and people to whom they can report keeps it from being the stigma of, I went through a door that was labeled, I'm here to report discrimination, marginalization, concern in some way. Because I believe that it is the responsibility of us in totality to be available and to show care and concern for our students. And things happen that are intimidating, ostracizing, isolating. And so even though we have identified the position of University Director of Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue, it is not totally her responsibility alone to make this happen. And so being able to go to a member of public safety, being able to go to your faculty members who are trusted, being able to talk to a peer who is well informed and knows how to help you as well, are all parts of this. And yes, we have to make certain that the information for what to do, how to do it, and what will happen is available broadly. So whether that is on a website, in a policy, it has to be in the mouths and come through the voices of the members of our community. So fully acknowledge that that is a critical part of this as well. But it is not to stigmatize someone by them going in a door with a label over the top that says, come here to report discrimination.
I mean, doesn't have to say that for you to know what the door is for. Just, I appreciate what you said about getting the information into the hands and the mouths of students. What's the plan to do that?
So a big part of the responsibility of the university director is for us to hear from students how best to do that.
So what meetings, what meetings have, I'm sorry to interrupt, what meetings have you convened in order to have those conversations and hear from the students?
So those are the meetings, the affinity group meetings that we're talking about having throughout the summer that have already begun and that will continue to have students come together and say, this is what I felt, this is what I'm experiencing, and this is how I believe CUNY needs to act in a way that will have me understand what to do if I'm feeling in any way threatened by an experience or an interaction.
So to be clear, at every single campus, there's going to be a policy born by the needs of the students, and this is going to be discussed this summer, of how to report an incident and where to go, and you're going to hear from the students about their needs in order to make that happen.
What is happening is that we are using our campus connections to convene smaller groups of students over the course of time to hear from them. So we want it to be able to be a dialogue where everyone can get heard. So no, we don't want to have this huge town hall. You know, everybody likes the town hall, but we want to have a more intimate conversation where we can hear, where we can be able to dialogue and be clear about what students are looking for, and then to roll that back out to campuses to say, this is what we understand is important. And so these are the things we are recommending.
And so what I'm asking is, on the agenda, for any meeting has an agenda or guiding questions that you have conversations about. I don't know the structure of the meetings you plan to have, but will the topic of reporting and getting information to students, will that be a component of the discussions you have with these affinity groups? And side note, are these affinity groups from every campus, or are you only convening affinity groups from certain campuses?
No, it's affinity groups from across the university. So that, so if we bring together students from our Hillel programs, they're from the campuses where the Hillel directors have recommended this person would be a great person to have in that dialogue. So it is not just Hillel from Queens or Hillel from Brooklyn or Hillel from Kingsborough. It is a matter of bringing in a cross section of students to hear what they're saying so that we can use that information. And the next group might be a different configuration of campus representatives, but it will be a mix of the groups. Also, I thought it was another piece of your question. I'm sorry if I didn't respond to both parts.
Also, they can report electronically also, so they don't necessarily have to go to a room. There's an electronic link where they could make a complaint.
Yeah, so I thank you. We're spending a lot of time on just the just the reporting aspect, and I appreciate that. It's an important component of ensuring that you have the data and that students know that they are supported by administration. Again, ensuring that as your discussion, as you're planning, it seems clear that a letter at the beginning of the semester seems to not be enough. And so that really getting answers to what more can be done to disseminate the information. and again, really thinking about the physical location, because a door doesn't have to say what the door is for, but obviously if you're going there, you know what it's for in the first place, right? We don't have to name it like that. And so when a student or when an act is being investigated as an act of bias against a Jewish student, or a student is even considering whether what they're facing is anti-Semitism or just, genuine disagreements in conversation, how are you as a city university defining anti-Semitism?
Well, what we tend to do is our policy is clear about what acts of discrimination and harassment are. Basically, that you're treating someone differently or less favorably because they're Jewish, or you're harassing them and giving them unwelcome conduct because of that. And that's how our policy determines whether you're discriminated against or harassed.
Okay, so that is a little problematic. And the reason it's problematic is because it goes back to the free speech situation, which is certainly a very delicate and nuanced conversation. But it is very, when discrimination against a Jewish person, like myself, meaning, oh, your people are all murderers, genocidal maniacs, and they get in your face, and calling you all sorts of other names with expletives. It's easy for a university to say that's just free speech, right? So how do you delineate between legitimate free speech and the conversations that as a university you're supposed to facilitate, and the very difficult and uncomfortable conversations that we all have to have? And what is the line at which it veers into hate for Jewish people?
I think that the question is, what is the line that that we can take action against, right? So you gave an example.
Well, and I want to be clear on action against. I'm not suggesting people's, be locked up in jail. I'm talking about, this is, this type of speech. We really need to intervene personally and not just have a summit, intervene in this specific situation and foster that dialogue and have a conversation about why certain language is dangerous. And if it's unclear it shouldn't be unclear to anyone. I mean, again, I mentioned this in the opening, but when we see an increase in violence in an ocean away in the region, Jews in New York, in my community, they threw bricks at the shuls. And in Brooklyn, the yeshiva was lit on fire. Cherry bombs thrown at Jews punched in the back of the head. We see an uptick in that. So there is a real danger about not being able to have these conversations and just kind of hiding behind the free speech thing and not intervening with really constructive dialogue.
I'll say the constructive dialogue could start as soon as someone makes a statement, right? We can condemn and have condemned statements. We can have discussion about why it's hurtful, why it's harmful. The example you gave also talked about a potential for harassment in terms of getting in someone's face, right? So that the investigation could start there. But even if there was nothing, even if it was free speech, we can still condemn it and have a conversation about why it's wrong and why it is not helpful, or why it's hurtful for our students, why it doesn't allow our students to thrive. And why, go ahead, Vice Chancellor.
I'll also add that our responsibility to our students is for care, is for safety. And the actions that are taken when something happens that is an affront to who they are, is that we have to reach out and acknowledge their humanity and dignity. We have to be responsive to that. So we can't act as though, this is an act that is protected by free speech, is hateful, whatever. This is a person who has had the impact of something against them. And we need to figure out how we are responsive to that part of personhood and to acknowledge that, yes, that was painful. Yes, that was damaging to you. And let's talk about what it's going to take for you to feel safe. If we need to create a safety plan for you, the individual in that moment, we need to act in that way. Yes, we need to preserve whatever the evidence is for the investigation, but our action has to be about care and care for the individual in the experience. Are we all the way there? Probably not. But can we get there and get closer to that as our in terms of our aspiration of responding to each student?
Well,
With the experience they have, yes.
So here's what I think is a fundamental disagreement and what I think is a misunderstanding of on the part of CUNY. It's not about the person, it's about the people. Because you know, if,
I would say it's about
and that's
both.
the danger, you know, of any hate crime, right? You know, I know where, you know, I mentioned earlier there's a uniqueness to anti-Semitism throughout history, but there's certainly commonalities, and one of the commonalities we feel when someone is attacked for who they are or what they believe, that impacts the entire community. It's not about a safety plan for an individual person. If they're being attacked for their religious or political beliefs, it's about everyone who holds those views and those values. Now, it was mentioned that you can condemn statements, you can intervene, but my question is, do you? And I think one of the loudest examples is the passage of the resolution by CUNY Law. And when I say by CUNY Law, I mean their student council, and I mean their faculty. And I know the chancellor made a statement sort of condemning it. What steps were taken at CUNY Law to engage in a conversation with, you know, the Jewish students who were made to feel unsafe and unwelcome by the passage of that resolution? What plan was made?
I believe Student Affairs reached out to different students to ask them how they felt and what they could do. And I can also talk to Student Affairs to get more details about what was done in that situation.
What? So, sorry, you said Student Affairs reached out to some Jewish students?
I think Student Affairs is usually on the ground, and I think I can have Vice Chancellor Maybank talk a little bit more about what Student Affairs does when things happen on campuses. And I can also specifically reach out to the law school and get more information about that.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I want to talk about some of the initiatives you're doing, and I do appreciate that. Those are important steps, and I think it's important steps that these plans are being made and certain things are done. I'm just, in this particular instance, asking if that happened. The things you're saying can happen. I'm trying to relate the possibilities to the reality. So just curious, did Student Affairs reach out to any of the student groups or any of the students? Has there been a plan for constructive dialogue about a very difficult topic? Have those conversations happened in that particular instance?
Chairperson Denowitz, what I can say to you is that more often than not, that would be the case. I cannot tell you about the specific you're asking with the law school to say, on this date, this is what happened. But we certainly can inquire and get back to you with details about what may have happened in that regard. What I do know is that there is concern such that there is a reach out to students when they are expressing fear or intimidation. That I know happens. And, you know, you were saying that it's not about the person, it's about the people. And I just want to say to you, it doesn't have to be one or the other, it has to be and. It's about the person and the people. And we have to be able to be responsive to those aspects without saying that one, you know, has a priority over the other. Because I do get concerned about an individual's ability to persevere in the face of that kind of trauma. And so we have to think about it in that regard as well. And so when the student affairs professionals on any of our campuses reach out, they have to reach to the students in particular and hear what it is that has happened and how it has impacted them in order to formulate a reasonable response to address that. I believe that has happened, but we will have to get more detail for you and get back to you with specifics.
Okay, and what's the timeline for those answers?
I believe, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I believe that the person responsible is on vacation right now, but as soon as I can get in touch, I will ask the questions about that interaction.
Okay, I mean, how about the same 60 days to get this information that the faculty is supposed to respond to complaints of bias?
What was the first part of what you said?
I said, how about the same 60-day window?
Same 60-day. Okay,
That
I thought you said 60
administration
days,
supposed
but
to
then
apply
you gave
to,
the other
yeah.
reference. Okay.
Supposed to apply to
60-day
X.
window.
It
Thank you.
it just look. It feels a little disingenuous to not be able to come and not talk about the plans that were made. I mean, these were issues that are literally, again, CUNY campuses are being investigated for this. This was these issues of, for example, the CUNY Law School. These weren't secret issues. These were issues that I think CUNY knows are significant issues. That's why the chancellor made multiple statements about it, which, I appreciate him speaking out against it. But, to not have any information regarding it, regarding the plans made at these particular schools where the problems are very public is very problematic and indicative of a problem existing throughout CUNY. And I hate to say this out loud, but it makes me question how seriously this problem is being addressed between the you being virtual and the chancellor not being here. It doesn't fill me with a lot of hope, and I'm like a hopeful person. I was seriously holding out hope till 9:59 that the chancellor would say, "Just kidding, I'm here," but I'm not filled with a lot of hope with these questions. I do want to turn it over to colleagues. I do have another long round of questioning, but I do want to give my colleagues an opportunity to share some of their questions. Again, I do thank you. I know that this isn't an easy conversation, but the fact is it's also not easy for the Jews on campus. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Vernikoff for her first round of questioning.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz, and also I want to thank you for not limiting my time today. As you know, this is a very important issue, so we need the time with all the witnesses. Thank you all for being here as well. I have a question for the panel. Do any of you speak for the chancellor today?
We're speaking for the university.
So what authority do you have at CUNY to implement CUNY policy?
So the panel that's sitting here actually with Robin Garrell, and I actually give an opportunity to my colleagues to chime in. Robin Garrell is the president of the grad center and has authority to make sure that the policies are implemented. She has authority to recommend that policies are changed. She has authority to make determinations about recommendations about what should and shouldn't be done. And Vice Chancellor Maybank, the efforts regarding dialogue and education, student discipline, they all flow from Vice Chancellor Maybank's area in student affairs.
Okay.
And then I work, I'm the special counsel for the chancellor, and I also have experience at both at Central and at a 2-year college and at a senior college.
Yes, and I recognize that you're a fellow attorney.
Yes.
A New York Times report in an article in April of 2022 describes 183 incidents of harassment in New York along with 182 vandalism cases and 161 incidents involving swastikas. It also said there was a 41% increase in reported incidents at Jewish institutions, which were targeted 62 times last year in New York. Overall, anti-Semitic crimes in New York City have spiked nearly 300% in January. Are you aware of this drastic increase in anti-Semitism in our city?
Yes, definitely aware. I've read it, and the first statement that the chancellor put out last year talked about that increase.
And are you aware that in recent years, CUNY schools have become hotbeds for anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment, including but not limited to a hostile environment for its Jewish students and professors?
I would say that there has been an increased incidence of things on campuses.
Can you actually list some of the examples of anti-Semitic activities on some of the CUNY campuses?
So one of the things I can't do, just to be clear as we move forward, is we can't talk about pending litigation. We can't talk about personal actions or decisions. And obviously we can't talk about disciplinary actions for students. But, there have been more incidents in terms of swastikas on campuses. There have been students who have expressed discomfort. There have been people expressing discomfort about the various resolutions that have been voted on by different organizations within CUNY that do not speak for CUNY.
Are you aware that there have been physical assaults on students on CUNY campuses?
They would have been reported to public safety, I would hope.
But are you aware of those incidents?
I can't say I am right now.
Are you aware that Jewish students are intimidated and afraid to express their pro-Israel views? They're afraid to be Jewish. They're afraid to wear yarmulkes on campuses.
You've said that, and I think that that is an awful thing. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to do more and more to make students feel comfortable and to be able to be their true selves, because we have no wish to have people hiding their identity or feeling physically scared to come to our campuses. That is antithetical to who CUNY is and who we're working to make sure that we are.
But you're aware of their personal feelings of fear and intimidation, correct?
I'm aware. I've heard before today. I've heard stories about that. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to do the work that we're doing to make this a better place and have a better plan than the world has.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge as well, in my meetings with the students, since I've been here for the 21 months I've been here, yes, I've heard students talk to me about their personal feelings of whether it's a matter of I'm uncomfortable in this space or I don't feel safe generally. As I sat with a group of students, they shared their experiences and their concerns. Yes.
And aside from alleged condemnations about this, what does CUNY actually do? What kind of action does CUNY take when you get these complaints from students?
So what I can tell you, if someone is assaulted and they allege that they're assaulted, we would take them to public safety. We would also make sure that someone with student affairs talked to them about what their needs were, if they needed counseling, if they were concerned about walking around campus safely. Public safety would talk to them. If they wanted to file a complaint, they would go to the local precinct with the individual. That's for an assault. If someone had an interaction in a classroom that made them feel uncomfortable, they could talk to their chair of the department. They could talk to someone in student affairs. They could also go to the person of the chief diversity officer.
So you're saying that CUNY does everything in their power to make these students feel safe, correct?
We're here because we're not perfect. But we are trying to do everything within our power, yes.
So why are these students, hundreds of students, still afraid?
If I knew the answer to that, I could solve the problems of the world. We want to make sure our students thrive here. At my time at CUNY, I remember seeing students who came and complained and looked the way they looked like a different person. I've dealt with students who came and complained about an issue. I saw them after the issue was resolved and they looked like a different person. They had light in their eyes, their skin glowed. We don't want anybody on CUNY's campus to be diminished. And obviously, that's what we're working towards. If that was solved, we would be we'd be telling the world how to solve the problem. But we're trying to lead the way with the work that we're doing, the work that's being done on campuses, and the work that's coming out of Vice Chancellor Maybank's area.
Thank you for whatever work you are doing. But unfortunately, the students that come to me to complain about anti-Semitism do not come to me with light in their eyes. They come to me with fear in their eyes. So I just want to make that clear. Do you believe that it's essential to have a system in place where students can safely report anti-Semitic activity?
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
And what is that process at CUNY?
You can either do it, as I said, you can make a complaint using the internet. There's a link that you can make complaints. You can actually make complaints at campuses. You can also make it centrally. You can to the ODC's office, actually. You can also go and talk to, there's a number of ways you can go to talk to a trusted faculty member, a student affairs professional. You can go to the chief diversity office. You can also go to public safety.
Is there a special committee dedicated to reviewing anti-Semitic incidents on CUNY campuses?
There is not.
Do you believe that such a committee would be beneficial towards creating a safer environment for Jewish students?
Actually, we believe that by doing the affinity groups and having conversations with different folks, that will help inform the work that we do. We believe that public safety works with student affairs and learns from them. And certainly that's part of the work that Vice Chancellor Maybank described in her testimony.
Well, I'll just say again that...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think all too often we can sit and decide we know how to solve something before we really hear the something we're trying to solve. And so our objective right now is to be clear in listening and working collaboratively with students for them to help us know in the 21st century, how do we respond? Within the context of technology and social media, how do we respond in ways that are meaningful for them? And not to just sit back and figure out we have the panacea to say, we can do this and it's going to take care of it. I don't think that's fair to the students. And it certainly doesn't set us up for moving forward in a way that is engaging and embracing of the student experience, the lived experience of students, so that we have the real solutions in response.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to say again that I do appreciate all the work you've been trying to do, but I think that we're here because, let's agree, whatever work has been done so far, it's not working. The anti-Semitism is only increasing. It's not decreasing. So we're here to explore different options.
Yes.
Do you believe that Jews have a right to feel safe on CUNY campuses?
Absolutely. I believe every single person does, especially Jews, given their unique history and the history of persecution. Absolutely. That's part of being an educational institution and part of our core values.
Let me ask you this question. If there was a student elected by the student body, the student government, to be a commencement speaker, and that student was a white supremacist, would the school allow the student to continue with his speech?
Actually, under the First Amendment, yes, that's what would happen. As long as it was within the context of free speech, that would be allowed.
Do you
and
know
that would be deplorable, just like other hate speech is deplorable.
So the school wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't protest. They wouldn't try to get the student not to speak. They would just give that student free rein on a stage.
Ultimately, that's part of the ideas of free speech allows that. As a lawyer, you actually, I think in law school, we learned that was something that was disturbing, but that is the law.
We did. That is the law. But my question is, would CUNY Is there anything that CUNY would do to talk to that student to try to prevent that student from speaking?
I think what CUNY would do is what we did in this instance. We would do a statement condemning it, making it clear that that did not represent the view of the university. That we think the best way to counter discord is to talk about other language and other conversation.
Thank you. Approximately how many complaints per year does CUNY get about anti-Semitic incidents?
I don't have that information.
Who has that information?
We can collect information about the Cleary report, and we can get back to you with that.
Please, can I get a report about the last 5 years of anti-Semitic incidents on CUNY?
Okay, 5 years. Okay.
I think this question was asked before, and I apologize if I'm repeating it, but to your knowledge, has anyone been disciplined for being anti-Semitic or discriminating against Jewish students or faculty?
So the only example that I could give actually does relate to, I said we didn't have an instance. I do know that after in 2016, there were incidents that students were disciplined over some of the incidents that happened that were the subject of a report that was done by CUNY. So there were disciplinary charges against some of those students who assaulted. There was assault and some other issues. So students were disciplined in those instances.
What was the nature of the discipline?
I can get that exactly what the discipline. Actually, I can't do that actually because I cannot talk about disciplinary actions specifically. I can talk about what generally can happen, what generally happens, and I actually Vice Chancellor Maybank can talk more about it because the student disciplinary area is in student affairs. But they could be suspended, they could have to do training, they could be expelled. Those are different instances that could happen in disciplinary actions, but I cannot disclose specific punishments that happen for specific students. I'm not allowed to do that.
Well, that's okay. I'm not asking you to give me the names of the perpetrators. I'm just asking in general, what are the consequences? What is the punishment for these students? You can just talk about it in a general way, and not just what can happen. They can get suspended. They can, whatever it is. What has actually happened? That's my question.
Okay, I can get that for you. I gave you generalities, but we can get you that information about specifically what happened to those.
Okay.
Is there a range of sanctions that are at the disposal of those adjudicating a disciplinary concern? But to say specifically today what may have happened in the instance of an anti-Semitic situation, I wouldn't know that without actually having to look for that information.
Thank you. And can I just get a commitment from all of you here that CUNY will implement consequences for those who harass, intimidate, discriminate against Jewish students and professors on campus?
I think that commitment you'll find, yes, if people violate our policies or commit crimes, there are consequences. Otherwise, we can't have an educational institution that we can be proud of or that lives up to our values.
Thank you. Can one of you define anti-Semitism?
I can talk about it. I talk about it in the context of our non-discrimination policy, but obviously anti-Semitism has to do with acts that are acts or thoughts against someone because they're Jewish. Our policy talks about discrimination and harassment and how that's prohibited and can lead to sanctions against faculty, staff, and students.
Would you agree that the term Zionism is the movement for self-determination and statehood for the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland?
I believe that is what Zionism is, yes.
Would you agree that for many Jews, Zionism is a part of their Jewish identity?
For many Jews, I know for some Jews, I don't know what percentage, but yes, it's certainly part of, it's important.
Well, I can tell you that it is for me.
Okay.
Do you agree that if Zionism is a part of their Jewish identity, then discriminating against Zionist Jews is inherently anti-Semitic?
I think what I would do is I would look at what our policy says. And if someone is acting against someone because of a protected status and treating them differently, then it would be discrimination, harassment.
So you agree that Zionism should be part of that definition, is that correct?
Actually, what I said is what our policy says.
Okay, well then do you agree with the IRA definition of anti-Semitism? I'm not sure if you're familiar with
I
what
am
that is.
familiar with it. I don't agree or disagree. And plus I'm here, that my own opinion about it actually isn't relevant. We're really talking about what's going on with the university and how the university implements its policies.
Well, you said you're here to represent the university, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So does the university agree that the IRA definition of anti-Semitism should be used when implementing policy?
We have not used it. No, we have not used that definition.
Why not?
Because we believe the definition of harassment and discrimination is clear in our non-discrimination and equal opportunity policy.
Yeah, of course.
Just a point about the IRA definition, which I think more clearly lays out how you know whether something's anti-Semitism or not. The U.S. State Department utilizes this definition, and Governor Hochul recently declared a proclamation embracing this definition. So it's not unheard of that New York State, and CUNY is, of course, a New York State institution, utilizes this definition. I know you want to bring that point up.
Thank you. So I'm just going to read some of the definition, some of the things from some of the examples of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism, according to IRA, is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. Give me just 1 second. And one of the examples in the IRA definition is denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So many countries and other schools have adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. So my question is, can CUNY commit to adopting the same IRA definition of anti-Semitism?
No, I think what we are working under is our equal opportunity and non-discrimination policy, which talks about treating an individual differently or less favorably because of his protected characteristics, which in this case would be because they're Jewish.
So just from talking to other presidents of CUNY, it seems that the CUNY chancellor, is the one telling the presidents what policies to implement. Who is in charge of the structure and implementing policies at CUNY?
Actually, the Board of Trustee adopts policies, and they might be proposed by the Chancellery, but ultimately it's the Board of Trustees that adopts policies.
And who sits on the Board of Trustees?
There are, I believe, appointments from Governor Hochul and appointments from Mayor Adams, excuse me.
Thank you. Has CUNY Central implemented anti-racism training at CUNY?
Vice Chancellor Maybank, not system, I believe.
Specifically from the central office, not to my knowledge, but campuses may have through their DEI programs. And may have not just done racism, but across the board discrimination and marginalization to identify populations that are of concern. But we have not done training at this point from the from the student affairs perspective, central office.
But it is being done throughout the CUNY system, correct?
I'm sure there are programs on different campuses. Now, remember that 25, and depending on how you're counting, 26 different institutions and configurations, and the opportunities for them through their senior diversity officers to be able to implement what is appropriate in the context of their experiences and understandings as well, that support the policies of the university.
So you're saying that there might be some CUNY schools that do not have this anti-discrimination training?
I wouldn't want to venture a guess to answer you directly about that without saying, okay, so let me look at each and see what's going on. I can't tell you definitively that there is this type of training happening on this particular campus sitting here today, but I'm glad to get that information for you and to bring it back so that you have it.
Please, thank you. Has CUNY Central implemented anti-Semitism training at CUNY?
Again, not to my knowledge from Central. It is a matter of what it is that is happening within the context of the climate and culture of a campus. We are committed to helping the campuses to explore that and to find ways, solutions, opportunities, programs that might help in fulfilling that need. We are committed to doing that. And as you heard, this is something that we're embarking on to be more specific and to be very clear about how we support the campuses in doing so. We are, go ahead, Linda.
I was like, we did it in our testimony. We talked about the training, some training that was being done by Hillel, some by, I'm forgetting the other organization, that are being done on a couple of campuses. And part of the work that is being embarked on by the Student Affairs Office with the University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue is to determine what needs to be done systematically, exactly, what options we can give, so that we can do more in the future to make sure that we're dealing with the problem that we're dealing with today, anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Glenda. And, I go back to my statement about the fact that we can do things, but is it going to be the thing that's going to matter for our students today? And that is why we are listening and trying to dialogue and engage the students in such a way that we can clearly respond in a way that will matter. Not just respond because we're being challenged to respond, but respond because it matters for our students. And that's our effort.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you
Thank you.
Implement those
I
changes.
will reach out for you to do that. I really will.
So, amidst the 300% rise in anti-Semitism, is there any single CUNY campus that has implemented anti-Semitism training?
I'm not aware of any particular program today.
I mean, we have, as we listed, and you have the written testimony, talked about different work that's being done on individual campuses. I think we mentioned a number of campuses, but in terms of talking about an absolute curricular, that's part of what we're determining whether that's going to be the most effective for us to do.
Well, I believe that it would help.
No question. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to dialogue. So we appreciate that.
And I want you to know that we've reached out to various organizations, Jewish organizations and entities to talk with us. I've met with, I'd say, 2 different rabbis who are in this space and really trying to make certain that Jewish identity and culture is clear and is embracing of a dialogue. And so it has been informative for me as a person who graduated from Brooklyn College and had amazing experiences in that context, but who also has worked alongside Hillels across this country as my career has taken me to different places. Being able to have the conversations with leaders from the community makes a difference. And, I don't want to give out people's names because I believe they're working with us in good faith to help us make a difference and to really guide our understanding and facilitate our being successful in doing what's meaningful, responsive, and useful for our student population. And I'm honored by the opportunity to do that.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that although Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 does not explicitly include religion as a protected group, guidance was issued by federal agencies directing that if an individual or group is discriminated against based on shared ancestry or ethnicity, they are protected under Title VI?
Well, I'm not actually, I'd love to say I remember that. I trust what you tell me. I know that under our policy, religion is a protected characteristic.
So would you agree that when Jewish students are discriminated against based on their nationality, religion, origin, or identity, it creates a hostile environment for Jewish students?
Of course. It depends. Certainly, for one person, it could create something hostile. For them, it depends. As you know, the definition of a hostile environment, a legal hostile environment, as opposed to the use of an everyday word, a hostile environment, that's different. But yes, it can be. It's challenging. That's why we're trying to do the work. That's why we're trying to have those conversations with our students to make sure that they don't feel that, and we stop things before they happen and before they escalate.
Thank you. So the answer is yes, right?
If you actually repeat the question again,
Sure, no problem. Would you agree that when Jewish students are discriminated against based on their nationality, religion, origin, or identity, when they identify as being Zionist, for example, it creates a hostile environment for Jewish students?
I would say it could create a hostile environment. It could create a hostile environment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term boycott, divest, and sanction?
We actually talked about it in our testimony. Yes.
I apologize. I must have missed that part. Are you aware of any campaign on any CUNY campus to boycott, divest, and sanction any of these countries for their human rights violations? Russia?
Not aware, no.
China?
I'm not aware.
Iran?
I'm not aware.
Saudi Arabia?
I am not aware, no.
North Korea?
Not aware.
How about the state of Israel?
We've talked about the BDS resolutions that were passed at the law school, and we've condemned them. So yes, there have been for Israel, yes.
New York State Executive Order 157, which unequivocally rejects the BDS campaign and does not permit its investment activity to further BDS. Are you aware that the practical implications of that executive order are that it directs state agencies to divest public funds from entities supporting a BDS campaign against Israel?
That's actually in the testimony I presented, saying that we understand that CUNY is prohibited from participating in or supporting BDS activity and is required to divest public funds from any companies that do. That's in the written testimony that was submitted.
Thank you. On May 12th of 2022, CUNY law faculty, by unanimous consent, voted to endorse a BDS resolution that previously passed the CUNY Law Student Government Association last December. Do you understand that the central message of BDS is the promotion of discrimination of unlawful activity?
We've been clear that it's not something we can legally do. And there was a statement that there were a number of statements actually where we mentioned that in the past year.
So that's a yes, right?
Absolutely, it's a yes.
So you understand, sorry, withdrawn. What message? Yeah, I still, I'm still a lawyer.
I know. I'm like, I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done this in a while. So.
What message does CUNY law send to its Jewish pro-Israel students when CUNY faculty, who are government employees, promote and endorse discrimination and unlawful activity?
Look, The one thing, I can't tell you the message that everyone felt because I'm not sitting in their shoes, but I know that it was disturbing to individuals because that's part of what we're having the conversation about. People they were not happy, they were upset. We condemned it, CUNY condemned it, because it's something we do not believe is correct or morally correct. If it was, the chancellor would not have taken and gone with JCRC with 12 presidents to Israel and participate and talk to people and learn to do more business. So we understand that it's absolutely upsetting. But we also wanted to be very clear across the board, and we've said it in a number of our statements, that because the law school or a faculty organization or another student membership organization endorses something, that does not represent the view of CUNY.
And I just want to comment to something you said earlier. I do want to thank the chancellor for taking that step to go to Israel. I know there's been a lot of pressure against that, so I'm grateful for that. I just wish the chancellor was here. Do you believe that endorsing a resolution that promotes discrimination and unlawful activity contributes to anti-Semitism?
I mean, this is, I guess, the question you're asking me. Look, I think you're asking me a personal opinion. I think, obviously, from CUNY's perspective, we took a stand. We said it's not something that should happen. We said it doesn't. It's something we don't agree with and cannot agree with. And I think that's the most. I'm here representing the university and just being clear about that.
Do you believe that Jewish students can feel comfortable to freely express their views on a campus where faculty endorses discrimination against them?
What I think is that we are working to make sure that our students have the tools to do what they need to do to express their identity, so they do not have to hide who they are, that they do not have to pretend to be someone who they're not. That's the job of education and what we need to do. And realistically, we are a small microcosm of the world, and part of our job is to give the tools to our students when they leave CUNY and confront the world that you described with the statistics that you give, where there is anti-Semitism. There are people who are against people. There are people who do not value who they are. So our job is to give our students those tools to use wherever they need those tools. That's our job. That, I believe, is what we've tried to set out in the work that we're doing as a system and the work that's being done on campuses. So one, we're trying not to, the campuses have been doing some good work, not, obviously there are pockets that are doing better than others, but that's one of the reasons why we're working on system-wide approaches to make sure that we do well and give our students the tool they need at every single campus so they can leave CUNY and go on and live lives that are free from anti-Semitism and oppression and discrimination.
And I do really appreciate that, again, just to emphasize. But my question is really, do you believe that Jewish students can feel comfortable to express their views on the campus where faculty, the professors that are teaching these students and give them grades, endorse discrimination against the same students?
Can they? It is challenging when you are faced as an individual with a circumstance or a context where you feel people are against you. That's always going to be a challenge. I want to support what my colleague just said, though. I believe it is our responsibility and our opportunity to help our students acquire the skills and competencies to navigate those experiences, to be able to speak truth to power and to say, I'm uncomfortable with the way that was handled, and hopefully we can get to a place where we together can be in this space of learning and intellectual engagement in such a way that we can move forward. Because it is through real listening that you get understanding. And if you feel cut off from that ability, it is going to be a problem. So I understand your question, but I commit to our responsibility to build skill and competency around difficult conversation, difficult interaction, and difficult dialogue. And I believe that there are ways to do that and to empower students to move forward so that not only do they take charge of the experience while at CUNY, but they take that to the next level and go out and influence their peers beyond CUNY and the world as they take their places in different contexts. They'll have skills that matter, that move our society forward. Because this is not just a problem here, it is a problem, as you identified, within our city, within our state, within our country, within the world. And we need to help those who are coming along to have the ability to respond to it. So it's not just the faculty, it's not just the classroom, it is broadly the interactions of our society.
Thank you. I just would really appreciate a responsive answer. It's really just a yes or no question. Do you believe that when faculty endorses discrimination against Jewish students, they do not feel comfortable? It's just a yes or no.
With all due respect, we've answered the question, and we obviously just agree that it's a yes or no question.
I'll move on.
Okay, Councilmember Vernikoff's going to ask one more question, and then we'll move on to other council member questions.
Well, it's going to be one question if I get the answer.
Good luck. Good luck on being responsive. Good luck. Okay.
Thank you.
What would CUNY do if students or faculty demanded the exclusion of Black or Muslim students and subjected them to discrimination?
What we would do is, as we would do with any incident of discrimination, we would look at we would follow our policy and ask someone to make a complaint, and that it would be investigated. And depending on the investigation, we would act in that manner.
Thank you.
So I gave you the answer?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
You will hear more from me, though.
We do want to partner with you as Vice Chancellor Maybach is, because this is a serious issue. If it wasn't a serious issue, we wouldn't be doing all of the work that we're trying to do. And obviously you have comments about the work we could do better, and we're certainly willing and want to listen, because we do want to do the best job we can do.
I really appreciate it, and I look forward to working with you. And the chair promised to come back to me, so you'll hear more from me.
I did. That's a promise. I want to recognize that we have Councilmember Felice and Councilmember Barron in the room. I'm going to turn it over for some short questions to another council member. I just want to highlight a few things that were said that's really important. One is some of the language that's being used is we can and we should. I think here in this committee, what we're interested in is what are you doing and what specific plans are in place to address this. Because I know that the best way to counter certain language is with other language in reference, is what one of you said, in reference to the BDS resolution. The question, of course, is, did those conversations happen? And is there an effort to make those conversations happen? And that's throughout throughout some of the responses. And the other thing I just want to hammer home is we shouldn't have to guess. I think the question was, I would have to guess if anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish sentiment is included in the DEI training. That's not something that should be have to guess. And I would love to hear a commitment from CUNY that you're going to review all of the DEI trainings, the diversity and inclusion trainings at all of your campuses. And I would love to hear a commitment that you're going to ensure that it teaches faculty about some of the tropes and some of the things we hear about anti-Jewish sentiment?
I guess I can say, obviously, if we're doing diversity training, we have a diverse group of people on our campuses. And so we have to make sure we're doing the training for all of our student groups. So we can make that commitment.
Thank you. It's just, it's not obvious. And I've done certain trainings. I was with the Department of Education, a city agency, and we did the online training for those things. We've done seminars, and it very often excluded things that people need to know about the Jewish community, implicit biases and explicit biases, frankly. So I'm really glad to hear about your explicit commitment to include Judaism and Jewish anti-Jewish sentiment in the diversity and inclusion training at your campuses. I'm going to turn it over to Minority Leader Borelli for a short question, and then to Councilmember Yeager.
Short time, maybe more than one question. Some of the controversy has resulted from some of the commencement speakers, and it's not just the most recent one. There was also Linda Sarsour in the past, a prominent proponent of BDS, excuse me. And one of you said the best way to counter language is with other language. Can you give an example of a moment or an event where a Zionist was invited to be a commencement speaker at one of the CUNY institutions?
I don't have an example. I don't have an example now.
Can anyone remember a time when there was a pro-Israel speaker ever at a CUNY institution?
On a CUNY campus or at a CUNY commencement?
As a build speaker at a commencement.
I don't know, but we can look and see if we can find one.
Has there ever been you guys had Tony Fauci. That was a good grab. He took what some would consider shots at Republicans. Have you ever had a conservative as a speaker at a commencement speech at a CUNY institution in the past few years?
I don't know.
Has there ever been a Republican give a commencement speech at a CUNY institution?
I don't know. I imagine we have elected officials speak at many of our commencements, but explicitly, I don't know.
I don't mean the people who just are local representatives who happen to show up. I mean billing a high profile. I'll give you an example. Is Vice President Pence, would he be encouraged to speak at a CUNY college?
I think the colleges choose if he wanted. If someone wanted him to come, would he be invited? It depends on the campus, but he could be invited.
So, I guess that goes back to my original question of it never occurred to anyone in a diverse and free-thinking institution to invite prominent Republicans?
Actually, I can't say yes or no in terms of never occurring with anyone. That's a question that's challenging to answer or pretty impossible to answer. It never occurred to anyone.
Can Clarence Thomas come and speak at the commencement next year?
If you have a contact with him, perhaps he can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader Borelli. Next is Councilmember Kalman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Minority Leader, and particularly to the Minority Whip for setting the stage for some of these questions that I'll ask.
That was really special.
I agree. I want to just explore the topic of free speech on CUNY campuses. I too am a proponent of free speech. I believe in free speech. I took an oath in this body to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of New York. Free speech is important to me, notwithstanding that in this body we've seen free speech punished. So the question really is, what does free speech really mean? So let's talk about how free it is. And referring, Madam Chancellor, to your testimony, we are legally required to allow the expression of multiple viewpoints on campus. Okay. And you've spent a lot of time today talking about free speech, and you may not agree with it, and in fact the university may condemn it, but nonetheless it can't be restricted because it's speech. Let's say there's a lecture hall of 1,000 students, and one student decides that they're going to yell fire, and all those students run out and cause a stampede, and there's no fire, and the student who yelled fire knows there's no fire. Is that free speech?
Are you, I think that's determined by a law school, a law case, because it creates an imminent danger. And that's the line and the question, whether speech moves from an expression or an expression that makes people do something. Does it incite people? That's so the question is whether it incites people.
Okay, so the question, so not all, but we can accept as a premise that the root of that result in that law school case that you and I both read is that not all speech is free.
No, actually, not all speech is protected, right?
Not all speech is
when we're talking
protected.
about free speech, that's protected.
Okay, so not all speech is protected. For example, if somebody says something libelous about someone else, somebody slanders someone else, they can sue in court, and if they make their case, recover damages. So the defense of, well, it's speech and I can say what I want, doesn't necessarily play when it comes to, say, libel or slander. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay,
You remember law school better than me.
Okay, so not all speech, thank you. Appreciate that, and my professors would probably disagree, but thank you very much for saying that. So not all speech, I think we've determined, is protected, or to colloquially call it free. It's obvious that anybody can say what they want. It's also sometimes obvious that there are ramifications and repercussions for saying the things that you want if those things are not protected. The stated policy of CUNY is that the creation of a hostile environment is supposedly not tolerated. It's not really a question. I'm just setting that as a premise because I know that that's what you've said, and I know you believe that. You can't create a hostile environment at CUNY, right?
I mean, is that...
I mean, a student can't create a hostile environment for another student.
A student cannot
create a hostile environment for another student. That would be against your discrimination policies.
I guess the question is, and this is obviously, I do not want to go, and I'm sure people who are listening don't want to go through the rabbit hole of law school or law school questions. A legal hostile environment, it depends on the facts of the case.
Okay,
I can
accept that as the answer. It depends on the facts of the case.
Absolutely.
You've said that if a college club, or a college chooses a particular commencement speaker, you can't change that speaker. Let me ask this question. You did say that, right?
We do not.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you required by any law or rule or statute to have a commencement at any of your campuses?
Given, no, I don't think we are, because we actually didn't have commencements, or we didn't have in-person commencements during COVID, and we know how challenging that was.
Okay, so if, let's say, I don't think this would happen, I would hope, but let's say Brooklyn College decided to invite David Duke to be the commencement speaker. Would the college allow that to go on? Would the university allow that to go on? Whether you can convince the college, if you can't convince the college to remove him as the speaker, would you cancel the event?
Look, the challenge is just like David Duke coming to speak, and other names we could give. We gave a name of Clarence Thomas, who just
I don't think that's fair at all. I think that let's stick to David Duke for now and try to keep Justice Thomas away from the category that includes David Duke.
Well, that's okay. So fine.
Okay.
But look, I think we don't. I mean, the challenge is if we shut down for one person, we would shut down for someone else. And then that would be a huge challenge for a space where there's supposed to be an exchange of ideas. Sometimes ideas that we disagree with and we find viscerally offensive. But if we shut it down for one person, we would shut it down for another person. And that would really be a question about how we are an educational institution and what we believe education means.
But in that case, and the reason that I reacted, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I deliberately chose the David Duke example instead of the Justice Thomas example because I'm not referring to political speech. I'm referring to someone who I think is clearly universally accepted as a hater. And not to someone who there's a majority that would simply disagree with their political views. I'm talking about somebody who's clearly someone who is known throughout his history for the last 30, 40 years as a hater in America. And I chose that name specifically because I'd like to explore your answer a little bit. So let's take that to the next logical conclusion. Let's say you're right. If we cancel one particular event because of one particular speaker, then where is the line drawn? But then where is the line drawn if you don't? For example, if you say that it's okay for David Duke to speak because then perhaps somebody might want to invite a controversial Supreme Court justice to speak and then you would be called on to cancel that, do we really believe that that's part of the same conversation? That canceling a hate monger's speech versus canceling a speech of somebody who is on the political spectrum that is opposite to the majority is the same?
Actually, I think we do. The one thing that's great about this is that I don't have to think about it on my own. I'm not an expert. I don't pretend to be an expert. I do know that I've been given the opportunity to talk and hear from people who are experts. When I went to the Summit on Campus Anti-Semitism that was sponsored by the American Jewish Council in partnership with Hillel and the American Council on Presidents, they talked specifically about this incident, this example, and they actually had Lee Bollinger, the president in Columbia, discuss it. Mm-hmm. And in that conversation, with people from all over different campuses, the understanding was the way to deal with speech as an educational institution is more speech. That is the way to do it. It's not canceling, because if we cancel, then there is no discussion. If we cancel, there's no education. If we cancel, we're not giving people the tools that they're going to need to deal with people like David Dukes, who's been around for 40 years and probably has more friends now than he did 40 years ago.
Okay,
so people need to have those tools. So speech, more speech.
Okay, perfect. Let's explore more speech. Let's say a college campus did invite this David Duke to come speak. And your policy would be, well, we're not going to cancel because that would be canceling their event, and we're not going to do that, and free speech is free speech, but we can combat free speech with more speech. Would you then require that at that same commencement, they have a speaker from the opposite spectrum? In other words, instead of a hater, a lover of people.
This is all hypothetical. I mean, look,
we do hypotheticals and you want real questions?
Okay, so, I mean, look, you could decide to do that. You could decide to give out pamphlets. You could decide that you don't want to bring more attention to him and that some people decide to stand up and turn their backs to him. There's a number of things that could be.
But I'm saying that's I'm not talking about what individuals attending the event or not attending the event or choosing not to go or standing outside and yelling and screaming, which, by the way, in and of itself makes for an unsafe environment. I'm talking about as a university, okay, the policy of which is that we're not going to cancel the event, we're not going to remove this person as a speaker. I see that you want to say something.
I just want to say the one thing that we're leaving out is obviously there are issues about time, place, and manner. And again, I don't want to go to the esoterics for folks who aren't in law school who are not really interested. They want to get, we want to talk about, obviously the challenge at hand. There, you can, the time, place, and manner restrictions that can be placed on speech, that is done normally, and perhaps you would do. We might do that in this case. As you talked about before, fire, if a situation gets to the point where there seems like there's going to be imminent danger, that is a different discussion.
Okay, so we're now exploring this to the point where we've come to the conclusion that perhaps there is a scenario in which the university would require a college to either cancel the speaker or cancel the event. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm not sure.
I said there are time, place, and manner restrictions that could be placed on anything, right? That's allowed under the First Amendment, even with free speech and protected speech. And then also, if there are questions about imminent danger, certainly that might happen. You might shut down an event.
Okay, so
probably more likely in the midst of, but again, as a lawyer, in the midst of, because prior restraints, again, we don't want to bore people with law school phrases. we don't want to prior, restrain speech before it happens, because that does chill First Amendment and First Amendment rights.
Do you believe that canceling the event would actually be a violation of, is the university's policy that
No.
cancel
Actually, this is what we're talking about is a hypothetical.
I'm not talking, yes, and I'm
Somebody,
also not.
no, from the university, you are giving me hypotheticals with minimal facts, with not lots of context, and we could move those.
I'll get to the real life. I'll get to the real live example of the anti-Semite being invited to speak at a college at a campus commencement on behalf of the university. I mean,
No,
if you
actually,
want, but
on
I'm
behalf of the student, it was a student speaker, unless you're giving a different one.
It's the same thing if they're speaking at on your premises, whether or not, I mean, it's my opinion that it's the same thing. It's your premises and you own it, and that's the unit, not you personally, obviously, but
The
it belongs
public
to the
actually
city.
owns it because we're a public entity. And so because of that, we're actually covered.
This is one of the problems with Zoom, Mr. Chairman, is that when we can't see each other, and that's why we should actually talk more and greater about whether or not we should not be allowing agencies to speak on Zoom. And I think that becomes a problem when we have agencies that are not sitting across from each other, and there's no reason why the university couldn't be here in person today. And I agree with my colleague who mentioned that before. But look, back to the topic at hand, Madam Chancellor.
Actually, I'm a vice chancellor. I'm not a chancellor.
I know, but I dropped the vice just like we drop vice when we talk about the and deputies when we talk about deputy mayors.
Okay,
So it's
okay.
Just an old tradition.
Okay,
We
thank
call
you.
deputy mayors mayor. It's the same way, right?
Okay.
No, not really. Okay, all right. The expert has corrected me. Let's go. So look, I think we've gone to the point where I think we've agreed that there is a way. I know you don't own the campus. I know it doesn't belong to you. I know you're not the president and stockholder, chief executive, etc. But it belongs to the people, and the people are represented in this by the government officials who appointed the governing body, who then in turn appointed a chancellor, who then in turn hired you. So we're in the same place. Yes, I know it's not yours, and you don't get to profit from it. I'm not. Didn't land here yesterday. But let's talk about what it means to control a public place. For example, we're here in a committee room, and the sergeants at arms are able to control who can and can't come up here for safety purposes. The idea that it's free speech and anybody can come and say whatever they want, that's not true, because when the witnesses are going to testify later, they're going to have a clock on them of about 2 minutes. And if they go to 2 minutes and 5 seconds, Mr. Chairman is going to pull the plug on them. So there is a restraint on speech, and there are
That's a time, place, and
and
right
there are
time.
many different ways that manifests. Whether or not it's the examples that I gave in recovery in libel and slander, or whether it's criminal cases regarding yelling fire in a crowded movie theater, or whether it's dozens of other ways that the Supreme Court has over the years restricted not restricted, enabled government to regulate the method and the manner in which people will speak, and whether or not, as we colloquially call it, it is truly free. Okay, so the chairman mentioned the environment. It was in one of his first questions to you, Madam Vice Chancellor. I know you're not the chancellor, by the way. I have met him. The chairman mentioned the environment that allows students to do the swastika. And so the question I have is, and again, not asking you a specific case, but do you believe, the university believe that it ought to be the policy that if a student draws a hate symbol on public property in a university, that student ought to no longer have a place in that university?
I think they certainly need to be disciplined.
Okay.
The question is what the just like every other situation, there are certainly instances where that person could be expelled, so suspended, or even expelled.
But there's a difference between suspension and expulsion, and there's a difference between not suspension or expulsion and whatever other discipline, going to a class or having, as I think the word dialogue was used several hundred times today, and we talk about dialogue all the time, but I don't know And I said this on the council floor just a few weeks ago, when a swastika is drawn and we say, well, if only these people were educated not to draw a swastika. If they needed education about not drawing a swastika, then they would have drawn Mickey Mouse. They know what they're doing when they draw a swastika. They know what they're doing when they draw a hateful image or thing on public property. They know they're doing something. And what they're actually doing is they are responding to the environment in which they know they'll get away with it. They're doing it because they won't get caught. Most criminal acts, most unsocially acceptable acts take place in the dark, where people do not believe they're going to either get caught, or if they get caught, they believe there will be no consequences. That's why bank robbers wear masks. That's why the holdup guy wears a mask. That's why cars are broken into more likely at night than during the day. People want to hide their criminal and antisocial and unacceptable behavior. So when somebody is drawing a swastika, they know they're not allowed to do that. And the question is whether or not there's still room for them on a CUNY campus. And I'm trying to get that answer, and I think that the answer that you just gave was, depending on the circumstances, but also yes is an option.
I'm sorry, yes is an option. I'm confused because that was a very long question.
Yes, so the question is that if somebody draws a swastika on a CUNY campus, expulsion is not automatic.
Because there's disciplinary processes in play that we have to have.
Okay, and then after the
Not
disciplinary
automatic.
process is in play, the process is to determine whether or not it occurred.
And then also to determine that person might be having a mental health issue. That also person might be hateful, and this might be something they've done 3 times or done in another school.
So if
or
they did it only
harass
once,
folks that we've known.
ma'am, so if they did it only once, it's okay for them to come back, and if they did it...
Absolutely not. I've talked about there being a disciplinary process that every student has to go through.
No, I understand that, but a disciplinary process is as us lawyers would say, it's the effect of a trial, right? The idea is to...
Yes, and it's set forward in the bylaws.
Right, but it's to first establish that it occurred. I'm taking for granted that the case that I'm talking about, it is established that it occurred. You mentioned you would go back and look at video. So I'm talking about in a case where it's already established that the incident occurred. We no longer are talking about there's a question of whether it occurred. Now the question is what happens next. So now we've established possibly if they did it 3 times, there's no more room for them.
No.
Okay.
I gave you different specific. I just so no. So I'm sorry. Just if you can answer the. I'm sorry for interrupting you. So
okay, no, okay. So my question is, once it is established that a person drew hate speech of any kind on the public property of a community campus, is expulsion automatic?
No. There's no automatic expulsion for any action because there is a procedure that you go through.
Okay.
And that's the plan. So there's no, is there a list of 5 things that if you do this, you're automatically let go from CUNY? No, there isn't.
So maybe I'm not using automatic the right way. Let me ask it this way. If somebody set fire to Brooklyn College's main campus and burnt it to the ground, would they be invited back next year?
Actually, I think there would be a criminal case, which is what we would also do if someone.
Right, but let's assume let's take for granted that in New York nobody gets punished for crimes anymore, so they'll be free. And let's say that the college, which doesn't have a beyond a reasonable doubt standard in its cases, but it would simply use clear and convincing, I believe. It is proven. You have the video of the guy taking the match and throwing it with the kerosene, and it burns the building down to the ground. Would that person be invited back next year in the tent that replaced that campus?
This is a very funny scenario because I know I'm not in person, so I don't see with the person. I think at this point we've moved down a rabbit hole.
Well, I'm trying to get right, Madam Vice Chancellor, but the reason is because I used the vice that time. I'm trying to get to the place of what is the most unacceptable thing that someone can do that would get them. You can't come to a CUNY anymore.
Here's, I guess, the challenge is if someone committed a homicide, there would still be a process for someone who committed a homicide on CUNY's campus because that's what the rules say. That's what the procedures are there for.
And what happens?
The challenge is that if you don't follow the procedures, and that's part of what we're here talking about, the fact that there are instances where we don't follow our procedures, and that's wrong, right? And we're trying to not do that. But if you allow there not to be procedures, there will be issues. And so I don't.
Okay.
That's,
Let me
I
ask
guess
it
that's the answer
let me
to the
ask it a
question.
different way. I recognize there are processes and procedures, and we're going to keep going in circles if I keep on that road. So let me go a different way. Is there anything preventing the university from establishing a process and a procedure that says that if you are found to have committed these list of 11 things, or 8 things, or 2 things, for example, if you kill somebody on campus and you are found to have done that by clear and convincing evidence at a disciplinary hearing, the punishment is expulsion? Is there any reason that you can't say what the punishment is in your policies for a particular violation? Like, in
I
other
don't
words,
think-
let
think
me
that's a
clarify.
little-
Let me clarify, ma'am. Have a rule that says on our campuses you may not murder, and if after a hearing you are found to have actually committed a murder by clear and convincing evidence, which is the standard of your hearings, then, and only then in such case, expulsion is mandatory.
Is that a possibility?
I'm saying, can you establish such a rule? Can your university have such a rule?
I think that would depend on whether the trustees actually voted on
Okay,
it.
so we need the trustees to come to this hearing so that we can. So
No,
Mr.
I know. No, I mean, just to be clear, we were clear that the policies are adopted by the trustees. And you also know, because again, there are a lot of lawyers in this Zoom room or in the conversation. You also know that for all kinds of crimes, there are a range of punishments. Just to be clear, we don't want people who commit crimes running rampant all over our campuses, but we also know that people change over time. And I'm not using the example that you're using, but we know a number of people have started in one direction and moved in another direction. And one of the great things about CUNY is that we are open to people who are ready to change and to change their life and improve themselves. Now, that's
Okay. All right. Let me ask this. We've already established through the Minority Whip's question that there's only one country in the entire world that has been subject to resolutions and actions on CUNY campuses, and one country to the exclusion
that I'm aware of.
that you're aware of, right? Yes, fair enough. And by the way, I take for a matter of I guess, I'm not a judge, but for judicial notice, if you will, that the fact that you're aware of only one is good enough evidence for me that there probably is only one, because I'm assuming that you know most of what goes on your. Okay, I assume it.
Okay, CUNY's a big place, though.
But yes, CUNY is a big place, but it's one country to the exclusion of all others, and she listed a group, and not an exhaustive group, including China, Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, North Korea. And there's one country that has had repeated actions by not just student groups on the campuses, but also the employees of the university on the campuses. I'm going to ask this question. Why do you suppose that is? Why do you suppose only one country has been subject to these resolutions and actions, and not any others?
Because some people are anti-Semitic.
Okay.
For some reasons, for some people, and other people feel like there's a political, historically, they don't have a historical context, or they don't study their history.
Okay. So do you, and I think that this was asked earlier, whether or not, this becomes problematic when we're talking to a person who represents an institution, because the word is, do you believe? And it's, do you believe? And honestly, you're a very nice person. I like you very much, but who cares what you believe, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, exactly. It's about what the university believes. And I don't know that you're in a position to say what the university believes. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But it was asked in many different ways, in many different formats, whether or not the university considers anti-Zionism to be anti-Semitism. And I'm not sure what the answer to that is as we still sit here.
The answer was, we follow and make a determination about discrimination and harassment based upon our policy.
Okay. I mean, I know that was I know that was English, and I'm not being facetious. I really don't understand what that means. I'm going to just say this. I started off this hearing, I'm going to wrap up, Mr. Chairman, and turn it back. And I'm very, very grateful to the chair for holding this hearing, as I said at the beginning, but also for his indulgence on a topic that is incredibly important to the members of this council who are here and hopefully to other members who are not. But I am so grateful to my colleagues who are part of this today. I started off with words that weren't mine, and it was a very different time, and I wasn't on this earth when he served and when he was removed from this planet. But I also want to say the anti-Semite rejoices at any opportunity to vent his malice. The times have made it unpopular in the West to proclaim openly a hatred of the Jews. By the way, that was true in 1967. That's no longer true today in 2022. This being the case, the anti-Semite must constantly seek new forms and forums for his poison. How he must revel in the new masquerade. He does not hate the Jews. He is just anti-Zionist. That is the essence of the camouflage that we are seeing, and that we may even hear from later today. I don't know which witnesses are here to testify. But that the speech that we're talking about is not hate speech because it's political speech. That they're not anti-Semites and therefore in violation of a college policy, because anti-Semitism is hate, and that would violate the college policy. But they're just anti-Zionist. And to be anti-Zionist is a political form of expression protected by the First Amendment, and thus it wouldn't be subject to the university discipline. And I think that's what my questions were designed to get at, and I'm not sure if they did or not, but I get it in my head, and I think you do too, and I understand the constraints under which you are able to testify as to the university position versus your own personal opinions, and I get that. But what I would say is that there has to be a better way to look at discipline and to protect these college campuses, and that's what we're here talking about today. It can't be the case, as I said in my opening statement, that and as Mr. Chairman said, and as the Minority Whip said, that, and as others will probably say, that to be Jewish in New York is no longer safe. It can't be the case. And particularly, it can't be the case on what is supposed to be one of the safest places, the places of education. And the places where young minds are formed, it can't be the case. And what we are seeing is that not just is it the case amongst student to student rhetoric and violence and violent words and hate speech, but it is also amongst the employees of the university system, as represented by the PSC, the Professional Staff Congress. Their own positions is that they are an anti-Semitic organization. And there are real questions that I think, as we end this hearing later today, are still going to remain about what it is that the university is doing. It's not dialogue. It's not more meetings. And I'm glad that Chancellor Matos went to Israel, and it's beautiful. And I heard him speak about it a few weeks ago at Abney, and it's great, and I'm glad he did. But that's not the answer. No, that he is good with Israel and knows Israel and understands it is not the answer. The question is whether or not ultimately the university system that the taxpayers of this city and state pay for is prepared to deal with hate on its campuses. And as we sit here today, I don't think it is. And with that, Madam Vice Chancellor and other Madam Vice Chancellor, Madam President, I'm very grateful for your time, and I turn this back over to Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I do think we're all supportive of CUNY, but I have to say, in listening to this discussion today, I don't think, and I don't want to say that this is the only way to approach it, but I just don't think there's enough central training, discussion, oversight on this issue. And there's no question, and you know this better than I, that anti-Semitism is way up. In fact, it's up more than any other hate in the city of New York. We have Asian hate, we have LGBTQ, we've got racism, we've got everything here. And now, of course, we've got the Supreme Court. So what we are concerned about is exactly, specifically, what are the programs, and they have to be funded, that CUNY is doing. So just to start with, because we've talked to, I don't even want to mention Columbia, NYU, many of the campuses, LEL, JCR. So we spent a lot of time trying to talk to people before this hearing to see what works and what doesn't work. And one of the issues is, my understanding is, there's obviously direct student support staff, administrative staff, who approve protests, maybe graduation speakers, and they participate as they should in the diversity and inclusion work. So one of my questions to start with is, I don't know how many people are on this staff, but how are they even trained to know content, context, free speech or not? That is a specific group of people, and I'm just wondering if you train them.
So many of the campuses do engage the student affairs staff in DEI training. I would have to inventory that and tell you this one does it, this one does it, this one doesn't do it.
Okay.
In order to be responsive to that, it's not something I could offer you today.
No, I understand.
I'm willing to do that if that is what you would like. What I want to do is speak to what I believe I'm hearing as your concern. And that is that we make certain the staff who are interacting with students have an understanding of the broader issues. Am I missing that, or is that?
No, you're not missing it. I guess my concern, I don't want to, we have a very diverse group of universities in the city of New York. But just so you know, both NYU and Lynn Brown is submitting testimony, and Columbia do it centrally. Now, they're big too. God knows NYU is big. So they're doing it centrally. And I worry a little bit. I teach at Hunter, so I know a little bit of what goes on there. But I do think that you're leaving it up to every campus, and I have to say I think that's a mistake. I think you have to have much more central oversight because, God knows the deans, the presidents have many issues on their table. But this is important, and obviously it could be all kinds of hate, but anti-Semitism is so much on the rise. So what I'm saying to you is, if you go to Columbia, as an example, and I know that may not be what you want to look to, but they are now funding these intergroup support, little grassroots initiatives. People are able to get funding. You talked about that earlier. They are doing anti-bias seminar for all first-year students. They're doing leadership of their student government representatives. They're doing a wonderful expansion between Barnard, Columbia, and the Hillels, and the Office of Multicultural Affairs, and I assume they're working with some of the other universities in the area. And of course, they're educating their leaders, and they have major consequences for hate speech. So that's on a piece of paper. I could go through all the specifics. You can too. I don't see that from CUNY. I don't see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I look at Lynn Brown. I know Lynn very well. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 very, very specifics as to what they're doing on this topic. It's not theoretical, and at the end, it's consequences very clearly, and they're spelled out. So I understand you have a lot of very diverse campuses, more diverse than either one of these two institutions. I know them very well, but I don't hear that from you, and I don't see anything in writing that says this is what the deal is. So maybe you could respond to that.
I'm glad to do so, Councilperson Brewer, and I hope that you will look at my portion of the testimony, because outlined there and in bold with italics are some of the things that we are addressing at this point. As I indicated, this is an effort we are embarking upon. There's no question about that. Have we got it down and is it exact? No, but we are committed to moving forward. We're committed to moving forward with our Interfaith Council, with our Community Advisory Board associated with that, by appointing the University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue, addressing that. And there's one of the things that I talked about in relation to that I want to come back to, and that's the fellowship effort designed to bring people together in common experience, to use the resources of our city, the Jewish Museum, the Museum of Jewish History, the Schomburg Collection, El Barrio, the Museum El Barrio.
I know them all.
The resources that are a part of our city to create common experience for a clearer understanding across difference.
And why hasn't this happened up to now?
I look, I've been here 21 months. Okay, so I'm going to do what I can to move it forward. I can't tell you why it hasn't happened till now, but I believe that there are efforts that have been underway on the campuses in different ways. We are trying to come up with a centralized approach that still honors the autonomy of our campuses to do what's relevant in the context of their climate. The climate at Brooklyn will not necessarily be the climate at Borough of Manhattan. And so how do we make certain that we're embracing those experiences well with a standard of expectation, just as you described? So that is what we're about. That is where we're headed. And I'm glad to hear more from my colleagues at Columbia and other institutions across the city who have it down. We're glad to hear that. But our effort has to be one that honors the identity of 25 different campuses in different ways, with the expectation that the values of CUNY are clear across the board.
Okay, so say for instance, you have, God help us, an anti-Semitic incident tomorrow or next week. How would you handle it differently than has been handled in the past, if at all?
I mean, I think we would follow, I would say that, look, some of the incidents that we're hearing about today is the ones we don't handle well, right? That we've made a mistake on, right? And obviously, if we were perfect, we would be doing something different. We're not perfect. How we handle it differently, I think what we're talking about is making sure that there's training in place and discussion before it's handled, right? Before it happens. That's part of the issue. The procedure in place is the same, but we want to make sure students are not fearful to report, right? Or that students don't know where they're supposed to go. Know that if they don't want to go to a room, they can go on a website and make a report. Know that they could also make an anonymous report if they want to. Our policy is really clear. You can decide to have an anonymous report and it still has to be investigated. So for us, the difference is to make sure we understand what the process is and that we follow the process that's laid out and improve it as we learn that there needs to be improvement across the board.
Okay. And then how will you, I mean, the biggest issue, as we know, is the topic of Israel and Palestine. I know it only too well. So how are you going to try without, have to have voices having this discussion so that we hopefully stop the anti-Semitism and anything that is anti-Palestine? What are you going to do to hopefully increase that kind of dialogue so that it is something that people can understand?
I mean, one of the hire that we keep talking about is not just a person, right? It's a programming, but with the University Director of Student and Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue, that person is actually very familiar with a dialogue and work, right? It's not just talk, right? Because again, people hear dialogue, they think that's it, but talk leads to action, leads to change. But that person is very familiar with the DEI incubator, which the council has supported, which leads to conversation and discussion. And they're also one of the longstanding members of CERU, which is a Center for Religious and Racial Understanding at Queens, where there was conversation before things happen. Again, because we talk about what happens when things get, when they're at the end, right? But what about the beginning? People understanding what they can't do, what they shouldn't do, how they should have a conversation, how they should respect other people, how even if you don't agree with the existence of a state, that doesn't mean you generalize about people who disagree with you.
That's right.
And so part of what we're doing is trying to build that, or I should say expand the ecosystem that works. And that's certainly part of having this University Director of Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue, and also the continuing partnership with JCRC and also with Hillel with some programming they're doing at some schools that we, depending on the conversation that we have internally, might expand to other schools and other training also.
All right. Well, I appreciate this. I want to thank the chair for having the hearing, because I think just like everything else, when there's a deadline to talk about something, more work gets done on such an important topic. I guess what I would say is, yes, keep talking to other campuses to see what they're doing, but this is, we gotta get this right. And people who are, unfortunately, they're not, people who hate are not just on the campus, but it is where we should not have hate. That's just the one location where we should be able to fix it. The streets are another story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. I just want to reiterate a few points that were made, and to clarify, the DEI training came up, and you're going to send us an inventory of the DEI training, and you committed earlier to include Judaism and anti-Semitism in that, in the DEI training, and of course the data that we requested earlier. And again, just what you're hearing is centrally, while each of your universities is colleges is different, centrally more needs to be done. I want to turn it over to Council Member Feliz, who is very familiar with CUNY.
And especially CUNY Law, class of 2017. Thank you so much, Chair Dinowitz and colleagues, for this very important hearing. And also thank you. I want to start the same way that Council Member and colleague Brewer started. Extremely thankful for all the work that CUNY does in opening doors for families and students in every single corner of our city. And I want to thank you also for your comment about needing the importance of more speech to encourage a diversity of ideas. So I'm a CUNY Law grad, class of 2017, but I won't talk about my experience, but I'll talk about the experience of many students that I know have graduated from the school or current students. One thing that I have consistently heard is that there's a very small group of students that are generally allowed, class after class, to basically control discussions and not allow any other idea to be, thoroughly discussed. Not even thoroughly, not discussed at all. So a few super brief questions. Does CUNY agree that we are better off when we encourage thorough discussions on different sides of an issue, an idea, different analysis of different perspectives of any matter? And what would you say are the benefits of that?
Sometimes you learn something about your own point of view, and sometimes you learn about other people's point of view. And so your actions are more based, your ideas are more fleshed out, and sometimes you learn flexibility, sometimes you learn commonality, and sometimes you learn, you get clarity about certain situations.
And I'll add a lack of understanding of people's stories and their narratives and their lives and their living breeds the ability to go off in a corner and make it up on your own. And so the extent to which we can elucidate for our community more about the experiences of one another, I think the more we put them in place of knowing, engaging, and being willing to step in and learn more.
I agree with every single word that both of you said. So in CUNY's, is this something that is important to CUNY School of Law? Encouraging discussions of different sides of an issue?
As a law school, I think it's incumbent upon them to do that.
What steps, if any, has CUNY Law taken to encourage thorough discussions on different sides of an issue?
I can't specifically say what those steps are. I know a new dean is coming in, and we can discuss with her what steps will be taken.
What steps has CUNY Law taken to encourage more speech, which, as you stated earlier, is super important, has countless benefits, and leaves everybody better off?
I don't know those steps right now. I can't document them, but as Vice Chancellor Maybank said, we were going to talk to CUNY Law School about what outreach we did to students around the incident, and we can collect what steps have been taken. I know there were some attempts at some dialogue, but I don't want to guess, so we can make sure we get that to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I promise my list of questions, we're going to be brief, but I hope that CUNY Law could do much more to encourage thorough discussions on different sides of an issue. That is actually a problem that I have heard student after student and also class after class. And I think CUNY Law is a great institution that does really good work, but could, do much better if it actually focuses on leaving everybody better off by encouraging thorough discussions on different sides of an issue, rather than having one group, control the dialogue and the narrative and not allow any other perspective, which I think is a very entitled thing to do for that group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Feliz. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you.
You want this one? You can use this one.
This one. Thank you very much. I think that was planned, Chair. I think y'all set me up like that. But I'm going to give you a different perspective on this issue of anti-Semitism that I think we should seriously take into consideration at a university. We're supposed to be thinking and discussing on a high level. We're supposed to have some level of intellectual security to deal with people who think differently and have different interpretations of especially a complex, very complex issue called the so-called Middle East, which is really not Middle East. It's not East to people in China. That's also an American thing. But just to talk about things, I've been called anti-Semitic all my life, it appears. Every time you raise some truth from your perspective, intellectually, you are anti-Semitic. You are anti-Semitic. You got to hold up my time. This is what I'm talking about. Can't handle any other perspective than theirs, and I need a little more time for that. That's the insecurity of people who lack intellectual abilities to explore the history, the facts, not what you feel, not what you believe, but what are the historical facts. And then when you give historical facts, they say, oh, you're changing history, you're revisionist. Every person called anti-Semitic is not anti-Semitic. They are criticizing the state of Israel. If I say the state of Israel is occupying Palestinian territory, I'm anti-Semitic. If I say the state of Israel went into the Gaza Strip in the name of getting terrorists, murdered little children and innocent women and men to the tune of thousands, the whole world condemned it, we're anti-Semitic. If I said Benjamin Netanyahu was a racist, anti-Palestinian person, I'm anti-Semitic. If I say the Semites...
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
This, can you pause the clock? I said in my opening statement, this is not a hearing on foreign policy. What we're discussing is, your clock is paused, don't worry. We're discussing is anti-Semitism and as it relates to people's experiences here in New York City. So we understand there are differences of opinions, fine.
Just beg to differ because you let somebody talk about the BDS and that's a foreign policy. And you allowed that to happen.
No.
It is a foreign policy.
It's a domestic, what we're talking about is actions taken by, actions taken by local universities. I'm interested to hear your opinions on how we're addressing anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism is an international issue.
And so, here in New York City, that's what we're interested here in this committee.
I know, but
and I'm happy to connect you with the chair of the International Groups Committee.
No, anti-Semitism is an international issue. I've heard other speakers talk about it, and they cannot talk about anti-Semitism. If you're talking about Israel, you're talking about a foreign country. And I heard the name Israel mentioned. That is a foreign country. You cannot talk about this and not talk about a foreign country. So I'm going to continue and take it as you will. This is a city university that deals with issues of anti-Semitism. You cannot isolate it to CUNY's campus and swastika signs on campuses. It's deeper than that. It goes far deeper than that. And others have mentioned it. I listened to the testimony. You didn't stop them. And they went beyond New York City. I heard the testimony myself. So I think you should allow me to do the same thing. When you talk about anti-Semitism, we have to allow for the university to have this kind of debate without people being labeled anti-Semites because they disagree with the state of Israel and its terrorism of the Palestinian people. from the Nakba, from the Balfour Declaration, for Occupy and all of that, to when people come to New York and get on campuses and want to reflect their disagreement with that, that is not anti-Semitism. That is political disagreement. And even if you try to play that game like Zionism is a political thing, Judaism is a religious thing, you can be a Zionist and not a Judaist. And you can be one. And when I went to the Gaza Strip myself, I went with rabbis from the Jewish community who are Judaist, and they disagree with the state of Israel. So when we talk about anti-Semitism, we got to realize that. And when we were on these campuses years ago, speaking out against apartheid in South Africa, they had a divestment movement to divest things from the CUNY campuses because they were against apartheid in South Africa. That's why I support the boycott divestment movement, because it is saying divest until they allow Palestinians to return to their land, divest and withdraw from occupied territories, divest until they give Palestinians the same rights they give to Jewish citizens in Israel. This is not a New York City University issue. When you take on this, you got to take on the broad scope of it for where it manifests from, and that manifestation is in the Middle East. So I support the divest boycott movement. I think CUNY should allow for people to have those discussions, and I also think we should get to the truth, the real history of the illegal, occupied, immoral, terrorist state of Israel and what they're doing to the Palestinian people.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron.
Mr. Chairman,
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman,
one
if I
moment.
may
We're
for a
not.
moment.
I want to be clear. We're not having a debate.
Not going to have a
across
debate. I'm not going to have a
this
debate.
table. I just want to clarify a few things. It is interesting to hear anyone here, about free speech, because the reality is this. For this hearing, at any hearing, when people post on Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, it is met with protest. People are protesting anti-Semitism as if we shouldn't be allowed to talk about it. We are talking about the same thing. How can CUNY actually address the fact that Jewish students feel less safe? Because as we see now, the conversations are not happening. One point of view and one small group of loud people, perhaps, or maybe it's a majority, are allowed to control the entire conversation. That's what's happening at CUNY. And the result is, as I mentioned in my opening statement, Jews being attacked on the street. Almost half of hate crimes in New York City are anti-Semitic. And it is impossible to talk about the hate crime without talking about the fact that it is not being addressed. And where can we address it on this committee? We can address it in our college campuses. That's the purview of this committee. But when we're having a hearing about anti-Semitism, and the hearing is protested as if it shouldn't happen, there is nothing else to call it except anti-Semitism. When we post on our social media about the Holocaust and about remembering 6 million Jews who died, and nasty comments are made about that, there is no other word to call it than anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, this is not about a debate, although the gentleman departed from the room, and I wish that he would remain. But the point that I was making during my questioning of the witnesses was about anti-Semitism on campuses, as you said, Mr. Chairman, and the topic of the hearing is about anti-Semitism on campuses, and the comments that I quoted, for example, from Dr. King relating to anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism is simply code for anti-Semitism. And then a gentleman of this member of this body showed up here to say that exactly my point. made my point for me. And I'm incredibly grateful for the gentleman who was here earlier, who's no longer in the room, because he made the exact point that we're talking about, that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, that it is all about foreign policy. Even though this hearing is not about foreign policy, and we all committed when we walked in here that we were going to talk about the campuses here in the city of New York. And instead, the gentleman decided which foreign leader he can't stand and which part of what world he doesn't like and this, that, and the other thing, and not a word about the hate and the violence that's going on the campuses of the colleges that belong to the taxpayers of this city. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Councilmember Yeager. Councilmember Vernikoff.
Thank you, Chair. Before I continue with my questioning, I just want to quickly disavow and condemn the comments made here a couple of minutes ago by my colleague. Although we sit on the same committee, we do not share the same views. And I'm just going to say one thing. This is not a foreign policy debate, but when Jewish students are being discriminated against and harassed based on their support for the state of Israel, that is anti-Semitism. I'll continue with my questioning to the panel. Are you aware of a student group called Students in Justice for Palestine?
She's muted. Can she be unmuted, please?
I'm aware that there are students of that group, yes.
Is it fair to say that many CUNY schools have an active SJP, the Students for Justice in Palestine, on campuses?
I don't know the number of campuses that have that group.
But you're aware.
I know that they are across campus. I couldn't say many. I couldn't say 5 or 10 or 12, but I know they are on campuses, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that these groups hold events at different campuses at different times?
Yes.
Okay.
They meet?
Sure. Are you aware that at many of their events, they chant slogans like Zionists out of CUNY, death to Israel, and globalize the Intifada, and from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
You're telling me that, I'll accept what you're telling me.
Okay. Are you aware the term Intifada means a violent uprising against the Jewish people?
I think that's one definition, yes.
When students on campus demand to globalize the Intifada, do you understand what that means?
If you could explain that to me, that'd be helpful.
It means that the call for Intifada, which is a violent uprising of the Jewish people, they're asking for that call to be globalized, to be taken everywhere, all over the world. They're asking for the annihilation of the state of Israel and for the death of the Jewish people. Are you aware that when Students in Justice for Palestine yell from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they're using a phrase used by a designated foreign organization, terrorist organization, Hamas, which calls for the complete annihilation of the state of Israel?
I'm accepting what you're saying.
Thank you. Are you aware that calls to globalize the Intifada and death to Israel often leads to physical violence against the Jewish people?
I believe it. I'll accept that it has led to violence, yes.
Thank you. Is there a sensitivity training for anti-Semitism at CUNY?
I don't think there's sensitivity training across the board for anti-Semitism or other groups. As we talked about in our earlier testimony, part of the work that we have to do to combat the increase in anti-Semitic acts is to do more programming. So the programming that we've talked about, we already said that we'd be looking at the DEI work that we do and make sure that there's protections and information that are given about Jewish folks and anti-Semitism.
Thank you very much for that. Do you believe that sensitivity training on anti-Semitism would help prevent anti-Semitic activity on campus?
I think what Vice Chancellor, and I don't want to speak for Vice Chancellor Maybank, but one of the things that we talked about doing is having conversations about what's going to be effective on campus. So certainly we are looking to a number of different options that we've listed, and I know that there's more to do. I know Councilmember Brewer talked about what other colleges are doing, and we're certainly going to consult with them about what's being done. So we're trying to figure out the right menu to get the right result, which is to make sure that all of our students are able to identify who they are, express the beliefs that they have, and also able to have difficult conversations with people who disagree with them. Because again, as we said, this problem isn't just at CUNY, it's all over the world, and we have to give our students the tools to have those conversations after they leave CUNY.
We can't guarantee you that any of the things that we would do would eliminate that possibility. We certainly can reduce the possibilities and the opportunities by increasing our engagement and the discussions between groups of students.
But in your opinion, as experts who have been working with CUNY and with CUNY students for many years, do you believe that sensitivity training would be something that would be potentially helpful with dealing with anti-Semitism at CUNY?
It depends on how it's delivered. We have a number of trainings, some of which are incredibly effective and some of which need to be improved. So it really depends on how it's delivered. And we determine how it's delivered based upon the consultation that we're going through centrally, and also the feedback about some of the campus events that I gave in my testimony. So we have a sense of what works and what doesn't work, what students go to and what students don't go to. Because we could design a program, you and I could actually sit during the summer and design a program. And if no one listened to it, it would not be effective and it would be a bad use of resources. So our job is to find what is the best that we can do that's going to be effective, that people are going to use and listen, and that's going to have impact.
I look forward to sitting with you in the summer.
I mean, look, well,
we are going to invite you.
We can do that.
Great. So, but would you say that if properly delivered, sensitivity training could be helpful to dealing with anti-Semitism?
It might be one vehicle. It's not going to take care of everything. It really won't. But it may be one way to intervene in a way that offers an opportunity for those who would be responsive to that to have new understanding and new engagement.
So if determined that it's going to be an effective way and if delivered properly, will CUNY then commit to implementing sensitivity training on anti-Semitism?
Among a menu of options, possibly. It might well be that instead of having sensitivity training, however we define it, it might make more sense for us to partner with a different organization and not develop a sensitivity training program. So it really depends on what the right menu and mix is.
I'll accept that.
But I will say one of the reasons why we're here, one of the reasons why we dialogue information that was given and done and the work that we've been doing this past year is because this is important. It has to, as we've said, the CUNY condemned the increase in anti-Semitic acts last year, and we've been working diligently to find what that magic, it's not magic, what the work is that has to be done to do better and to help our students thrive.
Does CUNY include Jewish identity in its DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion programming, acknowledging the history of discrimination, forceful uprooting, and genocides, and expressly addressing ongoing anti-Semitism?
We said we were going to audit that and see if it's included or not, and then include information about the Jewish people and anti-Semitism. We've already said we would do that.
Thank you. Beyond the Chancellor's statement that CUNY cannot lawfully engage in BDS activities, what concrete steps is the CUNY system taking to ensure that no entity within the CUNY system violates New York's executive order on BDS and the provisions of the human rights law that prohibit discriminatory boycotts?
I would say one, I guess the thing is that people voting Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Beyond the Chancellor's statement that CUNY cannot lawfully engage in BDS activities, what concrete steps is the CUNY system taking to ensure that no entity within the CUNY system violates New York's executive order on BDS and the provisions of the human rights law that prohibit discriminatory boycotts?
I guess the one thing that's somewhat complicated about that is to say that a vote, there's a question of what's the difference between speech and action. And so I think the instances that we've been given are speech and not action. And with regards to action, I'm not sure. I would have to see what if any action we're taking.
Will CUNY formally denounce the conduct advocated for by BDS supporters?
We've already said we do not support BDS. We were very clear in our statement, clear in our testimony. We don't support it because we don't believe in it, and we don't support it because we are prohibited from participating. So there are two very clear indications that it's not something we support, and it's not something that we could do even if we theoretically supported it, and we don't.
Well, we know that CUNY does not support BDS. The question is, will CUNY denounce BDS?
I'm just trying to make sure. I want to look in a statement to see whether that happened or not. So
Take your time.
Well, I'll actually just refer to the statement that was made by the university May 30, 2022, where we started with saying we don't support and cannot participate. We reject, we reject all assertions that the university is complicit in any way with censorship and harassment. We talk about how the resolution that talks about BDS is contrary to our university core mission to introduce students to a world that can be vastly different from their own through international exchange programs and other academic experiences, and to encourage them to engage a range of opinions and belief. And that's at least what we've said in statements.
Okay, well, just very simple question. Will CUNY denounce BDS? Yes or no?
We've made statements already discussing BDS.
The statements that CUNY previously made stated that CUNY does not support BDS. My question is, will CUNY denounce BDS?
We have not. I think we're clear on where we stand on BDS.
So is that a yes or is that a no?
Obviously, we've disagreed in the past about whether an answer we can give a yes or no question. And I've stated, we've made a number of statements about BDS.
Okay, so the CUNY will not denounce BDS, correct?
I've said yes. We can't have a yes or no. I'm assuming you're going to draw whatever conclusion you have.
Yeah, I'm going to draw the conclusion that since you can't say that CUNY will denounce BDS,
look this is the one thing, right? We don't believe in it. We think it's wrong. We can't engage in it. That to me is denouncing. But if that's not denouncing to you, we disagree. We can't. We think it's wrong. We don't think it's right. The chancellor went with 12 people because it's important to engage with Israel and to work and learn, because this is a very complicated issue that they're also dealing with. If that's not enough, that to me equals denouncing.
Can you openly and unequivocally commit that under this chancellor at CUNY, CUNY will never disallow academic exchange between CUNY faculty and department and programs in Israel and study abroad programs in Israel?
I think that if a chancellor came in and wanted to do it, they could not do it because of the executive order. But realistically, we believe that there's true value in exchange. We've talked about exchange of ideas. We've modeled exchange and going to Israel. It's incredibly important for our students. It's incredibly important for students to go before they come to us on their birthright trip. It's important. It's something that we believe brings value.
I'm so glad to hear that you find it important, and that's why I'm asking if you will unequivocally commit to never disallowing that academic exchange of ideas and programs.
I mean, I guess the only thing that in terms of us, we are actually, if there were, I mean, we're, just like during COVID, right? We were in the midst of different programs. Students were all over the world. And in the midst of COVID, we had to bring students back, right? And that wasn't our decision. That was a decision that was made by the state. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't make that commitment, because I don't know if other entities that control us might have a different change because of different reasons that are outside of our control. We believe in the value of these programs. We're committed to these programs. We think they add to the education of all our students, and they're incredibly important.
So you won't commit to disallowing academic exchange between CUNY and Israel?
We have no intention of doing that.
But you won't commit to not doing that? I'm okay. I'm done with this line of questioning. Thank you.
Okay.
What steps will the chancellor take to educate the CUNY community about the real goal of the BDS movement, which is to eliminate the state of Israel and thereby displace the largest Jewish community in the world?
The goal of the chancellor is to make sure that our, I think, 20,000 scholars are able to do the amazing work that they do, and some of which talks exactly about what you're talking about. Some of the scholarship relates to what you're talking about. But what the chancellor is going to do is he's going to, and the university, right? Because the one thing that I say all the time, and I think it helps me when I think about my job, is CUNY is bigger than the administration, as much as some people don't want to believe that. I joke every day when I was on a campus that every faculty member, if I was here for a year and they were here for a year, they would be here longer than me, because that's the nature of academia. Our job is to create a university where people are able to engage in scholarship that helps ideas, helps movements, helps people learn, help people thrive, improve the world. And what the chancellor and the chancellery involved in doing is making sure that that happens. That's, I think, the job of being a part of being a world-class higher education institution. And that's what we want to continue to be able to be and get better, not make, and just improve.
Well, I'm very skeptical about what the chancellor is going to do, because he couldn't even show up to this hearing.
Well, one of the things that I think that I'd like to just address that is that we basically, we had the person who is actually the vice chancellor of the area that manages programs. We had an individual from a college, and we're engaging and we'll continue to engage in a conversation about how we can do better and improve, because we're not perfect, but we can be better, and we're committed to being better.
Thank you. Is CUNY leadership willing, and this is my last question, is CUNY leadership willing to help the community understand that support for the BDS movement does nothing to advance the quality of life for the Palestinians and only serves to advance Jew hatred in the United States and around the world?
So here's, I guess, what we're advancing is conversation. And that's what's important. And again, there's going to be there's going to be a dialogue. And that's what we're committed to doing, is having there be a dialogue. We also understand a dialogue and a conversation. That is what we're committed to as an institute of higher learning.
Thank you. I just want to go over a couple of things that I would be asking the CUNY to implement. It's not an all-encompassing list. It's not a perfect list. It's a list of ideas that I've worked with activists, community activists, experts, people who have experienced anti-Semitism. So I'm just gonna, and I'll follow up with an email in writing. But I'm just gonna list a couple of things that we think would be important. Number one, I believe it would be important for CUNY to commit to implementing sensitivity training on anti-Semitism, to commit to implementing consequences for those who harass, intimidate, and or discriminate against Jewish students and professors at CUNY. For CUNY to commit to adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism at all CUNYs. Unequivocally commit that under this chancellor, CUNY will never disallow academic exchange between CUNY faculty and departments and programs in Israel and study abroad programs in Israel. Commit to having a diversity officer specifically to deal with students who are victims of anti-Semitism. A mechanism in place to keep a record of anti-Semitic incidents at every CUNY school. And we believe that CUNY Central should come up with a clear and centralized policy on anti-Semitism, on how to respond to anti-Semitic incidents, what the consequences are, set up a process for condemnation, investigate it from top down. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. I have a few more questions, and then we're going to turn it over to the very patient panel. We're going to do some in-person and then virtual panel. And I thank you all for your patience. Obviously, this is something that's very personal to many of us. And we feel very much for our family, our friends, our constituents. And, you know, again, it's backed up by the data, right? It's very apparent. I'm going to share again one of the concerns around the language I'm hearing. I'm hearing language like, we can do this, we need to do this. I'm asking what was done and what's the plan. So the biggest example, not that it's the only example, but CUNY law, where a year ago you had people telling you that this resolution, while part of free speech, makes people feel excluded and makes people feel unsafe, and then it was again it passed by the faculty. So in the past year, I understand you've made a statement. Centrally, the chancellor made a statement disavowing it or condemning it a few times. But what has been done to do the exact thing that you say needs to be done, which is to foster those conversations and encourage dialogue and understanding about how you can have your political views, but but you have to discuss things in a way that makes people feel safe. What conversations did happen?
I believe we actually said that we would come back to you and give you that information.
Okay. Okay. So that was, and just, I think it was over a year ago where the resolution was first passed. For what it's worth, I searched, the internet. I found the statements, but I didn't find anything about programs. You're talking about programs now in the opening statements. I didn't hear anything about programs. And again, addressing that free speech with more free speech, which was your answer here. I haven't seen that online. I am looking forward to that answer. Something that I think the chancellor could better address, which is one of the reasons I wish he was here. But in 2016, there was an investigation, a report about anti-Semitism and the individual schools and CUNY's responses to it. I'm sure you're familiar with it. But Chancellor Milliken appointed President Gail Mello of LaGuardia Community College and the chancellor when he was president of Queens College at that point. And I'm interested to know what the recommendations of that task force was. That was Task Force on Campus Climate. And so I'm interested to know what were the recommendations of that task force from 6 years ago and how those recommendations have been implemented.
I can get you a specific list about that. I also can tell you that the DEI incubator is one of the reasons it actually came out from that work, so that you could look at best practices around CUNY and then spread them to different campuses. But I can get you a list of how those were implemented.
Right, because I don't think we ever need to reinvent the wheel. If they started building the wheel back in 2016, what I don't want to see, and go ahead.
And I would just say they built. I think they started on a wheel, right? Because that's part of the issue, right? Sometimes things ebb and flow. Our job is to institutionalize, and that's part of what we're doing with this new position. This newly created position is to institutionalize it, not depend on the work on individual campuses, but to make sure it's part of CUNY as a whole. So that's part of the University Director of Student Intercultural Engagement and Dialogue. Sorry, I talk fast sometimes. And also part of the DEI work that we've asked, incubator work that we've asked the council, and the council has been kind enough to continue to support, which goes from schools to school, working with giving schools tools to foster this dialogue.
Right, and what I'm, the importance of it is this: we hear this all the time. We hear from our city agencies, any council member, elected official will know, we have a plan for this, we have a plan. And I see was it your testimony, you outlined a number of things that the university system is doing. And a lot of them are things like summits or an event or this exhibit that's being brought, which are important components. But I think and I know you mentioned other things, I don't want to discount that at all. What I'm saying is that back 6 years ago, we had this report, we had things being done, and what I don't want to see happen here is to hear you say, over the summer, we're going to have these affinity groups, we're going to implement this in DEI training, we're going to get the info, and for what happens today to just get lost in the ether that so often happens. And this is a problem that is not going away, this is a problem that is getting worse, and we need to address it now before it becomes out of control. Before it becomes more out of control.
We agree.
And so I'm looking forward to the recommendations, to hearing from 6 years ago what those were and how they're being implemented. I know we're looking forward to a few other things. I know Councilmember Vernikoff mentioned them, but including, it's lunch, huh? Yeah, so for those of you who can't see, who are watching online, it's Kit Kats, because we've been here for a couple hours. But committing to including anti-Semitism in your DEI training, in your implicit and your bias training, your anti-racist training. Of course, going to the inventory of that, the data on the discipline, the number of reports, substantiated and unsubstantiated reports, just what all of that data disaggregated by college, by campus, within 60 days, I think was the ask, the same 60 days that students get an answer about their complaints. Really taking a hard look at the definition of anti-Semitism, because that will allow those conversations it provides a framework for those conversations, right? That important piece, the education piece, you're an educational institution, but also a framework about, around which to discuss, hey, is this something that is just free speech, political discourse, and we need to learn how to talk about it? Or is this something that is making it less safe for Jewish people? Because, again, I'll go back to the BDS mapping project. Anyone could say, oh, it's a map, it's free speech, but the fact is you're outlining targets and blaming them for the world's problems. And I have the paper here if you'd like to read it. I can send it to you. That's what's happening. And just, you mentioned the Clery Act before, but the Clery Act is not comprehensive. And in fact, I think if I read correctly, it excludes some hate crimes that are reported to the police. But developing a robust intake and reporting of not just hate crimes, right? It's not just things that rise to the level of violence and vandalism, but really acts of bias, because the data is so vital for us having a full grasp on what's going on our campuses. And with all due respect to Hillel International and the incredible work they do in AJC and ADL and JCRC, those practices should be embedded in the CUNY system, and we shouldn't have to rely on other organizations unless it's purposeful, but we shouldn't have to rely on them because of the absence of policy and data collection at CUNY. And what I'd love to do is follow up with the chancellor, and we can happy to schedule around his schedule. I know my colleague Councilmember Yeager suggested some of the trustees of CUNY were happy to plan around their schedule. But like I said, this is a problem that in my heart, I believe the chancellor wants to address and wants to take the lead on. And so I look very much forward to having continued conversations with him. And like I said, we're able to plan around his schedule. We're going to move to the first panel, and I highly encourage the administration. I know you've been sitting here a long time, and we really appreciate that, and really answering each question to the best of your ability. Obviously, looking forward to the follow-ups, but I highly encourage you to hear the stories of those people who are here to testify, some with their own stories, some with solutions that have worked in other spaces.
Certainly, I'm going to take a quick break, but certainly will.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Our first panel. Okay. The first panel, and you'll be seated over there, is Adela Kojab, and forgive me if I mispronounce it. You'll just tell me if I. Kojab? Kochab. No, they put a J there instead of the standard CH. Adela Kochab, Joshua Greenberg, and David Herbsman.
If your name was called, please come up and give a copy. Press the button on the light is on, that means you're on. Yes.
And David Brodsky. Give us one moment, because these are in person, and so we may have to find the person, and we usually do panels of 3 people at a time. David Brodsky is not here. Barry Wiener's thank you. Okay. And I ask, and I again for all the panelists who are watching on Zoom, and all the panelists who are here in person. All the panelists who are here in person, thank you for all of your patience. We're looking forward to your stories. I'm going to ask that to the best of your ability, as hard as it might be, because I know you have a lot to say, that you keep your answers, you keep your testimony within the time frame. And what that'll do is it allows us to hear from as many people as possible. Okay? Ms. Kochav?
Thank you. The reason why there's a J is because my family left Syria and Lebanon to Mexico, and that's where I was born. So it's Hebrew transliterated to Spanish. Adela Kochav.
Love it.
So thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I did not go to a CUNY school. I went to NYU, but on my time on campus, I experienced severe anti-Semitism. The community experienced severe anti-Semitism, to the point that I filed a Title VI complaint against NYU for failing to protect the Jewish community from continued discrimination and harassment. I know my time is limited, so I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what happened on campus and why I filed my case. When I first showed up, NYU, as we know, is a very great place for Jewish students. We have a kosher cafeteria. We have a campus in Tel Aviv. My freshman and sophomore year were wonderful. My junior year, everything turned to Israel-Palestine on campus, to the point that it became extremely unsafe for Jewish students. It started with the mention of the word Zionism in the same sentence as Nazism and racism by a governance council of minority students. And when we saw that the Jewish community crafted a response Not angry, but disappointed that our fellow students couldn't understand why the Jewish community was hurt by this. We ultimately did not publish the statement because we were told by mentors that if we drew attention to the problem, it would only grow. We ignored it, and within 3 months, we had BDS resolutions on student government, resolutions calling to close our NYU Tel Aviv campus, or at least to boycott it. We also had, throughout constant meetings with the administration, pictures of Jewish students being posted on social media. We had our events protested, and leading up to our Yom HaAtzmaut celebration in the park, a Jewish student was assaulted, an Israeli flag was burned, and another was torn to shreds and hung from trees and lampposts. Now, I've heard a lot today, especially from one council member, about, Zionism and Jewish identity. What I can tell you is that every Jewish student at NYU in that park who was watching their flag burn was afraid. I can tell you that I, as a Jewish student who was leading the Jewish community on student government, was bullied. I left my position willingly because I could no longer sit on a student government where everyone hated me. I didn't take my final exams for my Arabic class in the same room as the rest of my peers. No one would partner with me for final projects. And what I understand is that had that happened to any other minority group on a college campus, the university would have responded. In my case, there was clear university knowledge of discrimination, continued discrimination, university knowledge, continued discrimination, physical assault, battery, flag burnings, university knowledge, and then the school gave an award to the group that burned it. Had that happened to anyone else, I doubt that'd be the response.
Thank you. Joshua, David?
Yes, okay, thank you. I'm a professor of Jewish history and the chair of the Judaic Studies Department at Brooklyn College, the only department of Judaic Studies in CUNY. I've attended conferences and teach-ins by my colleagues in which they pontificate on what Judaism is and is not without ever inquiring the opinion of those of us in the field. Worse, they declared from the outset that only their perspective was legitimate, labeling all others complicity to genocide. I attended anyway to listen and learn, only to find them regurgitating slightly updated versions of anti-Semitic canards straight out of the protocols of the Elders of Zion and the medieval blood libels. I obviously did not speak up because my perspective had been declared illegitimate from the outset. I document that in more detail in my written testimony. I firmly believe that my colleagues have the right to free speech to engage in anti-Semitism, but they don't have the right to silence those of us who disagree with them. My colleagues hide their hate speech behind lofty-sounding names like the Cross-CUNY Working Group Against Racism and Colonialism and the Brooklyn College Anti-Racist Coalition. It is therefore important that we call these groups out for the hate speech that they engage in. This affects not just Jewish faculty, but students as well, who report increasing fear of coming to campus. Jewish enrollment and attendance in in-person classes is down. Jewish students have testified to the administration that the vitriol against Israel is so severe that they are afraid to express their opinions and firsthand knowledge of Israel in class because they fear their grades will be affected. One student reported having a professor withhold giving her a letter of recommendation unless she clarified her position on Israel first. These students deserve to have their free speech supported. As professors, my colleagues wield power in the classroom. As state employees, they do not have the right to stifle student speech. This would be against the law even if the students were wrong, but it is especially egregious when they have firsthand knowledge of the situation and the professor's scholarship is not in the field. CUNY could do much more. They could reach out to my department, as an example, and give our faculty release time to offer inherent bias training on anti-Semitism to faculty and students. They could reach out and let students know about our courses on anti-Semitism. They could dedicate teaching lines to anti-Semitism and Holocaust studies. Instead, the opposite is being done. My department's professor of anti-Semitism and Holocaust studies was set to retire this summer, and he had to cancel it because we were going to lose his line and no longer have the faculty to offer those crucial classes. I ask you to read my written statement, which develops this in greater detail, and I ask you not to be swayed by my colleagues' technical argument that what they're engaging in should not be labeled anti-Semitism because it is anti-Zionism instead. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion used the term Zion rather than Jew in the title, but that didn't make it any less anti-Semitic. Over 3/4 of the world Jewish population identifies as Zionist, which they have long defined simply as the right of the Jewish people to homeland like every other people. When my colleagues use classic anti-Semitic tropes to demonize 3/4 of the world Jewish population simply for wanting the same rights as all other people, they engage in anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you. David Herbsman. I realized you both had the same first name when I said David. Mr. Herbsman.
Thank you very much, council members and Chairman Dinowitz. So my name is David Herbsman. I'm in the John Jay campus, master's student in forensic mental health counseling, and I am now the board vice president for our Hillel. And part of that is being very engaging with many of the students on campus. And one of the many things that I've asked them and talked about because of my experience, which I'll get to in a second, was the fear of, openly being, identifying as Jewish and wearing, wearing kippah or, Star of David, anything like that. They were all very, very afraid to do that. For me, when I was last year, so we were on hybrid and Zoom classes for some of the courses, and the first course we never met in person, and our professor asked us what would we want to do as mental health counselors, and I openly spoke about the Jewish community, and another student who spoke after me from, I think, a Muslim background spoke up and said that he wants to work with the de-radicalization of the Hebrews and their radical ideology and the Hasids and their radical ideology. Now, I was very shocked at that moment, but I couldn't speak up because as middle class, my reaction was very clear, but you couldn't say anything because you're in the middle of the class. It wasn't you can interrupt. But when it came to the professor afterwards, I spoke up about it. Not much was really done. The professor's like, I didn't recognize that was a problem, and just glossed over it and continued on with that. The other thing is, as a member, when you look at the student council and part of our Hillel things, we try to post for Holocaust Remembrance Day and things relating to like the Israel Day Parade and things like that. And that is, we will not post it. They will not make anything about it. But when it comes to the SJP Club and the Palestinian having guests on campus, like the aforementioned speaker, the commencement speaker from the CUNY Law, who was able to come on campus and speak, literally calling for the murder of Jews, we couldn't really respond to that, besides that she was allowed to, but we can't have on Hillel, really can't have other people from our groups come and speak on campus, and even just to have events on campus is a whole, it's a tough situation. So that's a very, I was wearing a baseball cap for a very long time, for over a year, just to cover up my yarmulke because I wouldn't want to be seen as Jewish, even though I'm very clearly Jewish, even with that. So it is just one of the many, many aspects of on campus where we are very uncomfortable, fearful, and emotionally, physically, and mentally drained from all these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. I know it must have been hard to share, but also to go through it, to change your behavior because of your religion and beliefs, and to not be supported by the respective schools. So thank you. Thank you.
Chairman,
yes, absolutely. Councilmember Yeager.
Have any of you ever asked for and if so, been granted an audience with the president of your campus on these topics? Yes. Ma'am?
Hi. Again, I did not go to a CUNY school, but I went to New York school, NYU, and I consistently asked to meet with the president. The highest I was able to get was the vice president of student affairs. I was meeting with him almost every 2 weeks. He sent me to Center for Student Life, who sent me to Center for Student Conduct, who sent me to Public Safety, who sent me for Center for Multicultural Education. I met with 8 administrators across 5 departments consistently, and after an Israeli flag was burned, a Jewish girl was assaulted and battered, and NYPD stepped in and made 2 arrests, I met with them again. And less than a year later, same administrators sat on a committee and gave an award to Students for Justice in Palestine, who not only promoted the violent behavior, but carried out the violent behavior. I was told consistently that I was imagining unexisting threats, but then threats were backed by action, violent action, and still could not get an audience with the president. The best we could get was after I filed a lawsuit against NYU, the president of NYU wrote an op-ed that didn't even address me directly.
Professor?
Yes. our professor, Michelle Anderson, our president, Michelle Anderson, has met with us a number of times. And
At Brooklyn.
At Brooklyn College. And I want to say that, I'm a proud member of Brooklyn College and of CUNY, and I think that CUNY and Brooklyn College do wonderful things and should be supported in that. My critique is that there's a lot more that can and needs to be done, and that requires resources, and that requires them to dedicate resources. Lines for teaching anti-Semitism and Holocaust studies, release time for giving anti-bias training to faculty members and students, requiring anti-bias training for faculty and students, including anti-Semitism in there, which is not done. I have regular trainings that I have to do every year, the same training every year, but on anti-Semitism there is nothing, right?
But to be clear, you have a dialogue with President Anderson?
Yes,
Okay.
I think she's wonderful.
Okay.
And I very much support her, but there's a lot more that could be done.
And the gentleman from John Jay?
I have not spoken with the president.
Have you asked for an audience with the president?
I have not. I've spoken with public safety, and we've spoken with other professors that are on boards and things, but not actually. I've never gone to speak with the press.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you all for your testimony. We're going to move on to the next in-person panel. Shachar Sadeh from JCRC, Barry Weiner, Tzvia Waronker, and Aliza Lewin. Tzvia, hi. We're going to start with you because you did your homework and you passed out your testimony. Yeah, so we're going to start with you, and I'll say the same thing to you as I said to the previous panel, to the extent possible. I very heavy subject, but if you could keep to as close to 3 minutes to give space to everyone to share their stories, that would be appreciated. Yeah. Thank you. Is her the silver.
It's on? Okay,
Yep.
I can hear it. All right, dear council members and guests, my name is Tzvia Waronker, and I'm a third-year Jewish student at John Jay College, and I'm the vice chair of senior colleges of the CUNY University Student Senate. For most of my education, I was in a Jewish private school. On my first day in public school, I was cornered in a stairway and told not to tell others I was Jewish. Why, I asked. The person did not answer me, but the message was clear. Jews weren't welcome and weren't safe there. I was so scared that I would be bullied or beat up, so I tried to lay low for a while. It was especially terrifying to ask for religious exemptions, so I had to ask the teachers at the end of the class while there were still students in the classroom. Let's transition to my college experience. Many Jewish students are scared to speak out publicly, but will sometimes share their experiences with each other. One student told me about a professor who was teaching an extremely charged class with misinformation about Israel and Jews. I reviewed the syllabus and found factually incorrect information being taught in the course. So I tried to go through the proper channel to deal with my complaint, but my emails kept getting forwarded to someone else. A year after being forwarded and getting no response, I wrote an article and got it published. The article was republished in many Jewish spaces, and the responses from the reader were very sad, but very similar. They were saying, "Oh, I had that experience too," or "I'm not surprised that this happened in CUNY." The response refueled my drive to be heard, not for me, but for all the people who weren't heard. So I brought it up during a live college town hall, and only then did I get a response. I was put in direct contact with the Diversity and Compliance Office, and my claim was found unsubstantiated. Later on, I found out from another student, the same professor said that Jews are white power. As of today, this professor is still teaching politics in the Middle East course, maybe even right now, which teaches in the summer. In my student advocacy, I had one-on-one networking meetings. In one of those meetings, it came up that I was Jewish, and the graduate student then began to unload all their anti-Semitic beliefs on me. He told me that all Jews are rich, control the world, Israelis kill babies, Jewish women are greedy and are clingy. Then he began to question my hair and a bunch of other stuff too. But I asked him, "How do you know this is true?" And he said, "Because he read it in books and articles." And I said, "Hey, I'm a Jewish person, and this isn't true." But his books and articles that he read, Those are true. He wasn't the only one I heard say those things. Snickers in the hallway, oven Holocaust jokes in the elevator to class, groans of annoyance over discussing the Holocaust in class, anti-Semitic statements made by the student council multiple times, friends being called baby killers, people ignoring me, a CUNY graduate coworker refusing to serve Israelis at a workplace outside of school and would say awful things about them. Also, we had a petition going on, a statement being made that said explicitly to boycott Israeli academia and culture that would prohibit our theater being used by Israeli culture. That was a petition that was going around. Now, even going back to campus, the anxiety that I feel,
Take another second.
Okay, the anxiety that I feel is so real. Like, I have had moments where I had breakdowns in the gym locker room, straight up just crying, in the library. I can't even emotionally explain all the feelings that there are, and that's literally just the beginning of my experiences. And thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Aliza and
There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Aliza Lewin. I'm president of the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law, a nonprofit that uses legal initiatives to combat anti-Semitism with a particular focus on university campuses. Our mission is to advance the civil and human rights of the Jewish people and promote justice for all. On campuses today, Jewish students are being marginalized and excluded, particularly from progressive spaces. University administrators misunderstand what they're witnessing. They mistakenly think that what is taking place is a political debate, when it's not. The reason that anti-Semitism is increasing and not decreasing on these campuses is because university administrators are misdiagnosing the problem. They are treating it as a speech issue rather than recognizing the marginalization, harassment, and discrimination that is actually taking place. What's happening today on campuses and beyond is part of an organized, well-funded strategy to marginalize pro-Israel Zionists and deny them a place in society. So there are student groups, for example, that equate Zionism with ethnic cleansing, destruction, mass expulsion, apartheid, and death, in order to label those Jews who support Israel as pariahs. But the problem is that Judaism is not only a religion. Jews also share this sense of Jewish peoplehood with a common ancestry and ethnicity. For centuries, Jews have not only prayed facing Jerusalem, they've prayed for the Jewish return to Jerusalem. I just attended this week two Jewish weddings, and there's a tradition at the wedding to actually break a glass in commemoration of the destruction of the Jewish temple. So there's this tradition that even at the moment of the Jews' greatest joy, they remember that destruction of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. The yearning for Zion and the recognition of Israel as the historic, ancestral Jewish homeland is the glue that's kept Jews connected for millennia, and that is the part of Jewish identity that's now under attack. Of course, not all Jews are Zionists, but for most Jews, this identification with Israel is an expression of their Jewish, ethnic, and ancestral identity. It's as integral to their Jewish identity as observing the Jewish Sabbath or maintaining a kosher diet. Today, Jewish students are being told that they have to shed this part of their Jewish identity in order to be accepted in student clubs or even to feel welcome on campus or comfortable in their classroom. The climate on campus is hostile to this part of Jewish identity, and students feel compelled to shed it. Pressuring a Jewish student to shed the Zionist part of their Jewish identity is no different than demanding that a student stop observing the Jewish Sabbath or stop keeping a kosher diet in order to gain admission. It's comparable to demanding that a Catholic student disavow the Vatican or a Muslim student shed his or her connection to Mecca. No community other than the Jews is being charged such a high price for admission, and excluding an individual in this manner on the basis of their identity is discrimination and has to be recognized as such.
Thank you. And before I forget, I do want to recognize that Ms. Grace and Dr. Maybank still are on the Zoom. I know you can't see it on the screens up here, and perhaps those watching at home cannot, but I want to recognize that those two from CUNY are here on the call and still listening. Mr. Wiener?
Okay, thank you for permitting me to speak to the council. I am calling upon the New York City Council to denounce the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have now become official policy within CUNY's music departments and their dissemination both on CUNY websites and in university publications. In 2019, the university's music departments instituted a new anti-racist policy based on the ideas of Philip A. Ewell, a professor of music theory at Hunter College and the Graduate Center. Ewell and his many supporters demonized the early 20th century Viennese Jewish music theorist Heinrich Schenker, as well as the few students of Schenker who managed to flee to America as refugees from Nazi-occupied Europe in the late 1930s. Ewell has stated that Schenker and his students were admirers of Adolf Hitler and that they were, quote, Aryan racial supremacists, unquote. Ewell maintains that Schenker's love of the music of Bach and Beethoven is conclusive proof of the white supremacist nature of his musical ideas. Professor Ewell has also asserted that Schenker's refugee students deceptively infiltrated the American music world with his Nazi-influenced musical theories. Schenker's method consists of drawing graphs to analyze harmony and counterpoint in European music. According to Ewell, these refugee musicians created the problem of racism in American academic music studies, a problem that apparently did not exist before. Ewell has attempted to deflect any criticism of his views by presenting lectures at American universities about the history of anti-Semitism in music. In these lectures, Ewell has asserted that Schenker was a Jewish anti-Semite, and that Ewell's critics, notably Professor Timothy L. Jackson, are Jewish anti-Semites as well. Timothy Jackson, will also speak and who has criticized Ewell publicly. Soon after the controversy began, a purge of the musical curriculum was carried out at CUNY. Courses about Schenker's ideas had previously been central to the music theory curriculum, but were now eliminated due to his alleged, quote, Aryan supremacist views. I hope that the New York City Council will take notice of Ewell's outrageous historical fabrications in which he employs strategies that are all too familiar in the history of anti-Semitism. At the very least, the official endorsement of these toxic views by CUNY must be challenged. CUNY and other universities should be pressured by the threat that the government, as well as private donors, will withhold funding. This scandal should be publicized nationally in the same way as other similar scandals have been publicized in recent years, in order to deliver a message that such behavior is unacceptable and that it will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Shachar?
Is the red light on?
It's on now.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shachar Sadeh. I'm Director of the Strategic Affairs at the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York, and for the last 7 years, I've been working closely with New York City campus faculty and administration, trying to enhance constructive discussions about Israel and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on campuses across the city. And thank you for holding this hearing. While anti-Semitism can come in many forms, I want to emphasize the most prevalent ones in the context of the campus. Often they are harder to recognize and confront and can be easier to ignore. I'm speaking about the delegitimization of Israel and anti-Zionism. Neither of these concepts are always anti-Semitic, but there are many cases where in practice they do cross that line, and often legitimate and encouraged complex discussion that include criticism of Israel turn into assaults on the Jewish people and on their right to self-determination. I'll start by saying that the JCRC has long held a close relationship with CUNY, and over the years we've sought to strengthen this relationship by offering ways for faculty and administrators to acquire more knowledge and experiences related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and new tools to discuss it effectively within campus climate, where there is much hostility towards pro-Israel perspectives. We have supported many academic programs and events in CUNY, over 50 events over the years, featuring Israeli and Palestinian speakers, and led 10 Scholars as Bridge Builders study tour to Israel and the West Bank for faculty, diversity offers, student affairs professionals, and college presidents. We sincerely acknowledge our partners at CUNY Central and within many colleges for being attentive to the Jewish community's concerns and for exploring ways to improve campus climate. We commend the Chancellor for setting a tone of free inquiry and for embracing complexity when leading the JCRC Scholars as Bridge Builder study tour in Israel and the West Bank. The Chancellor and the 12th President engaged in challenging conversations and were exposed to complex reality and various, often opposing narratives by Israeli and Palestinians we've met. By participating in the tour, they've exemplified what deep engagement can look like. These inquiries are crucial for any intellectual, and let alone for leaders of large academic institutions in which Jewish and non-Jewish students passionately debate these realities and often seek to reenact the conflict on their campuses. Regrettably, many CUNY faculty and leaders who engage with Israel are vilified by members of their own campus community who practice the concept of anti-normalization and accuse those who engage with Israel to be normalizing Israel policies towards Palestinians. Now, while academic freedom and freedom of expression are sacred, the notion of anti-normalization, which is relevant to the way Israelis and Palestinians engage or refuses to engage with one another, is 100% not relevant to the relationship between different groups on campus. The manifestation of anti-normalization on campus level results in ostracizing and demonizing Jewish students, faculty, and groups who identify as Zionists, people who support Israel's right to exist as a national homeland for the Jewish people. This is where very easily one can see the slippery slope between political, legitimate, intellectual debate to harassment and the silencing effect of that anti-normalization creates. In some cases, when slogans such "Zionist out of CUNY" are chanted, yes, while being protected by free speech, they create pain, fear, sadness, and anger among parts of the CUNY community. It is because of instances like this that there exists the perception, an ongoing perception, that CUNY is unsafe for this individual. This is particularly challenging perception to break, and therefore we encourage CUNY officials to create systems to address this issue. Reactions to such incidents should not be focused solely on legal affairs, but more importantly, on campus climate. I want to emphasize that many young Jewish faculty are also silent by this state of affair, especially since the CUNY PSC resolution was passed. These Jewish academics, and there are many of them, are self-censoring. They will not participate in university programming around Israel and will think twice about revealing their Jewishness to their colleagues and students. And this is, of course, a problem. I will end by encouraging my colleagues at CUNY to continue their journey of inquiry and bridge building. And my strongest recommendation is to create more avenues to support their staff around the issue of Jewish identity, Zionism, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We know that students' affairs and DEI administrators are not always as equipped as they could be to handle those issues and need to be provided with relevant training and tools to successfully engage and support all their students.
Thank you.
I hope, just last sentence, I hope that as part of anti-racism and anti-bias training across CUNY, the current modern manifestation of anti-Semitism are included, recognized, and discussed.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel, and I appreciate your testimony. Councilmember Vernikoff?
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your testimony, and I especially want to thank Tivia. It takes a lot of guts and bravery to come out and testify about your traumatic experiences, and I just want to say that I'm committed to you and the rest of the students at CUNY and other universities to making sure that you do feel safe and you do feel included. I just have two questions for Ms. Lewin. Ms. Lewin, can you describe the impact of BDS campaigns on Jewish Zionist students on campus?
Certainly. So the problem with the BDS campaigns, especially when they are in the form of a referendum that asks the entire university campus, all students, to vote, is that they create a litmus test on campus that ends up making students choose. And the idea is that these referendums end up being supported by almost the entire progressive community on campus. So students are then asked to vote for or against. The for side means you're standing with all these organizations that stand for social and racial justice. If you vote against, you're then immediately viewed as one of the racist oppressors. What happens is if you have a resolution that is denying the right of Jewish self-determination, the Jewish students can't vote in support of it. So automatically the Jews are put on the wrong side of that equation, and it ends up labeling them as pariahs. That's the climate on campus that's caused by these BDS resolutions.
Thank you. Can you discuss SJP, the group called Students for Justice in Palestine? Are they interested in a dialogue?
Yes, I heard earlier that you referenced the Students for Justice in Palestine. So actually, they used to, before COVID, when they had in-person national conferences, they used to post their goals for each conference on their website. And so in 2018, and you can still reference these goals if you go back to the archived websites, in 2018, they actually put up their goals for that year's conference. And in those goals, they said that Zionism is ethnic cleansing, destruction, mass expulsion, apartheid, and death. That's a quote. And they also talked about how Zionism can be destroyed and Zionism can be broken down and dismantled. And then they turned around and they said, we're not only going to talk theory at this conference, but we're actually going to spend time, quote, developing actionable local and regional campaigns with clear targets. If you talk about targets, right, and you want to destroy and dismantle Zionism, then your targets must be pro-Israel Zionist Jews. That's not somebody that's saying, I want to dialogue with a pro-Israel Zionist Jew. That's not somebody who's saying, I want to understand what Zionism is. That's somebody who's saying, I'm demonizing Zionism. I'm going to target those Zionists. Why? To marginalize and exclude those Zionists. And actually, we've seen on campuses now where SJP has started using a map like this, which is a map that labels all of Israel as occupied territory and the entire area as Palestine. There is no Israel here. They're not interested in having a dialogue about the policies of the current government of Israel. They're actually interested in calling for the destruction of the one and only Jewish state.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you to the panel.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question from Ms. Waronker. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay. It'll be the same question I asked the previous panel. Have you tried, and particularly because you serve on the USS, have you tried to speak with the president of your campus?
Yeah, so I also served on my council for 2 years. I'm actually taking a break from school right now. Things have been really intense. I've spoken to the president, not one-on-one, but in groups, several different groups. We've had several different sessions. Has it done much? There's a lot of talking, it's a lot of dialogue. We want to see things going. We talked about having a calendar with holidays. We talked about religious things. They talked about kosher food. We got some kosher muffins. Lasted a little bit, which was nice, really nice.
More to my point, my question is actually, is it fair to say that the president of John Jay knows what's going on there?
The first time we spoke to her, she was genuinely shocked, and I was shocked that she was shocked. I think they know some things, but I don't think they actually understand. And even, hearing the other members, testifying before, I don't think actually CUNY understands what anti-Semitism is and how it impacts the students. I think they kind of understand, they have some idea, but they don't actually understand.
It's an incredibly powerful statement. Thank you.
I actually do have one more question. The CUNY, when they testified, they said typically by 60 days, students receive a response about a complaint they made. I think you said in your testimony, you made a complaint, and did you get your response in 60 days?
No, it took over a year. I was forwarded and forwarded and forwarded. No response. It was just maybe a forward, and that's because I kept on top of it. If I didn't, it took probably more than a year.
Thank you.
That was only at a live town hall that they answered me. That's why.
Thank you. I'm glad you shared that again for emphasis. All right. Thank you to this panel. We're going to call the next panel up, which includes Zachary Beer from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, Michael Cohen from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and Joshua Kramer from AJC. And we will start with Zachary.
Hello. I just want to clarify, like, I'm very friendly with Michael, but I don't actually work for the Simon Wiesenthal Center. So just want to make that 100% clear.
It wasn't clear. Thank you. So, Zachary Beer from CUNY.
From CUNY.
Did I get that right?
Yeah, representing himself.
Okay, got it.
So, once again, my name is Zachary Beer. So I am a recent graduate of the City College of New York, receiving a bachelor's and a master's in history, as well as a bachelor's in Jewish studies. I'm also pursuing rabbinic ordination at Yeshiva University. So during my time at CCNY, I had a leadership role in Hillel of CCNY, including many positions, including educational coordinator, secretary, and vice president. In many of these roles, one of my jobs was connecting with other clubs on campus to engage in joint programming. This was to create an environment of mutual respect and understanding between clubs, which is a common occurrence on my campus and on many other campuses. As I reached out, I noticed a pattern of clubs refusing to interact with Hillel. After looking into these refusals, I noticed that many of the clubs that refused to interact with us did so after working with Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP. Furthermore, one student group explicitly connected their relationship to SJP as well as Hillel's official position on Zionism as the reason that they refused to interact with our club. I also noticed in my personal interactions with members of Students for Justice in Palestine, they openly did not regard Hillel as representative of the Jewish community on campus and did not accord us the same respect they would give to other clubs. Instead, they held up groups such as the Neturei Karta, a fringe anti-Zionist ultra-Orthodox sect, widely understood even in the ultra-Orthodox world to be extremists, who they also invited to campus as representing quote-unquote real Judaism. Additionally, they identified two Jewish identifying members of the Young Democratic Socialists of America as comprising the true Jewish community on campus. They tokenized these two individuals because they were not Zionist. And in terms of the reaction that was received from the administration, aside from a generalized email promoting positive campus culture, nothing else seemed to have been done about this situation. On one particular occasion, somebody also drew a swastika on the door of the Hillel office on the 4th floor of the North Academic Center. This was done as an act to intimidate and scare Jewish students on campus. While public safety did install additional camera on that floor after this event, not much else was done. After this act, I personally felt less safe on campus. In fact, until campus-based learning was suspended due to COVID in March of 2020, I was constantly nervous about worse anti-Semitic actions occurring, and I personally lessened my presence on campus due to this worry. I also took the opportunity not to attend classes in person until this past spring semester when I took a single class, my final class at CUNY, in person. I would like to thank the City Council Committee on Higher Education for having this critical hearing. It's very important that anti-Semitism be given the same care and treatment as all other forms of hatred. In a time of rising anti-Semitism, this hearing gives me a measure of relief that these issues are being tackled head on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just quick clarity, because we had heard from CUNY a lot of the responses to the problems. They say we want to encourage dialogue, encourage free speech. The answer to bad speech is more free speech, and that we have to facilitate those conversations. But just to clarify, you said after the swastika was found, it was dealt with from a security perspective, but from that restorative justice conversation perspective, there was not addressed at all.
As far as I understand, and I know, nothing else occurred.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Cohen who actually is from the Simon Wiesenthal Center.
Thank you.
And make sure to just speak into the microphone.
Sure. And just before I begin with my formal remarks, I just want to state for the record that on behalf of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, we're outraged at the fact that the Chancellor of CUNY has failed to appear personally at this crucial hearing. This hearing was already rescheduled once from its June 8th original time, specifically to accommodate his schedule, and because fearful students under attack on his campuses feel their plight is not being heard. And now, once again, he is absent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee, for actually making sure today that students are being heard by the people of the city of New York. So I just want to thank you all for that. My name is Michael Cohen, the Eastern Director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, a leading Jewish global human rights organization with a constituency of over 400,000 families, with some 150,000 residing in the New York metropolitan area. Chairman Dinowitz, member of the committee, and on behalf of our members, I thank you for holding this crucial oversight hearing on examining anti-Semitism on CUNY's college campuses. This hearing acknowledges the disturbing growth of anti-Semitic activity on our city university campuses, which impacts on our students, on our Jewish students and faculty members. They have suffered intimidation, taunts, and worse, as we've heard here today. Just a few weeks ago, on Yom Ha'atzmaut, on Israeli Independence Day, the Wiesenthal Center was invited to participate at the Brooklyn College celebration on the West Quad. Our team of student volunteers set up a table and worked alongside students of all backgrounds, all enjoying a festive time, sampling Israeli-style food, listening to Israeli music, and experiencing a taste of the culture celebrated by their Jewish peers, classmates, and neighbors. As I was driving to the event, I received a call from my team, their voices heavy with trepidation. Just outside the gate of the West Quad, members of the extreme anti-peace Students for Justice in Palestine had begun to congregate with voice amplifiers, attempting to intimidate anyone who wished to enter the event. Very quickly, the situation escalated where the NYPD's presence was necessary, along with campus security to ensure access to the event and the safety of the celebrants. As I approached the entrance, I received menacing looks and antagonistic comments myself. I made a video record and took photos of these activities, which I was able to share publicly to demonstrate what our Jewish students and others who dare celebrate the Jewish state and heritage we must contend with. The signs of these extremists and the slogans which they loudly chanted were not ones of peace, but rather ones slogans such as "From the river to the sea, Palestine should be free." In other words, not a vision of shared peace and mutual prosperity, but the destruction of Israel and the Jewish people in their entirety. The protesters declared that their goal was to drown out the Israeli music played as they attempted to intimidate anyone trying to enter the gate. If not for the law enforcement presence there, who knows what could have happened. It is in this environment that student after student, including many who are proud to be Jews, have refused to participate in today's hearings, out of fear of becoming targets themselves. Many, as we heard earlier today, wear baseball caps, covering their yarmulke, taking measures to hide their Jewish identity, and not in Russia, not in Germany, not in France, but right here in New York on CUNY's college campuses. This dangerous and disgusting bullying and intimidation must end, and it's CUNY's responsibility to do so. Please understand that while I represent the Wiesenthal Center here today, I myself am a proud CUNY graduate. My wife is a proud CUNY graduate, my sister, my father, my in-laws, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law. We are a CUNY family, and we care about the future success of CUNY. But like all New Yorkers, we are also taxpayers, and it is past due for CUNY to be held responsible for the safety of all students and faculty, including Jews. The Wiesenthal Center has long enjoyed an incredibly productive partnership with the New York City Council in combating anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms. And today we sincerely appreciate your leadership in convening this hearing, considering practical steps to deal with the CUNY crisis. We of course stand ready to be of assistance to the Council in dealing with this crisis. Most of all, we are grateful to the City Council for inviting students who are testifying here today. Let us commit to hear their voices and work together to ensure that hate has no place on CUNY's campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joshua Kramer from AJC.
Thank you, Chair Dinowitz. Thank you to the committee for holding this important hearing on anti-Semitism on CUNY and New York City college campuses. My name is Josh Kramer. I'm the director of AJC, American Jewish Committee, New York region, one of 24 regions across the country, and AJC also has over a dozen offices around the world. We combat anti-Semitism, advocate for a strong and secure Israel, and promote human rights and democratic institutions. I'm going to submit my written testimony for the record, and because it contains points that have been repeated often here today, and just speak a little bit about what is going on from an AJC perspective. I'll speak a little bit to BDS, but what I really want to do is say briefly, we are a proud partner of the City Council in combating anti-Semitism, a proud partner of CUNY and the CUNY system. As Senior Vice Chancellor Grace mentioned, she and Chancellor Matos Rodriguez attended the co-sponsored by AJC, Hillel International, and the American Council on Education Summit for University Presidents in the spring. We hope that this hearing is one important step of many steps that will approach solutions to the problems that are being faced on college campuses across New York City. But in the meantime, while we are focusing on this issue, the students, and this is why I wanted to submit my testimony for the record and just speak off the cuff, the students that we're hearing from today, and so many more that we're not hearing from today, are being cheated out of a normal college education, a normal college experience. The best case scenario in the culture that has been able to foment on college campuses in New York City and across the country are the students that we're hearing from today. They've been empowered by the City Council. They've been empowered by activity within Jewish organizations and in Jewish spaces on their college campuses to speak up and speak out against this rising tide. And it's the worst case scenario, obviously, is people feeling intimidated, people feeling marginalized. But close to worst case scenario are the hundreds, thousands of students who are hiding their identities. They're not living openly Jewish lives. They're not proud of their identities on campus, and that is the goal of anti-Semitism in most cases, to marginalize Jewish groups to such an extent, if possible. So our official policy on BDS is that it is a sinister anti-Semitic movement whose sole purpose is to isolate Israel diplomatically, culturally, academically, and economically, to undermine Israel's legitimacy. When a movement seeks to delegitimize Israel's right to exist, singles Israel out for censure, or holding no other nation to the same standard, or demonizes the world's only Jewish state simply because it is the world's only Jewish state, then criticism of Israel has ceased to be admissible. We cannot validate anti-Semitism under the guise of anti-Israel sentiment when the sentiment itself seeks to isolate and punish Jews. American Jewish college students need tangible action and policy change to ensure that vile anti-Semitism does not disrupt or derail their higher education. To combat pernicious anti-Semitism on college campuses, I implore you to adopt a formal condemnation of the BDS movement and provide training to faculty and student leaders on not just traditional anti-Semitism, but new anti-Semitism in the 21st century, which largely manifests as anti-Zionism. AJC stands behind CUNY and academia, where free thought must prosper and be protected, but also where anti-Semitic actions that undermine the safety of Jewish students under the guise of opposition to Israel's very existence must be condemned and decisively rejected.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the panel?
Yes, thank you for that testimony. Mr. Kramer, I have a question for you. As you see, the Chancellor is not here, and I know you mentioned the Chancellor. I just want to ask, how do you feel about the fact that he did not show up today?
We take this issue very seriously. It's why I am in this room and why AJC is going to be presenting on a virtual testimony as well. We wish that the Chancellor was here.
Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, Mr. Baer, you may be familiar with this question. I asked the previous panel, just the students. At City College, have you had an audience with the president of the college at this point? Have you requested one? And if so, have you had one?
So I haven't personally, but the leadership of the Hillel Club, so like the president as well as the executive director, Ilya Brat. So the student presidents who have changed their roles over the years, and the executive director Ilya Bratman have met with President Boudreau on multiple occasions. I believe he's aware of what is going on. I've not met with him personally, however.
Okay, so you believe he's aware, but do you know, and you haven't met personally, do you know if any interaction or reaction has come out of his office on this topic at all? Or in essence, have you been just relegated down to the lower rankings of people in the college, or have this been escalated to the president's office?
I mean, I think it has been brought to the president's office. He has sent out, emails or other announcements to the college when incidents have occurred, such as, incident where the student government shared a one-sided post about Israel during the recent conflict, and after a very charged speaker, Miko Peled, who is the son of an Israeli general who is a prominent anti-Zionist radical at this point. And there was a lot of harsh language going back and forth, and I believe, and again, a lot of these emails are more, there should be, free speech on campus, the less people shouldn't be anti-Israel or anti-Semitic.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. And just one comment, Mr. Kramer, it's good to see you. Just one for the record to say, in response to the last point that you made, a resolution came out of this body 6 years ago, sponsored by the predecessor members of the 3 council members you see sitting here, Councilmember Cohen from the Bronx, Councilmember Deutsch from Brooklyn, and my own predecessor, Councilman Greenfield, condemning BDS, and this council was a leader on that. And I'm incredibly proud of those 3 members who did that. So we'll continue speaking up on anti-Semitism, and BDS is that. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it was sponsored by a supermajority of the council. Just to highlight one of the points, it sounds like I didn't hear any of you say that other students shouldn't be sharing, but that you've been stifled. You've been, whether it was at an event, tried to be silenced and drowned out, or posts not being shared from a different perspective. Is that pretty fair to say that your speech was trying to be drowned out? Yeah. Okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify that point. Yes.
I just want to make a comment to what Councilman Yeager had said regarding the BDS resolution. Which just to say thank you to everybody here. Realize that when this council needs to be recognized as how incredible they have been on such issues. That exact resolution back then, the Wiesnall Center had worked with the Councilman Andrew Cohen and the other members involved in that resolution. Took that language that the New York City Council led with and started passing it and having other municipalities pass it throughout other municipalities throughout the country. Just in New Jersey alone, I think it was 35 members of 35 different municipalities have passed the exact language of the New York City Council's resolution on BDS. So just, New York City leads, and it leads to this council. So just really, you should know how much your leadership means, and thank you very much for all that you do.
And just because the resolution came up, I want to read one part of it that we're hearing themes about throughout the hearing about free speech. It says, whereas the university-based BDS efforts violate the core goals of the university and global cultural development, which thrive on free and open exchange and debate. Free and open exchange and debate. And based on the last 3 panels, it just sounds like there is an incredibly coordinated effort to stifle that free speech, which I know that CUNY says that they value. And I think, again, what we're looking for is the evidence of that value, right? What are the plans and what have you done so far to foster that free speech and that exchange of ideas? I thank the panel for your testimony. The next in-person panel is Susan Tuckman, Azriel Ganak, Gerard Felitti, and Barbara Kita. And I just want to note again that CUNY, Dr. Grace is still on. You can't see, but she's still on here listening to the testimony, which I want to highlight that we on this committee appreciate. We will start with, we'll start with Susan Tuckman from Zionist Organization of America. Thank you. Is the microphone on?
Okay, there we go. I'm Susan Tuckman. I'm the director of the Center for Law and Justice at the Zionist Organization of America. The ZOA is the oldest pro-Israel organization in the U.S., and we have played a leading role in fighting campus anti-Semitism and making sure that Jewish students get the safe and welcoming environment that every student deserves. We filed the first case of campus anti-Semitism that the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights ever agreed to investigate under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. When the Office for Civil Rights was not enforcing Title VI to protect Jewish students, the ZOA led a 6-year battle to ensure that Jewish students would have the same legal protections that other ethnic and racial groups had already enjoyed for close to 50 years. As a result of our battle, Jewish students are now protected under Title VI. We've helped Jewish students on campuses across the country, including at CUNY. In 2013, we helped Jewish students at Brooklyn College who were forcibly removed from an anti-Israel BDS program. They were ejected without justification, simply because they opposed BDS. Keeping them out was a way to shut down their pro-Israel views. In 2016, the ZOA alerted CUNY's leaders to the harassment and intimidation that Jewish students were enduring at 4 CUNY schools. As just one example, a student rally at Hunter College that was supposed to protest rising tuition turned into a frightening attack on Jews. Jewish students were threatened and cursed at. They were subjected to chants like "Jews out of CUNY" and "Death to Jews." CUNY Law School has not been immune to these problems. A CUNY law student posted a video on social media in which she threatens to light someone on fire because he's wearing a sweatshirt bearing the emblem of the Israel Defense Forces. CUNY Law did not condemn this conduct. It didn't investigate whether the student violated CUNY policies. Instead, CUNY Law justified the conduct and considers it acceptable activism. The ZOA's Title VI action against CUNY Law is currently being investigated by the Office for Civil Rights. It would be reasonable for us to think that since CUNY Law is under federal investigation, it would be extra vigilant in ensuring that Jewish and pro-Israel students feel safe and welcome. Not so. The law student who threatened to set someone on fire for supporting Israel, a student who has also openly called for the death of Zionists and for Israel's destruction, a student who also promotes violence and terrorism against Jews. This student was selected to be a speaker at CUNY Law's commencement last month. She was treated like a celebrity there, with cheers and applause. Taxpayer money should not be supporting a school that legitimizes and rewards anti-Semitism or any other bigotry. We thank Councilwoman Vernikov for pulling funding that was allocated to CUNY Law. She sent the much-needed message to CUNY that if you tolerate anti-Semitism, you will bear the negative consequences. We ask the City Council to send the same message to CUNY. I'm submitting written testimony to the committee. I've included recommendations that I respectfully urge you to implement. They are reasonable and doable and will help protect Jewish kids on our campuses.
Thank you. Thank you for your
so
testimony. Azriel Ganek.
Hello, I'm a professor of physics at Queens College and the Graduate Center, and a member of the CUNY Alliance for Inclusion. One doesn't have to say which group should be included because there's only a single group that is excluded. And we work to connect with students and to inform the faculty and CUNY community about the real Israel. We've made many attempts to contact the chancellor, but we've never gotten a response or noticed that. Okay. I'd like to say that anti-Semitism is not just another hate, and that BDS is not simply a political point of view. It's really an ideology by which people can define themselves, nurture their grievances, and proclaim their virtue by settling on a single state within the world. One could go to the Middle East. There are a lot of conflicts going on. The number of people killed in Gaza was roughly equivalent to the number of people killed.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that we're focusing on anti-Semitism here on our college campuses.
I just wanted to get to a point that the resolution of the PSC CUNY condemning Israel for massacring Palestinians is not in any way based in fact, and it's delusional in a sense because it proclaims that it is opposed to racism and anti-Semitism, but the resolution itself is anti-Semitic by any standard. And perhaps one way of seeing that is to see that it's only now that there's some discussion coming up and a draft of a resolution on the Russian invasion of Ukraine is coming up. And in that case, instead of calling for a boycott of Russia for its brutal invasion of Ukraine, there's a statement that as academics, they need to remind people that the way forward in a difficult conflict is through dialogue and communication. So it's an absolute double standard. And there was a mention of the Jerusalem definition of anti-Semitism, which is a way of working around a direct assault on the anti-Semitism inherent in BDS. It should be accepted that if there's a double standard applied to a single people, and that this emphasis is so large that it becomes the essence of a person's identity, that really is anti-Semitism. And the way to move forward is for the university to adopt IRA. I'd like to just say that I was an organizer of the conference that was mentioned, the U.S. Middle East Conference on Photonics. And it was to celebrate the inauguration of the Photonics Initiative at CUNY. And we invited the leaders, the world's leaders in photonics to celebrate the contribution of Middle Eastern scientists.
Thank you.
Thank
you. If you could just take another second to wrap up, please.
Okay, and just to say that that conference, there was not a single person who said could not come who did not have a conflict. There was broad support for it. So there's a real division here between people in the sciences who are really based on fact, I would say, and people in the social sciences who are looking at broad narrative or emotions to drive what they do. And I think a university should really not give up on the idea that facts matter.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Gerard Felitti.
It is on now, thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Gerard Felitti. I am an attorney and senior counsel at the Lawfare Project. We are a nonprofit that fights to uphold the civil rights of the Jewish people worldwide and based here in New York City. I will submit my testimony in writing because after listening to CUNY's testimony, I just need to go off the cuff a little bit. What I saw this morning and into this afternoon was an empty chair. The chancellor could not be bothered to come, and this is after already postponing the hearing. This is unacceptable. There's a simple answer to this. He needs to be replaced. There are plenty of people that the Board of Trustees can find to replace him, people who actually care about the minority rights of the Jewish people and the minority rights of other communities as well. You don't ignore hearings on anti-Semitism that are called by the New York City Council. What I heard were empty voices. The language that was used was typical of a defendant who does not answer questions but answers them in a meaningless way. Nothing we heard today had any merit whatsoever. You know, it strikes me, everyone else has talked about the issues at CUNY in depth, but what strikes me is that what happens in academia doesn't stay in academia. It seeps out and infests our community. And if Jew hatred is what's being perpetuated there, we're seeing that on the streets. I will give you a portion of my testimony. When a student, you know, as Susan said, when a student filmed herself apparently threatening to set a man's IDF hoodie on fire while wearing it, the administration initially condemned this act at CUNY, only later to apologize, saying the condemnation was inexcusable. The administration at CUNY actually apologized for condemning Jew hatred. When students hold rallies at the university on campuses and going out into the streets demanding to globalize the Intifada, to globalize violence against Jews, the administration does nothing. It's silent. When students call for resistance by any means, the administration does nothing. When students chant from the river to the sea, which is the rallying cry of Hamas and the PFLP designated foreign terrorist organizations, the administration does nothing. What happens then? We have student-inspired organizations. We know the names. I'm not going to say them. We all know who we're talking about at CUNY Law. They go out onto the streets and hold rallies. At one of those rallies, one of my clients was attacked, viciously beaten. Yesterday, a federal grand jury returned a bill of indictment for a federal hate crime charge against this person. He went to a rally inspired and hosted by these people who came out of CUNY law, who come out of CUNY campuses and incite violence. And he was attacked for it. And now we have a federal hate crime pending. This is the consequence of CUNY's inaction. This is the consequence of not responding to all of these issues. We have real-world violence that's perpetuated by people who are infused with hatred on these campuses. And more than anything, this is why action needs to be taken. We don't need an empty chair. We don't need empty voices. We need action. And if CUNY doesn't do anything, then what Councilmember Vernikoff did was straight on. We need to cut funding. We need to affect them in a way that will entice them to take action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And then Barbara Katai.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ina, for inviting me. I was totally unprepared. Just came to the rally. And I'm a former CUNY faculty in the English department, adjunct. I was teaching there for over 23 years at New York City College of Technology in Brooklyn, where one of the CUNY reps on Zoom said there was a Holocaust exhibit. I never saw any such thing. And I noticed over the years, I was there since the 1990s, I noticed how there's like a decline in the student population. There used to be a lot of students in the dental hygiene clinic and a lot of other clinics. I taught English. I taught English at City University of New York, New York City College of Technology in Brooklyn for over 22 years. And there's a decline in the population of Jewish students, and there's a fear. There's this like nonverbal fear. There was a standing exhibit that took up the entire lobby of the second floor against Israel. In, I think, 2008, Stand With Us was there. I invited them to come video it. There was not one thing about any factual information about Israel. I asked the vice president if I could show the case for Israel, the movie. He said, sure, go ahead. Not one professor would come and bring anybody from their class until finally I showed it to my class. And then one other professor came up with a couple of students. And every professor is afraid of saying a word against anybody or anything. The Muslim Students Association gets almost all the money. I was like a contact professor for the first Jewish Students Association there. They never got any student money. And they even have an entire wing dedicated to Muslim worship. A wing, not just a room. There's no rooms for any other kind of worship there, but there's a whole wing. And they had constant imams come in and talk about jihad and talk about peace or whatever they were talking about. And they got tons of money and they got tons of food, only for the Muslim students. So the Jewish students were intimidated all the time. I would say to them, why don't you talk to them about what's going on, what you think? And they said, what's the point? They just shout you down and they silence you and you can't open your mouth because they just totally silence you. So they've silenced me too. I was fired together with 4 other professors who were adjunct, who were teaching there more than 20 years, each of us, all Jewish women, all at the same time, May 2021. No reason, nothing. We went into our personnel files. Most of the material, the faculty evaluations were gone. All the positive faculty peer observations were gone. Everything was gone. And then they said, oh, we have a separate file in the English department. Oh, where's that file? We don't know. So, but what I was teaching before I got dismissed was how brainwashing affects racism and anti-Semitism. And I gave them a lot of examples, and they loved it. I gave them examples from Patty Hearst and from the Jim Jones massacre and from a lot of different types of diverse things, and something about the Holocaust.
Take another second to wrap it up, please.
And they didn't know anything about the Holocaust. They said the public school system doesn't even teach the Holocaust at all anymore. All they know is that there was Hitler and 6 million. And they thanked me for telling them about it.
Thank
and
you
after
for
that,
sharing.
I lost my
Thank
job.
you so much. Thank you to the panel. Any questions for the panel? Thank you so much. We have one more in-person panel, and then we have a virtual panel. And I just want to thank all of the panelists and the other council members for really focusing on the issue of what's going on here in the United States. Because again, as I said in my opening statement, this is not a foreign policy debate. There is a reality borne out by facts that Jews are facing increased discrimination. So I just want to take a moment to thank all of the people who are really focused on that. The last in-person panel is Michael Marachnik and Rabbi Yisrael David Weiss.
Folks, if your name was called, please come up if you haven't.
Okay. Yeah. With the help of the Almighty, I pray to the Almighty to bestow upon me His truth and His wisdom, that I may convey His message and so sanctify His name and hopefully bring peace to the world. We're very thankful for the leaders of CUNY and the City Council who are concerned about anti-Semitism and how to somehow bring some type of relief to the growing anti-Semitism. But we are very concerned. I'm a grandchild of my grandparents were killed in Auschwitz. The majority of my family was killed in Auschwitz and in the Holocaust. Yet, at the same time, we know that this was anti-Semitism. We are very concerned because when you conflate, when you try to incorporate into anti-Semitism other issues, it's really unfair. It's unfair to the truth. It may be that we may be a minority of Jews who are practicing religion, and maybe we are a minority, but you cannot, 1 and 1 is 2, as a great rabbi said. This is a fact. We cannot take away from the fact that Judaism is subservience to God, a religion of 3,000 years. Zionism is a transformation to nationalism. It is a mere 100-odd years, and it's forbidden according to the Torah to occupy, to kill, to steal. It's forbidden even to have a Jewish state. The rabbis in Palestine, in fact, in Europe, there was a great rabbi, Rabbi Shapiro, pleaded when there was a massacre in Palestine. Rabbi Chaim Eliezer Shapiro, of blessed memory, and he said, we have to tell people to take back that Balfour Declaration. Rabbi Dushinsky in 1947 pleaded with the United Nations, it's United Nations records. He said, we furthermore wish to express our definite opposition to a Jewish state in any part of Palestine. And he was the chief rabbi in Jerusalem. That hundreds of thousands of Jews still live in the Holy Land and around the world, right across the bridge, and across Williamsburg Bridge. There's the largest concentration of religious Jews. Most probably you won't find one Israeli flag. We are Jews because we serve God. We're not condoning violence. We are pleading that you do not take us hostage. Do not incorporate something that may be what's going on, again, complaints or how people address a subject called Zionism. But do not conflate it and do not refer to it as anti-Semitism, because that exacerbates anti-Semitism. That makes, because people who are suffering, whether you say it's rightful, not rightful, it's a subject by itself. They are frustrated, they are exasperated because they say, why are you saying that we are anti-Jews when we lived for hundreds of years in peace and harmony? This is really not right. It's untruthful, and please do not use my Judaism, what we suffered, and make that there should be more bloodshed, whether it be Jews or non-Jews. It's really, you have to face the truth. It's exacerbating anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
God help we should have peace. And we thank you again for trying to stop anti-Semitism. Thank you.
For your testimony. Councilmember Vernikoff has a question.
Yes.
Mr. Weiss.
Rabbi Weiss.
Are you a student at CUNY?
No, I am not.
Are you a student at any New York City university?
No, I am not.
Have you ever been a student at CUNY?
No.
Are you a professor at CUNY?
No, I am not.
Have you ever experienced anti-Semitism at CUNY?
No, I did not.
Have you ever experienced anti-Semitism on any college campus?
Not on a college campus, but I lived in New York, and I did. But therefore, I think I'm a Jewish person. I have a right to speak up for my being, my nation, my people, and my religion.
I believe you haven't addressed the issue of anti-Semitism, and we're here to discuss just that. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn to our virtual panel. I had to check. Okay, the first panel will have 5 speakers. The speakers on this next panel are Ofek Preos. And again, forgive me if I mispronounce your name. You'll just correct me when you introduce yourself. James Davis from the PSC, CUNY. Rita Nasser first from Stand With Us. Ilya Bratman from Hillel at Baruch College. And Scott Richmond from the Anti-Defamation League. We'll start with Ofek Preos.
Starting time.
So everybody on Zoom, you're going to get a Zoom unmute invite from a staff member. When that window comes up, please accept it.
Starting time.
Unmute myself. Okay. Hello. My name is Ofek Price. I am an Israeli international student studying at SUNY New Paltz. I was recently excluded from an advocacy group fighting against sexual violence on campus after being labeled as a Zionist based on a post on my Instagram story, which stated that the Jewish people are an ethnic group who come from Israel and that you cannot colonize the land to which you are indigenous. I'm an Israeli student, a political science and sociology major, and a prominent member of advocacy and activist spaces on and off campus, and a survivor of sexual assault who was denied the right to fight against rape culture as a result of anti-Zionism. I am joining virtually from Israel today to state that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the public state and city universities of New York. While I have dedicated my life and my education to activism against oppression, racism, and sexual violence, the anti-Zionist organization at my school has accused me of being a traitor to the cause, and I was given the reputation of a white supremacist and a colonizer, incapable of fighting for equality and reform. My identity as a fighter against injustice was taken from me, and it was replaced by the label of an oppressor. Another Jewish survivor and I were harassed with instant hostility, some even instructing people to find us and spit on us. I still feel unsafe on my campus today. I still feel powerless and defenseless, and more than anything, I feel isolated and excommunicated from the progressive spaces in which I have a right to participate. The members of the anti-Semitic organization and members of the student body who contributed to the hostility walk unpunished, while I and many Jewish students spent the semester at home in fear. These are the detrimental impacts left by the presence of anti-Zionism in colleges and universities. This is the result of promoting dialogue instead of directly denouncing anti-Zionism. It is not a matter of difficult conversations, but an issue of hostility, isolation, and discrimination. There is an immense need for reform in the protection for the Jewish and Israeli students of New York State. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Price. And I just want to acknowledge how brave it is for you to share your testimony, especially as a survivor, and to share that and try to work towards a better future for your peers. Thank you.
Starting time.
Next, we have James Davis from PSC.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz, members of the Committee on Higher Education. My name is James Davis. I'm a faculty member for the last 18 years at Brooklyn College, and I'm the president of the Professional Staff Congress, which is the labor union representing 30,000 faculty and staff at CUNY. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's important hearing, and I want to thank this committee as well for your efforts during the city budget process to improve conditions for CUNY faculty, students, and staff. The PSC takes seriously acts of discrimination and hate speech at CUNY, including acts of anti-Semitism. We believe that our faculty and staff are committed to the inclusive mission of CUNY to serve the whole people of New York. Our purpose is to lift up the students who enter our classrooms, and our members work hard to support the pluralistic vision at CUNY and make sure that our diversity is our strength and that all students have the opportunity to flourish regardless of their background or their ancestry. And as a faculty member myself, I've seen how challenging that work is and yet how successful we have been at CUNY. However, we also recognize that anti-Semitism has increased in New York City and beyond. And of course, the university is not immune from the problems that plague the city as a whole. We're committed to combating anti-Semitism, and we welcome discussion of initiatives that this committee recommends. 524 hate crimes were committed in New York City in 2021, a staggering number. And of these, 175 were hate crimes against Jewish people, more than a third of the total. That's unacceptable. And we also recognize that incidents of bias occur that may rise to the level of a hate crime to individuals, but cause harm to individuals and communities. Harassment and discrimination may not involve physical attack on persons or property, but shouldn't go unchallenged. The PSC has consistently supported efforts at the university to go beyond platitudes and address the root causes based on ethnicity, race, and religion. Now, some of you know our union passed a resolution at a delegate assembly meeting last year that's been criticized as anti-Semitic. The resolution was sharply critical of Israel, state policy, and it recommended, among other things, that the boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign against Israel be discussed at local union meetings last fall semester. Some of our members were deeply upset by the resolution, and some even resigned union membership in dismay and in protest. Chair Dinowitz and I have discussed this episode on a few occasions, and I welcome further discussion as the committee wishes. The PSC has not endorsed the BDS campaign.
Time
But
expired.
we do take the position, if I could be permitted another 40 seconds, I can finish up.
Yes.
We do take the position that criticism of Israeli state policy is not inherently anti-Semitic, and we support our members' rights to express themselves publicly about the Israel-Palestinian conflict as an issue on which our members are far from united. Members of a college community must not allow their political convictions to bias their treatment towards students or colleagues. But the quality of a college education depends on an open and vigorous debate on the issues of the day. So we need to balance the need to support respect for all with the need to preserve academic freedom, which is the lifeblood of the American university. The PSC has in fact taken important steps to condemn violent acts of anti-Semitism at CUNY and beyond. Our executive council issued a statement condemning the Tree of Life synagogue mass murder in Pittsburgh in 2018. More recently, we have engaged in a coordinated response with Queens College employees against the defacement of a campus building.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I certainly have questions, and I'm sure my colleagues have questions. So you'll certainly have a chance to finish up some of your thoughts when we have the questions. The next witness is Rena Nasser first from Stand With Us.
Starting time.
I speak before you today as an employee of Stand With Us, a nonpartisan Israel education organization that inspires and educates people of all ages and backgrounds, challenges misinformation, and fights anti-Semitism, especially on campus. But I also speak before you today as a CUNY alum who experienced moments of anti-Semitism myself within the CUNY system when I was a student. Over the last few years, anti-Semitism on campus has steadily increased, but it has not been adequately addressed. Jewish and Israeli students are being subjected to a harsh litmus test, where they are treated as equal members of the campus community only if they are willing to limit the expression of their Jewish identity, Zionism, and connection to Israel. Students who fail this test face increasing animosity and marginalization from students and staff, and apathy from administrators. This issue isn't just impacting students. All stakeholders within the CUNY nucleus are affected. Faculty are also being ostracized and harassed, and alumni are continually disappointed by their alma maters. For example, at the Silberman School of Social Work, where upon investigating an anti-Semitic Zoom bombing incident during class, we uncovered years of egregious incidents of anti-Semitism that the administration knew about, yet failed to correct. Or at Kingsborough Community College, where Professor Michael Goldstein, who's here today, I see on Zoom, was the victim of a smear campaign calling for his termination and even physical violence against him because of his open expression of his Zionism. Or at CUNY Law School, which has been referenced many times today, where a commencement speech referenced a harmful resolution with brazen demands to end study abroad programs in Israel, terminate partnerships with Israeli academics and institutions, and even cut ties with several Jewish organizations on campus, like Hillel. These examples are mere highlights of a larger alarming trend at CUNY. And I want to emphasize, just as others have, we are not talking about political differences or political disagreements. Students are being forced to either hide their Judaism and Zionism or become vulnerable to intimidation, harassment, and exclusion from peers and professors. Jewish students deserve the same protection against hate and intolerance as any other community at CUNY. I'd like to offer the CUNY administration the following recommendations. Create a task force with Jewish students, faculty, on-campus organizations like Hillel, and alumni to assess the overall situation on campus and make recommendations. Adopt the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism and utilize it as appropriate in addressing anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism grows in part because people have difficulty identifying it. Clarify further the process for reporting anti-Semitic incidents and give those reports equal treatment of, okay, finishing up.
Thank you. Just take another second, but please wrap it up.
Yes, lip service
And by the way,
is not
you'll always submit your testimony in writing, so these recommendations will be shared with us.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
I'll
so
conclude by just adding lip service is not enough. I look forward to seeing how this hearing results in tangible change for all of CUNY. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ilya Bratman from Hillel at Baruch College.
Starting time.
Hello, friends. Thank you so much. Chair Dinowitz, members of the Committee on Higher Education, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ilya Bratman. I'm a Jewish refugee from Russia, and I'm an alumnus of Baruch College. Now, I serve as a Hillel director for a number of colleges in Manhattan, namely Baruch City John Jay colleges at CUNY, FIT, New School, School of Visual Arts, Fordham, and Pace universities. I work to create and foster Jewish life on our campuses and to advocate for Jewish student needs and concerns. I'm also a faculty member, teaching at Baruch and John Jay colleges. Therefore, I wear multiple hats, a guide, mentor, and support Jewish students in various schools in Manhattan. I teach a large, diverse group of students every year. I have seen the impact of the past 2 years of isolation, depression, anxiety on all of our students. In addition to these obstacles, Jewish students have faced an increasing number of anti-Semitic incidents on our campuses and a deteriorating climate of hostility and harassment at our colleges. Much of the harassment occurs online, but many incidents occur in the classrooms, often perpetrated by the faculty. As faculty, we have a responsibility to present unbiased, fair, balanced, and honest information to our students. Our students trust us and consider us as credible resources. Therefore, when faculty are disingenuous, dishonest, and present biased information to our students, they break that trust and credibility. Time and again, our faculty have failed us. Faculty have used delegitimization of Israel and have attacked Zionism in order to hide their animosity and hate for the existence of the Jewish state and thus the Jewish people. They have allowed the atmosphere of intolerance, hate, and falsehood to reign supreme in our classrooms. That is unacceptable. The classroom is a sacred space. Our students demand integrity and impartiality from our faculty. They deserve better. As you heard today, our students feel uncomfortable, unsafe, and fearful to exhibit and express their Jewish identity on our campuses. I often serve as the voice for the Jewish students on our campuses. When I asked students to testify in this hearing, many had the same response. I'm afraid. I don't want to stand out. I don't want my name out there. Numerous students told me that they are intimidated to participate in this hearing or to combat anti-Semitism on campus because they don't want that kind of attention. And they're afraid of the repercussions that may follow them in the classroom, on campus, and online. Some were able to testify anonymously because of these fears of intimidation. I'm very thankful to the chairman for reading their testimonies. It is very important for all of us to hear the gravity and intensity of the hostility on our campuses. It takes courage, a lot of courage, to stand up to their peers, especially in these uncertain times. I'm very grateful to the students who are brave enough to testify today and send in their testimonies. We must create a safer environment on our campuses, and we must define anti-Semitism to begin with. We can't combat anti-Semitism without knowing what it is. Therefore, our students have asked to adopt the IRA definition time and time again. Secondly, we must educate students, faculty, and staff about the roots and history of anti-Semitism. And thirdly, must combat anti-Semitism, denounce and condemn the acts of anti-Semitism loudly and unapologetically, and hold faculty,
Time
students, and
expired.
staff accountable for any acts of
Thank
harassment.
you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Last in this panel, and then we'll have questions, is Scott Richmond from the Anti-Defamation League.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Councilman Dinowitz, for convening this important hearing and for your and the Council's partnership with ADL on fighting all forms of hate throughout the year. My name is Scott Richmond. I'm the Regional Director for New York and New Jersey for ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. Since 1913, our sole mission has been to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of hate wherever it arises, on our streets, in our workplaces, on social media, and most relevant today on college campuses. I appear before you today with great concern about the rise in anti-Semitism across the country, about which Councilman Dinowitz spoke extensively earlier. I'm an eyewitness to that, responding to anti-Semitic incidents every single day as part of my work and as part of my team's work. Since 2017, my office alone has worked with victims to respond to 92 incidents of anti-Semitism on New York college campuses, 14 of which occurred on CUNY campuses. But these raw numbers do not necessarily paint the full picture of the context and environment in which these incidents occur. The full picture, as we've heard from Jewish students, of feeling unwelcome or unsafe because they were concealing their Zionism, a core aspect of their identity, in order to participate in Jewish life. I just want to make 3 quick points for the council and for the CUNY administration, which I'm grateful are still on the line. Point 1 is that ADL's analysis of the situation indicates that these experiences reflect only the tip of the iceberg. In partnership with Hillel, we surveyed Jewish students across the country last year. It showed that 43% of Jewish students on campus today either have been targets of anti-Semitism or have observed anti-Semitic incidents during their time at school. It's a shocking thought that nearly half of all Jewish students across the country are subject to anti-Semitism during their time at school. Moreover, the survey showed that only 25% of those incidents were ever reported to anybody. Helping them report is key, and I'm grateful to hear the commitment from CUNY today to encourage reporting, but clearly more needs to be done, and we're happy to partner with the council. We're happy to partner with CUNY from our experience on campuses and to make that incident reporting happen. Point 2 is that the council members and the CUNY administration who have spoken today have made a commitment to protecting free speech and free academic inquiry, and we do as well. We believe that students can and should be exposed to ideas with which they may disagree and ideas that make them feel uncomfortable. That's how they'll grow. But it's one thing to imagine college campuses being hotbeds of robust discourse. It's quite another to observe what's transpired as of late, which impacts every Jewish student, not just the victim. And we are hearing powerful testimony from students. I just want to lift up some of the voices of the many students who turned to ADL New York, New Jersey for help. Jewish students were recently subjected to screams of baby killers at Rutgers campus simply because they were members of a Jewish fraternity. And graduate students from New York University who visited Israel returned to find their social media posts hijacked by other students who accused them of supporting white supremacy because they traveled to Israel. When these students reached out to their peers to have meaningful dialogue, they were rebuffed because they were told that they didn't want to engage in normalization. We call upon CUNY and all campuses to speak out more regularly and more consistently, not just when it's so egregious as what happened at CUNY Law School graduation. And the third and final point is
if you could just take another sec to wrap it up, and then we'll have your written testimony so that we can act on this and share with CUNY, of course.
Absolutely. So my third and final point is that we've seen the tremendous impact of DEI efforts. ADL has specific programs which speak to that. We have our Hate Uncycled program. It's a program that offers broad-based, comprehensive anti-bias training on campuses and includes anti-Semitism as part of that. We're happy to partner with this council, partner with CUNY, as well as any university that wishes to move forward constructively to tackle this hate on their campuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have some questions for this panel, so that's it for the people testifying on this panel. But I want to ask the president of PSC, Mr. James Davis. I was obviously you acknowledged that PSC last year passed this resolution I was a little, and I appreciate you talking about it and talking about it openly. I was a little confused by your testimony, though, because it sounded like you said that the resolution itself didn't support BDS. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, like, I have it here. It certainly has some of the language that doesn't, engender great debate about a topic, which is something that you say you want, but this just kind of states the way things are, which, this is part of the conversation, but you're kind of affirming things. Legalize racial discrimination, violent incursions, and you affirm the right of faculty and staff for boycott and divestment. And while in the resolve it doesn't specifically say the language you used, it calls on you to facilitate discussions at the chapter level to consider PSC support for BDS and sanctions. It's sort of a weird distinction without a difference. And I kind of don't really understand how you would say that this resolution, which uses all the language that honestly is dangerous and stifles debate and meaningful discussion and makes things more dangerous for people, is aligned with the value of what you said was a pluralistic vision. How many other resolutions condemning foreign policies does PSC publish? Do you pass?
Chair Dinowitz, thanks for the question. I understand why you say that it's a distinction without a difference. I disagree. The evolution of this resolution, an amendment was attempted during the debate about this resolution for the PSC to support the BDS campaign. That amendment was defeated, and the resolution that emerged said, as you indicated, that the PSC consider, support, and facilitate discussions and report back by the end of calendar year 2021 on those discussions, on the conversations at the chapter level. Those conversations occurred. We had chapters report back at the Delegate Assembly in December 2021. The PSC did not support the BDS campaign, and in fact did not vote on whether to support the BDS campaign. So that's what happened. We occasionally do pass resolutions on international matters. We passed 12 resolutions in 2021. That was the only one in 2021 on the international matters. This year, as one of my colleagues on a previous panel observed, we also at the Executive Council passed a statement condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There are other examples that I could give you. We have a long history of condemning war, including the so-called war on terror over the years.
I have
but
some
I think
of those
what your question is really
here.
getting at, Council Member, is whether we're singling out Jews. Yeah.
Yes, and again, while you ultimately, I guess, did not pass the most explicit of the resolutions, this was obviously the BDS resolution was obviously charged enough that you had over 50 of your members resigned. By the way, do you know the exact number that resigned?
I checked to prepare for this hearing, and it's just under 100.
Okay, so just under 100. And I just want to read some language from some of your other resolutions that you've passed. And just to express my point. In your May 2021 No Cold War with China, was that right? That was you, PSC. You correctly state that incessant China bashing by the media is inflaming racist ideologies and triggering violence against Chinese Americans, which is absolutely true. In other words, when you demonize a country that represents a people, we feel it here at home. And I think it's great that you acknowledge that. And it's one of the issues that we as a city need to confront. And yet you don't feel, you representing your union, don't feel the same way about Israel. And the resolution you passed, again, that is supposed to engender conversation, apparently, talks about apartheid, legalized discrimination, and murder. There's a few others. I'm not going to go over all of them. There's one where you, in November of 2018, where you strongly oppose placing limitations on academic travel. That was for Birzeit University. But again, support it against Israel. That's what BDS, it's the goal of BDS. And those are and the last one is you have a resolution in opposition to U.S. sanctions in Cuba. And I'm sure you know people flee Cuba because of human rights violation. They find solace here in the U.S. And you've resolved to end the 61-year economic, financial, and commercial blockade. Fine. In Cuba. But you want to start one in Israel. You want to start the boycott, divestment, which is essentially could be called a commercial blockade. I'm just trying to understand how you have statements of values saying that you don't want commercial blockades. They're so bad. Education's a fundamental human right, and we should be creating links between groups of people. And you understand that bashing certain countries promotes violence against the people, except with Israel. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of what's different about Israel than all these other countries where you've made statements of support in things that seem reasonable.
Council member, I understand the force of your question, and trying to identify contradictions, even hypocrisy, I think, is what you're getting at. We didn't, again, I'll just say again, the PSC did not vote to endorse the BDS campaign. And in fact, it is still the policy of the PSC not to support an academic boycott of Israeli universities, which was a 2007 resolution that still stands. I think we need to be able to hold space to criticize other governments, including the Israeli government. And this is quite apart from questioning what I've heard others say, Israel's right to exist, right? But I think we need to be able to hold space to criticize state policies, and also to say in the same breath, yes, every student deserves a safe and welcoming environment, as many of my colleagues and students at CUNY have said today. To combat anti-Semitism here in New York City.
I hear that. To be clear, you support BDS. I mean, that's not really a...
Why would you say that, Chair Dinowitz?
Because you said it.
Where have we said that?
I'm just going to read what I wrote down. At a meeting...
And I can save you the time. There's a lot of charged language in that resolution.
There's a lot of charged language.
The clause says that we will consider and discuss the boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign in chapter meetings and report back about those conversations to the Delegate Assembly by the end of 2021, which is what happened. And
so
we have not
at the meeting where this passed, you said the committee felt U.S. labor orgs are complicit in the crisis. You appreciate them developing the resolution and the work. Your only issue was that you felt that you said your only issue that you spoke about at this meeting was that you felt the members could be persuaded that this is a legitimate issue for discussion, but the resolution simply states it. And your issue was process-oriented, not content-oriented. In 2013, you were part of the American Studies Association. This is what you said at the meeting. You said you voted in favor of the resolution there. And I just think as president of the union, it's really incumbent upon you to set an examples for your members by not elevating divisive voices. This is not a resolution That's if I say, hey, you're a murderer, you're a baby killer, let's have a chat. That's not a way to have a conversation. But again, the words, not only in this resolution, but of the BDS movement. Again, I cited examples of the BDS movement creating maps of Jewish organizations in Boston. There was something similar that was reported here in New York. That is not the basis for a conversation. The basis for a conversation is not saying one side is bad, one side is evil, let's have a chat. And I just think as a president, you have to foster that environment of real dialogue. And there's a reason your members left and others are made extremely uncomfortable. And you've heard from students, you've heard from faculty. It is a problem throughout CUNY. What steps are you taking then to continuously have those conversations so that your members are actually learning about what's going on and understand how their language can impact the lives, the language, which, by the way, you acknowledge in your China, the No Cold War with China resolution, make lives unsafe and unwelcoming for their students?
Right. Our job as the labor union is to balance the right that our members have, not just to free speech, but to academic freedom to express themselves on political matters, with the countervailing responsibility that we have in classrooms and in offices to treat our students and our colleagues respectfully. And so I hear that in your question and in your challenge. One thing that we've been doing recently, Chair Dinowitz, is we've been working with the faculty and staff at Queens College who were subjected at Delaney Hall to anti-Semitic defacement of the corridor where the words KKK lives and a swastika were scrawled on January 6th, which is the 1 year anniversary of the white nationalist coup attempt on the U.S. Capitol. On that day, the union has challenged that college administration's inadequate response to that racist and anti-Semitic defacement. And we filed a grievance as a labor union on behalf of the safety of the occupants of those buildings. We've been working with the TEAK program and the Center for Ethnic, Racial, and Religious Understanding on behalf of the students and the faculty and staff in that building. There's a lot more probably that we could discuss about the resolution and its consequences, for the union. On behalf of that, I'll just say that every member who contacted us with an interest in resigning as a result of that resolution received outreach either from a member of our executive council or from a chapter chair to talk with them. And we heard exactly why they were upset, and we heard about the pain. And I have to say that, as the grandson of two Jewish people from Forest Hills, Queens, and the son of a Jewish woman, the husband of a Jewish woman, and the father, therefore, of two Jewish daughters, none of this conversation gives me any pleasure whatsoever. But I do feel that there's a different kind of a litmus test that evolves in a conversation like the one we're holding, in which fidelity to the state of Israel in itself becomes a kind of litmus test for one's Jewishness, and that is very uncomfortable.
That's, I think throughout the hearing, you've heard the exact opposite. And I think for all the students and the professors who've testified, and all the council members, I don't think any of them said but being a Zionist is a litmus test for being Jewish. I think what you heard, and what I hope you heard when I because I know you're a man who listens, what you heard was that their voices are being stifled. Not that everyone has to agree with them. That is what was said, and I just have to push back on the notion that no one can have disagreements. The disagreements that are not acceptable are the ones that are dangerous and drown out the voices of others, and as was testified, makes life more dangerous and results in the assaults of Jewish students and the harassment of Jewish students. And again, we're looking forward into the future. What kind of future are we making for our children? What are we teaching them? Well, we're teaching them it's okay. We're teaching them it's okay to have voices of those you disagree with drowned out. And we are seeing the results of that in all the statistics that I mentioned in my opening statements about the hate crimes. And those, as Scott Richmond of the ADL said, are just the tip of the iceberg. I'm really interested to see the results of that outreach that you said you did to those members who resigned. How many of them came back to the union? Can you unmute Mr. Davis? President Davis? Okay, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Council Member. And I appreciate the clarification on the last issue as well. I'm going to estimate. My estimate is that approximately half of the members of the PSC who initially contacted us about resigning from the union in response to the June 2021 resolution ultimately left, and half remained.
And have you done, we call it like restorative justice in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Have you taken any proactive steps to welcome back the members who resigned, to reach out to them, to get them back and actually have those meaningful conversations instead of more charged language, which we see trickling down into our faculty at CUNY?
We have, and in fact, a number of people, of course, those who left the union haven't been able to take part, but the members who remained, in fact, some have decided to run for elected office. So we now have delegates who have spoken out directly within delegate assembly meetings, indicating that they decided to run for that position in response to the resolution. And I think that whatever position one takes about the conflict, that's exactly the kind of response that we need. We need people who, when they see an institution they're involved in, whether it's a labor union or otherwise, acting adverse to their interests, they get involved and they lend their voice. And so, and I think at the campus level, the meetings that took place over the fall semester that included discussion about the BDS campaign also included much more vigorous and broader discussions about what it means to be a social justice union, or what it means to try to inhabit a workplace that is as diverse and pluralistic, and it is frankly as shot through with various kinds of hate and prejudice as all of our workplaces are. So we take that very seriously.
Thank you. Well, I would submit to you that it doesn't count as social justice if you only promote social justice for some places and not others, and only apply certain litmus tests, as I outlined on some of these other resolutions, to some nations and not others. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Vernikov.
My first line of questioning is for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, how many faculty members are part of the PSC union?
Can you please unmute the president? You're unmuted.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikov. We represent 30,000 faculty and professional staff.
Are any of the faculty members Zionists?
I'm sure they are. There's 30,000 of them, and it's New York City.
And do you have a duty to represent Zionist faculty members?
We have a duty to represent all of our members.
I'm asking you about Zionist faculty members.
Including Zionist faculty members. Yes, we do.
So how do you feel about the delegates rallying slogans like Zionists out of CUNY?
I'm not aware of our delegates saying Zionists out of CUNY.
How do you feel about the rallying of Zionists out of CUNY?
I think that's abhorrent. And just as we would protect the rights of people who are critical of the state of Israel to express those rights publicly, we would absolutely protect the rights of Zionist faculty members and staff to express those views.
Thank you. You testified earlier that about 100 members of the faculty resigned. Is that correct?
Faculty and staff.
There is a list that's published online of about 300 faculty members resigning. Do you want to correct that number?
Yes, I mean, I can only tell you what we have in our membership database here at the union. I'm not aware of the website that you're referring to. I know there have been various campaigns about resigning from the Professional Staff Congress and people taking pledges to do that. So maybe that's what you're referencing. I'm just trying to report what I know accurately here from my union.
So is it inaccurate to say that there are 300 faculty members who resigned?
Yes, that's inaccurate.
Can you name, you testified earlier that about a half of the staff members who resigned came back. Is that correct?
I'm estimating that based on, we kept a database of everyone who contacted us either requesting to resign, expressing their intentions to resign unless something else, contacting us objecting either with dismay or concern, or just contacting us outright saying, as of right now, I'm resigning membership, all of the above. And my estimate is that based on those discussions, approximately half of those members did end up resigning.
Can you name 5 members who returned after resigning?
No, I'm not. I'm not able to do that.
Can you name 1?
No, I'm not able to give names. I'm sorry.
So would it be accurate to assume then that there are no faculty members who came back after resigning?
No, that's not accurate.
But you can't name a single one of them, correct?
Correct. Correct. I will not name them.
You testified earlier that you don't support BDS. Is that correct?
I don't think I testified about my own personal beliefs, but the PSC did not vote to support BDS.
Well, do you support BDS?
That's not relevant to this hearing.
I think it's very relevant to this hearing.
Well, then I'm not willing to disclose that information in this hearing.
Well, there's a video of you online publicly supporting BDS.
I'm not aware of that video, and I'm not aware of ever having been publicly in support of BDS.
Is it your testimony then that you never publicly testified to supporting BDS?
No, I'm very confused about what you're asking.
There's a video published online of you publicly supporting BDS. Are you denying that you were on record supporting BDS?
I'm just not aware of the video that you're citing.
Did the PSC union ever pass any resolutions to condemn China?
Condemn China? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. How about Iran?
Again, not that I'm aware of. I've only been PSC president for a year, but I've been active for longer than that. It's possible that there have been condemnations of Iran, but not that I'm aware of.
How about North Korea?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about Saudi Arabia?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about Russia?
Yes, Russia.
And yes, Israel, correct?
Yes, Israel, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Davis, good to see you. You talked about a pluralistic vision, and you mentioned in your initial testimony, you mentioned the criticism of Israel not inherently anti-Semitic, which, by the way, it's not an out of whack position to have. One can criticize Israel and not necessarily be anti-Semitic if they're in the practice of criticizing states generally, countries generally, or if they're in the, you can criticize Israel's practice with regard to rainwater, if that's, you're in the business of criticizing rainwater all across the world. But I think that Councilwoman Vernikov's points, in particular in the last exchange, made clear that PSC is not in that business. PSC, or certainly some members of PSCs who promoted this resolution, decided that they were going to go after one place and one place only. And this is not a hearing, as the chairman's made clear, and I agree with him, about foreign policy, but this is a hearing about safety of children, students on New York City CUNY campuses. And I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, that your resolution refers to Israel as an apartheid state. Is that true?
I think the resolution quoted from the Human Rights Watch, I mean, quoted approvingly, just to be clear, but yes, quoted Human Rights Watch as characterizing Israel as practicing apartheid.
Okay. And so it's the position of PSC. I mean, I'm not sure what distinction you're making as it relates to answering my question. Are you saying that that's not necessarily PSC's position, it's just quoted Human Rights Watch?
No, I mean, I think it's a reasonable inference for you to make that if we're quoting B'Tselem and Human Rights Watch, that that is the PSC's position. Yes.
And I'm not, the reason I asked for the clarification is I'm not in the business of putting words in people's mouths, so I just want to make sure that I'm getting it right. This is not an attack session, it's not a McCarthy hearing, and we're in a friendly space, but we're just trying to really address the one situation that we're here to address, which is whether or not New York City students on CUNY campuses who are of the Jewish faith, who are identifiably Jewish, and I don't think it's a secret, because you've alluded to it, that to wear a yarmulke in New York City these days is probably putting your life at some risk. And I say that as someone who does wear a yarmulke in New York City. And so the reason I'm asking is because we know that over time, over the last several years, to be sure, it's become more and more dangerous to be Jewish on a New York City CUNY campus. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you think that it's helpful to the cause of keeping Jewish students safe on CUNY campuses if their teachers are out there calling Israel an apartheid state?
Again, I think that there's an important distinction to be made about criticizing state policies of Israel, right? And again, I've heard people on this call disagree with the position, but we do hold the position that there is distinction between expressing those criticisms, which are political criticisms, and fostering or even holding safe harbor for hatred and bias towards Jews. The latter is abhorrent and unacceptable.
Do you agree? And I'm going to say to you, as I said to the folks who testified from CUNY, when I say you, I don't mean you. I mean you on behalf of. So I just want to be clear. I don't care what you think personally. You're a nice guy, but it's not about you or me. But do you believe that the criticism of Israel as it is expressed in the resolution that PSC adopted is anti-Semitic, or you don't? I mean, does PSC believe that? You don't believe that PSC?
Well, a resolution comes out of a delegate assembly, and delegates are elected democratically. I'm elected democratically, right? If I hadn't been elected, I'd still be teaching English back at Brooklyn College. The delegates are elected democratically. The delegates voted in June 2021 to approve, the majority to approve this policy, this resolution, and that's PSC policy.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again in a different way, I guess, because the point is not really what you believe, because again, I don't care what you believe, but it's about the safety of students on New York City New York City CUNY campuses, and whether or not the policy as stated by their teachers, by their educators, causes them harm. And let's assume that it's not anti-Semitic. I think it is, and I think that those who voted for it are anti-Semites, and I want to make sure that I'm clear about that. But I don't think anybody thinks that I'm not clear about that. But the question is whether or not espousing such a view, the educators on the CUNY campuses publicly saying that it is their position that Israel is an apartheid state and participates in murder and whatnot and all that, makes students unsafe. I don't care if you think if it's anti-Semitic or not, I do, but whether or not you think that that resolution causes unsafe, an unsafe place for students in your campuses.
Right. I mean, right. Council member,
And by the way, I
understand your
apologize,
point.
Mr. President. I'm gonna let you go after this question. So say whatever you want because the chairman is giving me his smiling face, which means I have to stop. So go ahead and say it, and we can continue another day.
Sure, and I'm glad you asked, and I'll try to be brief. I can't say the extent to which this one resolution contributes to the lack of safety of Jewish students on our campuses. I think it's incumbent, and I think we have to give credit to our faculty and staff to be the professionals that they are and to go into classrooms and to take their responsibility seriously. And if there are problems with that, then there are procedures in place to certainly to discipline faculty members who can't uphold those responsibilities. But I also think that so far in the hearing, I haven't heard a discussion of any other the contributing factors domestically that have really contributed sharply to the uptick in anti-Semitism on college campuses and elsewhere. The chair referred to the Charlottesville march, for example. Nobody has spoken about the rise in white Christian nationalism and that contribution to anti-Semitism, which is a domestic context we need to be thinking about if we're really serious about tackling anti-Semitism in New York City or the entire context of the global war on terror. So, I take your point, Council Member, about the contribution of the resolution to that, and I would just place it in the context of a number of other extremely important and pervasive factors in the social fabric.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say as a closing thought on that last sentence that I'm a New Yorker my entire life. I lived and grew up in the city. I was born here. And frankly, with due respect, I don't believe that white nationalism is a big problem in New York City CUNY campuses. And if you think it is, you ought to take another look at those campuses. That's not what's happening there. That's not what's happening there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Mr. President, I know you and I will continue to have discussions, and I am certainly looking forward to hear more about the engagement that you're doing with your members to make it safe for them and so that they make it safe for our students. I'm going to call the next panel, and I'm going to ask that, we're running over. This is a very deep conversation. I know that a lot of council members to really dig in on these questions. I'm going to ask that if the panelists, to the extent possible, limit their time to 2 minutes. The panel is going to be, it was Dr. Laura Shaw-Frank. She's not presently on Zoom. Amanda Berman from Zioness. It was Layla Beckwith, but Tammy Rossman Benjamin is going to be testifying on her behalf. And while they're getting prepared, I do want to take a moment to thank all of the staff members you can't see on TV, the Sergeant at Arms, the central staff, the ones who are sitting right next to me, and the ones who are taking care of the Zoom, and the ones who are texting all of us to make sure that we're on point. This hearing is taking significantly longer than I think they are used to. It is an important topic, and so I want to extend my appreciation to all of the Sergeant, like I said, Sergeant at Arms and all the central staff. So thank you. So first up, we have Amanda Berman, and if you could, 2 minutes, please.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
I'll speak really quickly.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank you, Chair Dinowitz, and the committee for hosting this critical dialogue. There are so many important angles to discuss, so I'm going to focus just on the unique experience and insight that I have, which is the genesis of anti-Zionism, why it is anti-Semitism, especially as it is experienced by students on New York City campuses. I'm Amanda Berman. I'm a New York-based civil rights attorney and the founder and executive director of the Zioness Movement, a domestic social justice activist organization mobilizing progressive Jews and our allies in the fight for social, racial, economic, gender, and environmental justice in America. Zioness launched after a number of high-profile incidents in progressive organizing and coalition-building spaces, very similar to what's going on at CUNY and on other campuses, in which Jewish students are targeted with litmus tests and sometimes outright vitriolic anti-Semitism as quote-unquote Zionists. Before pivoting my career to build Zionist full time, I worked as an attorney who helped victims of anti-Semitism, including its contemporary manifestation in anti-Zionism, know their rights and enforce them legally. One of the cases I'm most proud to have worked on was a groundbreaking pair of lawsuits against San Francisco State University. The case was settled on terms that are exceedingly relevant to my testimony today, as the university issued a public statement recognizing that, quote, for many Jews, Zionism is an important part of their identity. The litigation set a crucial precedent that is urgent for the committee, which is that college campuses that do not recognize the fundamental, inarguable fact that Zionism is intrinsic and inseparable from Jewish identity for the vast majority of Jews in the world, and actively protect Jewish and Israeli students and faculty members from anti-Semitism that targets Jews as Zionists, will be vulnerable to similar lawsuits. I'm going to skip something and just say that there are those on college campuses in progressive movements and beyond who argue that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism because it is simply criticism of Israel or advocacy for the Palestinian people. I genuinely wish this were true, as I personally criticize Israel frequently and believe fervently in the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, but the claim is fundamentally wrong.
Time expired.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty quick. But certainly ensure that you're submitting your written testimony.
I will, yes.
And thank you. The next speaker is Tammy Rossman Benjamin.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and apologies, I'm struggling with some voice issues, so please let me know if you can't hear me.
You're good.
And
Thank you.
Rossman Benjamin, director of Amcha Initiative, which investigates anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses. Thank you for inviting me to testify. Our studies have shown that a majority of incidents targeting Jewish students for harassment nationally are related to the victims' perceived support for Israel. This is also true at CUNY, where most acts of harassment are Israel-related, and these have more than doubled over the last year. Most incidents of Israel-related harassment, including those associated with the Zionism Out of CUNY campaign, are compliant with an academic boycott of Israel, or academic BDS, whose official guidelines demand efforts to ensure that Israel isn't normalized on college campuses, and often involves behavior that denigrates and excludes Jewish and pro-Israel students from campus life. While the presence of anti-Zionist student groups is strongly linked to Israel-related harassment, both nationally and at CUNY, a less familiar but more enduring source of anti-Semitism are academic BDS-supporting faculty. While faculty have a right to support a boycott as private citizens, our studies provide strong evidence that many faculty are bringing the boycott's anti-normalization campaigns into their classrooms and departmental events, which in turn incites harassment. Schools with academic BDS supporting faculty are in fact 5 times more likely to have incidents of Israel-related harassment. Given that a number of CUNY faculty are using their positions and public resources to engage in academic BDS compliant behavior that harms Jewish students.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'll say it to everyone, I encourage you to submit your written testimony, which could be submitted 72 hours, up to 72 hours after this hearing. The next witness, Dr. Laura Shaw Frank.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Remy Fields. I'm stepping in for Laura as she is on a plane back from Israel right now. I'm a Young Leadership Associate at AJC New York. I work with college students and high school students. So I will be reading Dr. Shaw Frank's testimony. AJC works with campus administrators all over the United States to help them ensure that their campuses are safe places for Jewish students while remaining places where freedom of speech is protected and treasured. We are proud and gratified that CUNY Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, President Robb of Hunter College, President Wu of Queens College, and President Anderson of Brooklyn College attended our recent University President's Summit on Combating Anti-Semitism, which AJC co-organized with Hillel International and ACE, the American Council on Education. We hope that we can continue to be of assistance to CUNY as it works to combat anti-Semitism in its university community. We recommend that CUNY take the following steps to reverse the alarming trends we are witnessing. First, protection of and sensitivity towards Jewish students, as well as combating anti-Semitism, must be part of the DEI strategy of the university system. CUNY cannot combat anti-Semitism without educating its community to have a full understanding of what it is. Training on anti-Semitism must be included among any series of required DEI trainings for students, faculty, and staff at CUNY. Faculty and staff should be trained to know how to respond when Jewish students are excluded, marginalized, and/or harassed due to their perceived or real support of Israel. Second, Jewish students must know that they have the support of the administration. This means that administrators should regularly check with Jewish students, whether through Hillel or other Jewish organizations and clubs. I know we have heard testimony from CUNY administrators that this is already happening. It should continue, and administrators should ensure that they are reaching a wide variety of Jewish students on CUNY campuses. It also means that Jewish students must have a clear and transparent understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, I'll say to everyone, submit your testimony in writing. I just have one quick question for Amanda, because this often comes up. Can you give a 15-second primers for Amanda Berman on why you say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? Like, how would a student defend themselves if verbally? Why anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? You're going to be unmuted in a sec. Don't worry. There you go.
Thank you. So people need to understand what Zionism means to the Jewish people. Zionism is the liberation and self-determination of the Jewish people. It's not political. It's not about the conflict. And so for people to understand what anti-Zionism is, they have to understand what Zionism means to the vast majority of Jews in the world and how it manifests on college campuses, regardless of people's intentions. There are people who call themselves anti-Zionist who don't actually know necessarily what it means. But the core tenet of BDS, which we've been talking about throughout the hearing, is anti-normalization. It's about shutting down anyone who normalizes the existence of the Jewish state of Israel. It's about targeting people who identify as Zionists, which again is the vast majority of Jews in the world. So
I think that was a great elevator pitch. That's very helpful. I think articulating it like that is very helpful for our college students who who need to be able to articulate that. And it's very, very difficult. I thank this panel for their testimony. I'm going to call the next panel. We have one question from Councilmember Vernikoff.
My question is for Ms. Rossman. Ms. Rossman, does your organization, AMCHA, do any research regarding the correlation of existence of groups like SJP, or specifically SJP, and anti-Semitism on CUNY campuses or any campuses, college campuses in New York City?
Yeah. Tammy Rossman, Tammi.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
Good question. Thank you. Yes, we have done lots of research. In fact, almost every piece of research that we've done looks at the contribution of anti-Zionist student groups to acts that target Jewish students for harassment. And we found in all of our studies between 7 and 8 times the likelihood of having such acts of harassment on campuses where there are active SJP or other anti-Zionist student groups.
So you're saying your organization found that the more active the SJP or an anti-Zionist organization on a campus, the worse the anti-Semitism? Is that correct?
Pretty much. I mean, it's found that the mere presence of an active group leads to or is likely to lead to. But more than that, the existence of the acts themselves in a great many cases actually the perpetrator was a member of or the anti-Zionist student group.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next panel will have Alia Jacobson, Michael Goldstein, Jeffrey Lax, and Timothy Jackson. 2 minutes each. Oh, you're in person. Mark Holland. So, Mark Holland, come on down. And just to remind people testifying, it's 2 minutes, and a few days after a few days after this hearing, they're going to post all the written testimony that has been submitted online. So it'll be available at Legistar attached to this hearing. So everything that is submitted in writing, if you don't get to speak about it, it will be there online for everyone to see. So we'll start with Alia Jacobson.
Hello, Eric and Ina. Thank you for having this hearing. I just graduated from Brooklyn College with my BA. The first few years were incredible, but the last 2 years were very triggering and led to a lot of PTSD. I graduated before I knew where the link was to file a complaint. It took days to figure out where it was. And when I asked the Vice President, Ronald Jackson, to sit down with him and the president, he said he'd already sat down with the Hillel director and other people. He didn't need to sit down with me. In 2018, when I confronted Israel apartheid with members of Students for Justice in Palestine, confronted my countering by parking their apartheid while mere feet from me, called me a murderer and brainwashed, and screamed calls for intifada for 2.5 hours. When I wrote emails to President Anderson and Vice President Anthony Brown, I was ignored. Hanging on the Students for Justice in Palestine wall was a picture of my board, Bulldogs for Israel, which I was the president of. It felt like a target. I also wrote for the Vanguard, Brooklyn College's newspaper. In the last article, I was slammed, and I'm going to read the statement now, that I was slammed for and humiliated. When I was told that this was like very detrimental to my mental health, they said, please get therapy. There's nothing we can do. It's journalism. I'm going to read this. Dear Alia Jacobson, the Office of Diversity and Equity Programs has reviewed the allegations in your report of alleged misconduct from CUNY's Legal Affairs and General Counsel's office. We've also reviewed the report filed on May 7th with the Office of Public Safety at Brooklyn College. You stated the following. On May 4th, 2021, Students for Justice in Palestine wrote on their Instagram as a response to Israeli Independence Day celebration on the Quad. Zionists are not welcome on campus. Everyone is welcome on campus. This wouldn't be written about any other minority group or accepted. This is when I shared something I shouldn't have on Bulldogs for Israel as the official president of the club. They had an Arab man call me in the middle of the night to scare me and ask me to sit down to talk and if I could cook for them. Where they got my number from is beyond. The post I shared on Bulldogs for Israel there were some things in there that should have been better qualified.
Time expired.
Then later, the director of Tanger Hillel, Nadia Dreckman, blocked me from my Instagram account, so I could not apologize. CUNY student government, Brooklyn College student government released a statement calling that I called for violence. And can I just have one more minute?
You could take a few more seconds, but we need to get to the next witness, please.
Mm-hmm. And so my club was suspended. And when I reported the misconduct to Judicial Affairs and student government, they fought for it for a while, and then it was unsuspended. So they said, well, the statements were hurtful. Well, I said, well, the statements have been harmful. This has been the general attitude and conduct held on campus. The anti-Semitism is okay. But freedom of speech.
And I encourage you to, I know you have a lot to say, and I don't want to discount your trauma or experience, and that's why I encourage you to send in. I think you have actually sent in your testimony, and that'll be posted online. Thank you. Our next witness is Michael Goldstein.
Starting time.
Thank you all so much for having me today. It's been a long time coming. My name is Mike Goldstein. I'm from Kingsborough Community College. I've been there for 23 years. I've been at CUNY for 32 years. My father was at CUNY for 50 years. My mother was at CUNY for 43 years, making us all together more than 100 years at CUNY. I come from a CUNY family. I'm also a graduate of CUNY Law School. So what I'm going to be talking about is really about my personal experience at CUNY. Every time I walk into my office at Kingsborough Community College, I draw inspiration from the picture of my father, the former president and the former acting chancellor of CUNY for more than 30 years. Yet, in the last few years, anti-Semites turned my father's photo from a source of inspiration to a symbol of destruction. The vandalism marked the start of a systemic and pernicious campaign in which I've been targeted and harassed because of who I am and what I believe. Guys, it is horrible for Jews at CUNY. I'm just telling you that. I've worked at Kingsborough for more than 23 years and within the City University for more than 30 years, and the anti-Semitic vandalism and death threats to me perpetrated outside my office 3 years ago were unlike anything I've ever experienced before. The reason for the attack I'm Jewish politically, conservative, and I believe in Zionism, the civil rights movement of the Jewish people, and that's why they attacked me. And these were fellow faculty who I never met in my entire life, members of the PSC CUNY, and these people were horrible. PSC and PFC, because they had an offshoot at our college that they funded and organized to attack other faculty. The vandals defaced a photo of my father with anti-Semitic graffiti, including the words, F Trump, Goldstein killed a Zionist entity. I later learned that the incident came one day after Kingsborough professor Kacha Perea apparently told an administrator who refused her request to fire me, I guess I will have to handle this myself. Perea, who I had never met or spoken to as a member of the Progressive Faculty Caucus, a radical faculty group supported by the PFC, Mr. James Davis's group.
Time expired.
This was
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Guys,
you.
thank you so much, and do whatever you can. We really need your help.
Thank you. Our next testimony is going to come from Jeffrey Lax. 2 minutes.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Chair Dinowitz and Councilwoman Bernikoff. My name is Jeffrey Lax. I'm a professor and a department chair at Kingsborough. Several council members today spoke of a PSC CUNY faculty union rally demanding Zionism out of CUNY. That means me out of CUNY. To watch our own union reps quite literally marching to get their own Zionist Jewish members ejected from the university is horrifying. It is stunning to me to hear James Davis deny that this happened. He knows not only what happened, that it happened, and he knows who made it happen, because I know who made it happen. And if I know, then the president of the union knows. His testimony was outrageous.
Sir, can you please focus on your experience and not any of the other testimony you've heard from any of the other witnesses, please? Thank you.
He testified that he sent everyone who resigned from the union, which I'm included, a call or a letter asking them what their issue was and to come back. I never got a call, so that was false. That's directly me, with respect, Councilman. What is Zionism? For me, like for many Jews, Zionism is a deeply religious belief that connects the Jewish people to the land of Israel. It's in the Bible. 204 of the 1613 commandments require Israel. That's what religion is. For some Jews, it's an integral part of their ethnicity. One council member today declared Zionism to be a political debate over land 8,000 miles away. That is patently false, and it's a pretext to discriminate against people like me. Today's discussion has nothing to do with policy across the world. It has to do with how Zionist students and faculty are treated here on our campus for being Zionists. It's sad that CUNY doesn't understand that crucial difference. Two vice chancellors today themselves referred to the way Jews are treated here at CUNY as a political debate. This is not a political debate. It's a discussion of how Zionist people are discriminated against here at CUNY. Calling that political is taking the talking point of the other side who is discriminating against us. There is intolerance for Zionists and observant Jews at CUNY today. You heard two vice chancellors today downright refuse to even state whether Zionism is a protected class at CUNY. That tells you all you need to know about why CUNY has failed so miserably in addressing this problem. Their refusal to admit that Zionism is protected at CUNY is a departure from city, state, and federal laws. And I would urge the vice chancellors to concede before they leave today that Zionism is a protected class under religion, ethnicity, and nationality at CUNY. And if they don't do that, tell me, where is a Zionist student victim supposed to go if they have a complaint for being discriminated against for being a Zionist? I'm sorry, I tried to cut it down as much as I could.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, I know you've been back and forth with this issue. And I know it's been very hard for you over the past many years. Again, I encourage you to submit your written testimony. Next, we have Timothy Jackson.
Starting time.
Mark Holland.
We are coordinated. I'm here because of Tim Jackson. I beg your indulgence at the end of a sleep-deprived day.
Just go ahead and start your testimony.
I revised my notes. Have you ever heard so much academic, bureaucratic blather and baloney and hogwash and double talk? The three administrators seemed so impotent to do anything in their leadership and ability, and the fish rots down from the head. Okay. I am one of the professors of music that Barry Wiener mentioned, and I'm a friend of Tim Jackson, who will speak to you soon. The basic issue, I would say, is why don't we divest and defund? Let's use their language against them. Let's divest and defund money. We, the taxpayers, should not be forced to subsidize involuntarily such Jew hatred in our own public institutions. All taxpayer money going to CUNY's individual schools and departments, including the administration we just heard. That should immediately be suspended and withheld from payment by the city of New York, namely you, until further notice. Let us leverage the issue where it affects and hurts the haters. Anti-Semitism is a metastasizing institutional cancer at CUNY. Here I'm proposing a kind of chemotherapy to treat the illness. Let's see how they function without money from the 3 million or so Jews, taxpayers all, who inhabit the 5 boroughs. Let's defend CUNY. This anti-Semitism is especially outrageous considering that CUNY was conceived of, built and implemented, underwritten, funded, and paid for by civic-minded Jews and Jewish intellectuals in the last century. Many of the greatest teachers and graduates in the history of CUNY were Jewish or of Jewish origins, and now there are 25,000 Jews at CUNY who identify as Jewish. You left out a few of the Jew-hating organizations, by the way. Hamas, CARE, Council on Arab-American Relations, Free Palestine, Decolonize, all of them have set up cozily at CUNY. Oh, please. Oh.
Time you don't.
Okay. They're supported, and all decent standards of impartiality have been thrown out the window. This is precisely what happened in the early stages of the lead up to World War II Germany, under the Nazis, before the slaughter of the millions of Jews in that very Germany and the rest of Europe. The same kind of talk, the same kind of behavior, attitude, denial,
You can wrap
actions,
it up, sir. Thank you.
the taking over of the academies, the purging of Jewish professors and intellectuals caused so many of them to lose their jobs and to flee Europe and come to America. How did that
Thank
work
you.
out for us?
Thank you.
Now I yield to my friend Tim Jackson, professor of music at University North Texas, Denton, who is involved in a major lawsuit on this matter.
All right, thank you, Mr. I guess Professor Jackson.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you.
Only 2 minutes.
I have a question to address to, especially to Robin Gorel and to Glinda Grace.
So just to be clear, the witnesses are testifying. I don't think they're not asking questions of the administration. You can share your
my question is
testimony and share your questions.
So will CUNY continue to become a post-truth anti-Semitic university? That's my question. In July 2020, faculty and graduates of the Hunter College CUNY doctoral program in music organized a national censor resolution condemning music theorist Heinrich Schenker and all those who defended him as, quote, racists. But Professor Philip Ewell of Hunter was just the tip of a much larger spear, its shaft being a group of enablers, including department heads, school administrators, and music faculty at CUNY and throughout the US, so that CUNY itself became complicit in scholarly fraud. This censure resolution provides a clear example of the harassment of Jewish professors for objecting to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. One of the most appalling and pernicious claims published in an article posted by CUNY on the Graduate Center website is that Schenker, quote, supported the white supremacist and German nationalist movements that presaged Hitler, end quote. In fact, Schenker condemned Nazism as early as 1923 and again in 1933, and he never supported nor endorsed any proto-Nazi movements. Publishing such assertions stains CUNY's reputation as a serious research university. And by the way, I am a graduate of CUNY's doctoral program. Another clear indication of Ewell's indifference to or blindness towards anti-Semitism is his silence on the problem of anti-Semitism in hip-hop and rap music, and his advocacy of using hip-hop and rap in music classes to discuss racism. Ewell has described writer Amiri Baraka as an anti-racist predecessor of today's hip-hop and rap artists.
Thank you for your verbal testimony, and I encourage you to again submit it online.
Okay.
You have okay. I would also, He's holding up the paper, but if you submit it via it was a testimony at council.nyc.gov, then it'll be included in the record online for everyone to see. Thank you so much for your testimony. This one. Our next panel. Right. Our next panel includes Edwin Scott Fruchwald, who is not currently on Zoom, Rafaela Gunz, Jordy Gross, Allegra Timsit. And we're going to start with Rafaela Gunz.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Rafaela Gunz. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, and I was a student at CUNY School of Law for one semester in 2019. I am a progressive person. I identify as bisexual. I'm a feminist, and I was not welcomed by my class, which included the aforementioned commencement speaker that just spoke this year. In fact, there was a culture of isolation and discrimination against me. I was iced out. I was gossiped about. And when I wrote about my experience for the Jewish Journal, which was published in early 2020, I was deemed a racist. I was deemed a stalker. I was deemed an Islamophobe, a harasser, all these types of things. And this all started because I said on Twitter that sometimes anti-Semites make me want to move to Israel. Because I said that benign statement in support of Israel, I was labeled all these things. I was iced out on campus. No one wanted to have a discussion with me because that would be normalization, as was mentioned earlier in these testimonies. And I ended up leaving the school and transferring to Yeshiva University, where I'm now about to graduate with a master's in social work. I left CUNY, even though I'm a New Yorker and this institution is supposed to represent me, and went to a Jewish institution because I feared for my own physical and mental well-being. Every day that I went into CUNY Law was a challenge for myself, as I felt the glares of students in disapproval, as I read their comments about me online. After I left, they started a petition denouncing people like me, saying that there's a subset of Zionist student activists who seek to weaponize anti-Semitism. I was the only Zionist activist, as far as I know, and the Jewish Student Law School Association, the Student Association of Jewish Law Students, is the only anti-Zionist one in the entire country. Please take that into consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jordy Gross.
Starting time.
You're unmuted. All right, Jordy, we're going to come back to you. The next speaker is Allegra Timsit.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you all for having me here and listening to all of our stories. I know it's long. My name is Allegra Timsit, and I'm currently a rising senior at CUNY Brooklyn College. I'm the vice president of the Simon Wiesenthal Center Government Advocacy Alumni Association. I'm also the president of Unite for Israel, which is our pro-Israel club on Brooklyn College campus, as well as the president of the Israeli Independence Day Committee. Pretty much anything pro-Israel on Brooklyn College campus, I am your go-to person. But life as a pro-Israel/Jewish student on college campuses, more specifically Brooklyn College, is not candy and rainbows. This past May, as Michael mentioned before, I organized Israeli Independence Day Fair on the west quad of my campus. We showcase different cultures. There are in Israel, such as Moroccans, Iraqis, Christians, Jews, and many more. Well, during my event, one of my current Jewish professors came up to me asking me where the Palestinian representation was at my event. A very reasonable question. So I simply pointed at the Bedford Gate, where the students of the club, Students for Justice Palestine, as well as the members of Nutarei Karta, decided to have their involvement in the fair. And that's where it was going to be. Students were chanting things like, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Zionism/Israel has got to go." And even posting on Instagram pictures from the rally with the caption, "We showed Brooklyn College yesterday that Zionism is not welcome on our campus," meaning that by their standards, I, as well as many other students, are not welcome on Brooklyn College campus. While we were celebrating, they were chanting violence on our campus. Police and security were on a high alert that day to make sure that nothing became physical like years prior. When it came time to my club creating a new swag for the upcoming semester, we decided that we needed to create something that did not scream Israel, so that students felt safer to put it on their laptops. We created this, a 4 with the United and Israel and smaller, to
Time
keep
expired.
pro-Israel students Morrissey group, because that is what has come down to on my campus. I shake when it comes down to time to the first day of classes when I have to explain that I'm a Jew and the president of Unite for Israel.
Thank you.
And when preparing for this testimony, can I just have one more minute?
You can have 20 more seconds.
Okay. So when I was preparing for this testimony, I asked my friends to come testify as well, and each and every one of them were scared to do it because of the repercussions of anti-Semitism on our campus and beyond. I just want to share some of their stories that they
Since I'm counting in my head 10 seconds left, I would recommend that you share those stories in writing, and we'll put them, and again, they'll be on Legistar, which is our online system attached to the minutes of this hearing. I'm going to try to go back to Jordy Gross. There were audio issues.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So my name's Jordy, and I'm the president of Hillel City College. I wanted to share an experience that I had last year. A few people mentioned that last year during the tension between Israel and Gaza in May, there was a lot of stuff going on social media, and part of that was actually the City College student government and Department of Student Life posted things saying Save Palestine and condemning the acts of genocide occurring in Palestine. And I felt like it was alienating the Jewish community. And I felt like Jewish students were really feeling like their voices weren't being reflected in the things that the school is posting. So I, in turn, posted a response on behalf of Hillel, in which it was basically an invitation for open and respectful dialogue. And basically in return, the comments blew up. A lot of them were lovely and supportive, and a lot of them were just incredibly hateful, telling me that our organization isn't Jewish, we just have a nationalist agenda, telling me that I personally am an oppressor of Palestinian people. And I remember even speaking to a Jewish student who saw my post, and he told me how much he appreciated it, but he was too afraid to comment or show support because he didn't know how people would react, if people would be aggressive. And to me, that's the craziest part, that there were students who were afraid to have their voices heard because they thought it could put them in physical danger. So I'll end by just saying that I'm very thankful that during that time, it's horrible as the pandemic has been, I'm very thankful that we weren't on campus in person, because I think that a lot of Jewish students would not have felt safe being on campus. And I'll also add that, thank God, I think this is an example of, at least for me personally, I can say that my time at City College has been really positive, and usually I feel safe. And to me, this is very reflective of the fact that in just an instant, that really changed very quickly, and because of something that was happening 6,000 miles away, which I think shows the fact that even in places where we think are really good, it really can change, and because of things that are beyond our control. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn it to Councilman Vernikoff, who has a question.
A few. I'll be quick. Rafaela, my question is for Rafaela Guns.
Yes.
Ms. Guns, did you ever complain about what happened to you to anyone at CUNY Law?
Yes, I complained to the Dean of Students on multiple occasions, actually.
Did you ever put your complaints in writing?
I wrote a whole article about everything that happened to me. I wrote a bullet pointed list that was sent to Eliza Lewin with the Brandeis Center of every anti-Semitic incident that I experienced on the campus. I have emails documenting that I did go and complain to the Dean of Students, but I do not have anything formal that I wrote for them, no.
Did anything happen as a result of your complaints?
Oh, no, I was just told it was free speech, of course,
Is there an active SJP at the CUNY Law School?
Apparently there was not until a certain Nurdeen Kiswani showed up to campus.
Just to be clear, in this, we're not here to talk about any individual other student.
Okay, I apologize. I'm just saying from my experience, and I was told that there was not an active SJP presence, and that changed when I got to campus and I was in the same class as the certain commencement speaker that was talked about earlier in the hearing.
Ms. Guns, how did this harassment that took place against you at CUNY Law affect your studies?
I did really poorly. I'm typically a very good student, but it was very hard to focus. It was very distracting. I had to leave class multiple times because I was having panic attacks. And I ended up almost failing out of the school, actually.
I'm very sorry to hear that. Was there anyone at all on campus in terms of administration who came to your defense?
No. In fact, the administration supported the actions of the students.
And so was there any action taken as a result of your complaints?
Oh, no. I think everyone just doubled down. The petition I mentioned in my testimony received the signatures of the dean that I complained to, of 2 of my professors, of numerous student groups on campus. No one was on my side.
And while you were at CUNY Law, did you feel physically safe?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. Our next and last panel is Lisa Rubin, Michael Mantell, Steve Greenbaum, and Moore Mazel Barton, who is not currently on Zoom. So first we'll hear from Lisa Rubin.
Starting time.
Lisa, you're unmuted. We're going to come back to you, Lisa Rubin. We're going to go to Michael. Lisa?
Starting time.
Is that you?
Yes.
All right. Hi,
Go ahead,
Lisa.
Lisa. We can hear you.
We hear you.
Okay, just please give me 1 minute warning when my 1 minute is up
Sure.
or whatever. Thank
I
you.
will do that. All right, you may
Good
begin.
afternoon, Chair Dinowitz, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Rubin. I'm completing my 2nd year as an evening student at CUNY Law, where I feel honored to attend, but I am deeply troubled that some recent developments at the school threaten the goals of the school and the university. These developments include the BDS resolution against Israel as sponsored by the student government and ratified by its faculty council, because if implemented, it would harm more than the many current and prospective members of the school's Jewish and pro-Israel community. It would also set a harmful precedent that weakens the protection of the First Amendment and academic freedom on this, as well as other campuses. This is especially the case where, as here, members of the student government and faculty council also have seats on committees that make decisions on the school's personnel, admissions, and other official matters.
1 minute.
Please note that I do not claim to speak for the entire Jewish community at the school. I will just address how I am impacted by the resolution. As a Jewish student who believes in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, but also as a member of a family that fought against government suppression here in the USA, I was shaken when I realized that the resolution's incredibly broad sweep, it was a nightmare. Or I was wondering, am I seeing a form of creeping McCarthyism, albeit one wrapped in the cloth of what is now labeled anti-Zionism? After all, the resolution, if implemented, would harm so many people who are or are perceived as being Jewish, pro-Israel, having worked or planning to work at an Israeli university or cultural institution, including having presented or planning to present a lecture there, having done or planning to do business in Israel, or having links to any persons in these categories. The rights of students
Time
to
expired.
participate in on-campus clubs with similarly suspected ties could also be jeopardized.
Thank
It is
you.
noted that CUNY, in one of its earlier permutations as the City College of New York, already endured such a wide broom sweep.
Thank
harming
you,
that school,
Ms. Rubin.
community, and the
Can you
protections
hear
of
me?
constitutional and academic
Perhaps
freedoms.
you cannot hear me.
Before and during
I want to
part of
thank
the
you for your
period, college,
testimony.
faculty and staff, members and students were dismissed based on a suspicion that they
hello?
were or had links,
Ms.
however
Rubin?
tenuous, to those who were or perceived as being communist. Now, at the school where the focus is purportedly
Lisa,
on
can you hear me?
Ms. Rubin?
the approach would be
Ms. Lisa
eerily
Rubin?
similar with the implementation of the above BDS resolution. Just substitute the word
Lisa.
Zionism for communism.
Lisa.
To protect the freedoms and rights that we all cherish.
Miss Rubin, do you hear us?
I'm going to guess that her speakers are off,
schools,
which is
government and faculty council
why she
the BDS
had
resolution
trouble
as
logging
it's
on
currently
before.
framed,
And we're going to
need to
move on to the
ensure
next
enhancement,
speaker.
not reduction.
And just so everyone who's watching knows, she does, I did speak with her earlier, she does know to submit her testimony in writing. The next speaker is Michael Mantell.
Starting time.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll be sharing a small sample of many instances and statements made in mandatory classes, at on-campus events, in course readings endorsed by the student government and shared by members of the CUNY Hunter College community. I will focus primarily and ironically on the Silberman School of Social Work. I will begin with quotes, some so horrific that I was advised not to restate them here, so please excuse some of the language. New York legalizes pedophilia since Jews must suck on baby penises. Jews control the government and the banks. The Israel lobby, led by the Anti-Defamation League, manufactures an anti-Semitism hype. The Holocaust has been used as a tool to oppress and kill others. Jews fetishize the Holocaust. Your Zionist mind games don't work on me. 1 in every 500 college students gets shot by Israeli soldiers. Jews out of CUNY. The Jews have made a hell of a mistake this time. It's high time Jews start being viewed as cockroaches or any other pest to be exterminated without exception. Death to Jews, and anti-Semitism doesn't exist here anymore. In addition to those quotes, there have been instances of the following: faculty making inappropriate comments about religious Jews, Jewish students, and a Jewish client. Internship supervisors questioning Jewish students' competency because of their religious observance. Faculty denying accommodations for assignments that conflict with Jewish holidays. Administration offering Saturday-only mandatory classes for its leadership program, making it inaccessible for religiously observant Jewish students. Faculty telling Jewish students not to join a Silberman student-run Facebook group because of the hate speech and anti-Semitic rhetoric. Please be quiet for a second. Mandatory class readings blaming Jews for the rise in anti-Semitism and the lack of discourse on anti-Semitism, and accusing Jews of Hitlerism and Nazi-like crimes against humanity. The library sharing a book accusing Jews of controlling the African slave trade. With all of this, it's no surprise or coincidence that students' opinions and statements echo the same rhetoric found in class discussions and course readings. And CUNY Hunter College Silberman School of Social Work faculty and administrators are fully aware of the problem, stating that they have heard these things before, know that they haven't done enough, that they're bereft in their course and curriculum and content, and woefully lacking in their capacity to sustain efforts to combat anti-Semitism. The remaining part will be shared by more.
Thank you.
She'll be continuing this testimony. Thank you all for this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Steve Greenbaum.
Starting time.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and members of the City Council for this long day. So I had an immediate visceral reaction to the June 2021 resolution in support of BDS passed by my union, Professional Staff Congress, City University of New York, PSC CUNY. I'm a son of Auschwitz survivors, and perhaps the first time in my relatively sheltered life growing up in New York City, I experienced a sense of foreboding similar to what academics in Europe may have felt in the 1930s. The original wording of the resolution drafted by the PSC was one-sided and brutal vilification of Israel and supporters of Israel, laced with anti-Semitism. The edited version that passed included a tepid and patently insincere disavowal of anti-Semitism, leaving the Israel bashing intact. In addition to what I regard as a personal assault on a Jew and a son of Holocaust survivors, I'm deeply offended by the idea that PSC activist hotheads believe they can dictate which universities I can and cannot work with. I have substantial and close economic ties with several world-class universities in Israel, including Tel Aviv University and Technion. Groundbreaking research on renewable energy technologies, my field, continues to originate in Israel, and I'm privileged to collaborate with several groups there. By the way, I'm a CUNY Distinguished Professor of Physics at Hunter College in the Graduate Center. These efforts bring significant benefits to CUNY, including international recognition for me and my students. To do the best science one could do, shouldn't we be working with the best people given the opportunity? Then, of course, there's the chilling and intimidating effect that CUNY's support for BDS has had on our Jewish students. You've heard ample examples of that this morning and this afternoon. In July 2021, I resigned from the PSC union, and I believe the resignation number of people who have resigned is, in fact, closer to 300. I dispute our president's paltry figure, and to my knowledge, not a single member who has resigned, has since rejoined the union. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Vernikov has a question for this panel. Oh, Councilmember Yeager.
Just real quick, is Mr. Mantell still there? He may not be. You're able to see? MANT.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, very good.
I'm still here.
Thank you. My question is real quickly because towards the end, I think you mentioned that the administration of the college, CUNY Hunter College, was aware, and you didn't really get into that. And I really only have about 60 seconds. I'm going to turn it over to you. Can you tell us what your interaction with the administration was and what their response was?
Yeah, too many to list, but I'll start with, despite their admission, faculty and administrators did very little of substance. They failed to address how they would ethically and morally protect Jewish students and adequately address anti-Semitism after a swastika was found on campus. And despite this dean of the Silverman School of Social Work immediately releasing public statements following the murder of George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, verdict and violence against the AAPI community, administrators rejected Jewish students' request for a public statement from the dean to condemn anti-Semitism, citing "people still die." And Jewish students have been reporting this at least since 2008. They've said that faculty have been giving them the runaround, and same with the administration. They've been ignored even when approaching the administration with evidence, and students have referred to the faculty and administration's lack of follow-up as insult to injury, a slap in the face, and another said she was disheartened by the lack of appropriate responses. Students left the meetings with administrators saying they feel confused, skeptical, and brushed off. They described the response as inadequate, unclear, watered down, and hypocritical, and at this point don't believe the administration will do a single thing. In fact, our last meeting was over 1 year ago, and they said that they would get back to us, and they never did. And I just want to remind you all that if these are our allies, and this is a place where Jews are supposed to feel safe, then CUNY, we have a problem. Because none of these people have said that they're anti-Semites, and yet they are causing such distress and harm to Jewish students. And by the way, I can go on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 30-second break. Excuse me. Our last witness is Sophia Elman Golan.
Starting time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, thanks for the time. As someone who has been personally targeted by white nationalists and neo-Nazis in the past few years, I want to address the broader context in which this hearing is taking place. We are currently witnessing a nationwide attack on public education and liberal academic institutions, reinserting Christian prayer in public schools, removing Holocaust education literature like Maus, banning discussion of systemic racism, cracking down on student organizing, and of course, an effort to vilify LGBTQ people as groomers. The funding behind these efforts, sources of legislation, and statements of those involved indicate that this is an explicitly white Christian nationalist project, and it's swiftly gaining power. Republican members of this city council have chosen to align with some of the most powerful leaders of that movement, like Governor Ron DeSantis, who one council member recently praised as a friend to the Jewish community. There are real threats fueling anti-Semitism and endangering Jews in New York, on campus, and nationwide. Those threats are not student organizers or the PSC union. There is a difference between nonviolent political action around Israel-Palestine and violent white supremacist movements. I'm concerned that this hearing fails to adequately address the latter and that it conflates the two. Jewish New Yorkers face anti-Semitic street violence and harassment spurred by the ubiquity of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that increased under Trump's presidency. Swastikas on campus, as have been mentioned, a Confederate flag outside the Museum of Jewish Heritage, Patriot Front members, white supremacists like Nick Fuentes have recently held rallies and actions in our city. At least one defender of the Proud Boys sits on this city council. This is the anti-Semitism that most threatens Jewish safety in New York City. Anti-Semitism is part of a machinery of fear and division, the same machinery driving physical and legal attacks on women, queer and trans people, immigrants, Black and brown people, Muslims, Asian people, and others. And these attacks are coming from an emboldened, well-funded white Christian nationalist movement.
Time expired.
Harassment and hate are never acceptable. Given the nationwide attack on public education and real threats to Jewish safety, the focus I've heard today on student organizing and nonviolent criticism of the Israeli government is troubling.
Thank you very much. And I encourage you to do what I've encouraged the past few panels to do is submit the rest of your testimony in writing. It'll appear on Legistar within 72 hours attached to the committee. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any council members? Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would just reflect on the fact that, I represent dozens, if not more, and together with Councilmember Vernikov, we probably represent well over 100 members of our community who in the last year or two have faced violent anti-Semitic attacks. And in the cases where the perpetrators have been apprehended, in not one case that I know of, and my colleague can speak for herself, was it the case of a neo-Nazi roaming around Borough Park or Flatbush attacking people. And when Hasidic Jews are have their shtreimels knocked off on Friday night in Williamsburg, it's typically not neo-Nazi Trump supporters who are doing it. And I'm okay with a witness having their own personal political opinions about who they do or don't like, but we're talking about New York City, and we're talking about the safety of students on New York City college campuses, and the idea that the hatred that they are facing, much like the hatred that my Orthodox, visibly observant Jewish neighbors are facing on a day-to-day basis, where somebody wearing a yarmulke feels unsafe walking the streets of this city, the idea that that's coming from Trump nationalists or white supremacists is some of the most silly things that I've ever heard. And this is a hearing that's gone on now for 8 hours, and it's unbelievable. So I'm going to leave it at that and turn it back over to Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikov. No, okay. With that is the end of witnesses. If there are people watching today and they want to submit testimony, they could do so via testimony@council.nyc.gov. I want to thank every single witness who testified. Some of you shared very personal experiences, and some of you put yourselves in a place that a lot of your friends and colleagues didn't want to go because of fear of retribution. This is your school career, your college, your grad school career. If you're a professor, your career, your place in the union, whatever it is, I thank you for sharing your stories. And I think all of us here recognize that it is just a small sampling of what goes on. I want to thank my colleagues in the council, and especially council members Yeager and Vernikov, who stayed throughout the hearing, and of course the staff who've been on the Zoom, who've been keeping time and keeping us safe. I was an educator. Actually, one of my degrees is in music. So when I hear your testimony about music, I read all your emails, by the way. Education is supposed to be a place that fosters discussion and disagreement. And sometimes that disagreement is uncomfortable. And sometimes it's uncomfortable, and we don't like what the other person has to say. But the silencing of a certain group of people is different than having a different point of view. And we expect certain things from CUNY. As mentioned in my opening statement, the anti-Semitism is coming from the far left and the far right. They look different, but it's all rooted in the same anti-Semitism. And we expect CUNY to do more than just rely on their individual campuses, because we know at their individual campuses there are multiple lawsuits and investigations going on. We expect them to do that work that they spoke about today of promoting conversation instead of what we heard today in our witness statements, instead of ignoring the issue, and instead of and maybe taking over a year to simply forward an email back to you. We expect them to provide the data we requested about bias reporting, the incident reporting, and to create clear guidelines for identifying anti-Semitism so we can have those conversations, and that they do the robust outreach regarding how and what to report. What does harassment look like? How does it differ from a hate crime? That they post the information online, and they keep it updated so we can have a better handle of what's going on. Because as you heard in testimony, only 25%, if that, of people are even reporting anything. That you've heard time and time again that they reinvest in their DEI training, which includes anti-Semitism, and provide an inventory of current DEI training. And of course, I'm looking forward with my colleagues in the council to following up with CUNY and with the chancellor on how these issues are being addressed and what concrete steps are being taken to ensure that our educational institution is truly, it lives up to its ideals and really is a place where all students can feel safe. I thank everyone for coming. I thank you all for watching today. Thank you.
Council Chair, please hold on one moment.
Yes.
Council's going to speak to you. Or Crystal's going to speak to you.
Oh, is anyone on Zoom? Oh, that's what that. You get a note, but didn't say a thing. But I don't. Is there anyone on Zoom who has not testified? Please raise your hand. I see no hands, and I want to again thank Dr. Grace, who again I see on the Zoom window has stayed on and has heard your testimony, and in my heart I do believe that CUNY is going to take concrete steps to help address this problem and truly engage with this council and all the stakeholders.
There's two hands.
We have Joshua Greenberg. If you've already testified, Joshua Greenberg, have you already testified?
Yes, we did.
Not.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, that's right.
I was unable to make it in person like I was supposed to because my flight got delayed.
Yes, Chair. He was marked as in-person attendance, so he was now joining us on Zoom, so he can give his testimony.
Thank you. Joshua Greenberg, 2 minutes.
Starting time.
Thank you. So I wanted to testify to the City Council about two issues in particular that I have faced as a CUNY student. First off, in relation to the 60-day thing, I filed a complaint regarding an anti-Semitic and anti-disability harassment case at CUNY where a student assaulted me because I'm a Jewish disabled student. They assaulted me and my friend who defended me verbally and physically. I filed an anti-Semitism complaint with the DEI office, and it took them over 6 months to even give an initial response. Also, at CUNY, I have faced a ton of discrimination from student government who chose to open their own offices without opening the office of religious, ethnic, racial, cultural groups like Hillel and the Muslim Student Association, etc. I'm just giving examples of different religious clubs, but at CUNY, the student government at Baruch chose to open their own offices, but not religious groups' offices, which is a violation of our free exercise of religion. In fact, when students prayed, the Office of Student Life tried to break it up. It is completely unacceptable what is going on at Baruch College. They tell us that it's because of COVID, yet that they don't let us pray or have our Jewish life, yet student government has their offices personally to themselves, which is queer discrimination because they're very anti-Semitic, our student government. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other hands for people who have not yet spoken on Zoom? No. Okay. Seeing none, I thank everyone who has stayed on to testify. my colleagues, and I look forward to continuing to address this issue so that we can build a better future for our students and our children. Thank you very much. This hearing's adjourned. Irrelevant. The Legistar is like Legistar. I Google Legistar NYC, and it's the city council's website, and they have a calendar of events, and they have the video of the hearing, and they have the minutes, and they have all our legislation. And you can certainly call my office, but it's pretty straightforward. We can send that online. Post it. Yes. I was prepared for the hearing.